Greetings, world. We are anonymous. How is it that it seems no one remembers just a few short years ago?
These are the steps that we must take.
There are plenty of steps we can take
right now
to
start getting our economy back on track.
to help create jobs and grow this economy.
If we are going to deal with our dependence on foreign oil,
If we're going to end our dependence on foreign oil,
We'll recruit an army of new teachers.
I want to recruit an army of new teachers,
make college affordable.
make college more affordable,
And repair our crumbling roads and bridges.
We've got crumbling roads and bridges.
Tonight, more Americans are out of work.
We still got friends out there, family, who are looking for work.
At a time when so many people are struggling to keep up.
A moment when so many people are still struggling.
If you are willing to work with me,
If you're willing to work even harder in this election,
then I promise you,
then I promise you change will come.
Shall we play a game?
You see something, say something. Report suspicious activity to local authorities.
If you're not breaking the law, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't worry what the government is doing.
Terrorism, 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 Al-Qaeda, Mohammed, terrorism, war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden.
It's not like my government would ever do it to me. But guess what? You're wrong.
Protest is now illegal in the U.S. Move along, citizen.
And yet we just sit there and calmly think and say, oh, they're making us safe.
I don't even know whose side I'm on.
Okay, this is straight out of 1984. We're living in a police state.
I never had a choice of what happened to me.
The city is being turned into a police state. Militarized riot gear, LRAD machines, and drones overhead.
Corporations have more power than the government.
Our government now works for the banks.
America, the greatest losses to our freedom have come not from someone attacking us, but from the government ignoring the Constitution and the majority letting them get away with it.
Yeah, we torture. Yeah, we spy on you. Yeah, we do all of this, but it's no big deal. Get used to it. You know what? We're not going to get used to it.
Police have opened fire on the crowd.
We're all in serious, serious danger.
Millions of dollars spent on new police gear, trucks ready to function as rolling barricades.
What you have here is, this is the wars coming home.
If anybody doesn't believe this government is capable of doing these kinds of things, you're out of your mind.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again.
Well, you know, America's a strange country. All you need to keep them pacified is give them a dozen donuts and a gun. They don't seem to have the capacity, the intellectual capacity, to think of their own self-interest in any other way than the next 5 minutes.
It's time to wake up.
Wake up, America!
Wake up, America.
I didn't speak up because I was not a writer. Then they came for the students. But I didn't speak up because I was not a student. Then they came for musicians. But I didn't speak up because I was not a musician. And then they came for the Greens, the Muslims, the trade unionists, Christians, and the Jews, the travelers, the homosexuals, the journalists, the artists, the thuggers, the doctors, the philosophers, the economists, the anarchists and the politicians, the nerds, the Europeans, the Americans, the communists, the hackers, illegals, the homeless. And I didn't speak up because I wasn't any of them. Any of them. And then they came for me. And there was no one left to speak up for me.
The proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they chose, they could blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely sooner or later it must occur to them to do it. Until they become conscious, they will never rebel, and until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious.
The time is coming when the window for us to restore the control of our government to ourselves will close, and we had damn well better act before then.
You want to know why the American public is fit? They're fit because they're not seeing their Congress do the work that they're sent to do.
We need to demand more of our elected officials.
Damn bills that come out here all the damn time. Come out here in the last second. And I gotta try to figure out how to vote for my people.
Bathed in the excesses of power, they passed a bill that by their own admission, they hadn't read.
This is PR politics.
Unanimous consent that we bring up the bill to extend the tax cut for 160 million Americans. As you walk off the floor, Mr. Speaker, you're walking out.
If you want to stand up on the floor of the Senate and defend the Wall Street banks like Bank of America and the credit card companies, be my guest. I would rather stand with the consumers and retailers who've been taken to the cleaners for years and years.
Why aren't we questioning the underlying premise of the need for a bailout with taxpayers' money? Why aren't we passing new laws that stop the speculation which triggered this? Why aren't we directly helping homeowners with their debt burden? Why aren't we helping American families faced with bankruptcy? Why aren't we reducing debts for Main Street instead of Wall Street? Is this the United States Congress or the board of directors of Goldman Sachs? When I fuck up, who bails me out? No one.
There is no one here to object. This is why the American people have thrown you out of power. You see, you're right. It is within your sole discretion to recognize a member. But you chose to exercise the power of the gavel, Madam Speaker. Therein lies the problem. If he's not here to pull off this political stunt, then we should just proceed and this bill should be withdrawn. It is the right thing to do by the American people to stop these tactics.
Enough! And make no mistake about it, this is not about national security.
But my point about this is a war without end. I'm afraid of giving up the right to trial by jury and hoping that someday they will declare an end to this war and they'll give back the right to trial by jury.
Mr. Speaker, a nationwide revolt is developing over the body scanners at the airports, and it should.
And we also know there are individuals who are making money off this. They say, trust us. Trust us, the people who brought us Katrina, to be competent in face of a disaster. Trust us, the people who brought us warrantless wiretapping and other excesses eroding our civil liberties. Trust us.
Many of us were told in private conversations that if we voted against this bill on Monday, that the sky would fall, the market would drop 2,000 or 3,000 points the first day, another couple thousand the second day, and a few members were even told that there would be martial law in America if we voted no.
We're not trying to scare kids. This president's foreign policy is what's scaring the kids of this country. Well, it's the same people that told us Saddam Hussein had something to do with 9/11. Same people that told us Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Same people that told us we were going to be able to use the oil for reconstruction money. Same people that told us that we'd be greeted as liberators, not occupiers. Same people, same president that told us the Taliban is gone. Same president that told us that Poland is our ally 2 days before they pull out. Same president that tells us Iraq is going just great. Same president that tells us the economy is going just great. Same people that told us the tax cut was going to create millions of jobs. Same people that told us that the Medicare program only cost $400 billion when it really cost $540 billion. So please forgive us for not believing what you're saying. Please forgive the students of this country for not believing what you're saying. Not one thing about this war that has been told to the American people or that has been told to these college students has been true. Not one thing. Bremer says we need more troops. The Pentagon says we need more troops. And this president can't get them from the international community. There's only one option left. Let's be honest with the American people.
Fascism, by definition, is when corporations team up with organized religion and control the government. Do I have to say anything more? Wouldn't you say that we're on the brink if we're not there?
We're witnessing a slow and steady takeover of our true freedoms. And now we see the government taking over banks. We see the government taking over car companies, insurance. We're being told what cars we can drive, how much we can make. And now they want to take control of our health care.
It's one more attempt for them to put everything that we do day and night under the control of the federal government.
Are you willing to sacrifice your freedom for liberty?
Well, I say that they're taking away our free will. The American people are being forced to do something they don't want to do.
But there really is a difference between us, and it's basically this. We don't think the government should be in control of all of this. We want people to be in control. And that, at the end of the day, is the big difference.
What they are trying to do is create an America very unlike the America that has existed for centuries. The thing associated with America, freedom, is precisely what must be destroyed if this is to be turned into a fundamentally different country to suit Obama's vision of the country and of himself.
I think he's going way beyond his constitutional powers assigned to the executive branch, which is, by definition, an imperial precedent.
Once again, total power in one person's hands, not the American way.
He's centralizing power inside the Beltway, taking power and decision-making from families, from individuals, and as a consequence, what he's doing is building an unchecked executive.
Now, I hate to point fingers at anybody, but the President administration probably has a lot to do with that.
But you know who's responsible for it? We are. Personal responsibility.
Where is the outrage to come from? From you.
It turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
First, you got to get mad.
You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. It is time for us to take our country back.
The real problem is that the American people have been too submissive. We have accepted the notion that we should be treated like cattle. Make us safe, make us secure, put us in the barbed wire. It's time for the American people to stand up and shrug off the shackles of our government.
And the way I see it, they're not going to quit doing it until they bring this country to its knees. So I think we should all rise up and we should stop this administration from what they're doing because they're destroying this country.
We, the people, have got to get control back of our country.
The American people will revolt.
Our government sucks.
So what do you say? Maybe we should all just stop paying our taxes and revolt. Because this is bull.
When our forefathers wrote the Constitution with the right to bear arms, it was not about hunting and fishing. The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, is there so that we, the public, if our government gets out of control, we have the ability to rise up and change it. Now, many people have said to me, well, wait a minute. How could we, the citizens, ever stand up to the U.S. government and their entire military might? Well, wait a minute. I got the answer. We threw everything we had at Vietnam, and they were nothing but a bunch of farmers with a few AK-47s, and they withstood it all. Don't ever allow anyone to tell you that it can't be done. It can be done.
To the government of the United States, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. It is the constitutional right of the people to reform this government as we see fit. Over the past year, we have shown you what we are capable of. You can continue to resist us, or you can allow us to exercise our rights. We truly hope you choose the latter so that we can peacefully return this country to the principles it was founded upon and restore power to the people. To the citizens of the United States, it is our goal to reform this current government with your help. We do not want anarchy. We do not want chaos. What we want is to restore power to the people. Governments are supposed to derive their powers from the consent of the governed. Over the next few months, we will be releasing a series of videos detailing our reformation plans. Diametric will give every American a voice. We ask from you to use your voices. This new world is not one that we wish to shape ourselves. This new world will be that of the people, and the choice is yours to make in what direction we will go.
We are anonymous. We are a legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
One kind or another. And ammunition. Well, I grew up in New England in Rhode Island. I studied at Harvard for many years, studied chemistry and then law. Subsequently, I have practiced law since 1973, although I stopped doing legal work in courts several years ago because I thought it was not very effective given the nature of our court system. And I tended to concentrate on cases that dealt with constitutional principles. Doesn't mean you always get a constitutionally based result, but at least you try to litigate those issues. And then for years I have been dealing with monetary law as one of the areas of my interest, the Federal Reserve System, particular history of the development of not only the area of coinage and currency, but the banks, and especially the central banking system. And then more recently, I've become interested in revitalization of the constitutional militia. And there I emphasize the word constitutional. I'm not talking about people that are forming their own private.
Okay, well, I tell you what, when you got to that point, let's just talk about that. Tell us what you mean by that.
Well, if you go to the Constitution of the United States, I mean, that's where the word constitutional leads you. You'll see that these things are called the militia of the several states. They existed from the early 1600s in the colonies through the independent states after 1776, and then they were incorporated in the Constitution, and actually as well in the Bill of Rights. It's interesting that that's really the only area in which the Bill of Rights overlaps the Constitution with specificity, because you have the militia discussed in the Constitution, and then, of course, you have the militia discussed in the Second Amendment. Now, what were these things? If you look in the Constitution, you'll see the term militia of the several states, a militia, a well-regulated militia, but the Constitution doesn't define any of those terms, and that's because the Constitution wasn't meant to be a dictionary. There are some terms that are specifically defined. Treason is specifically defined. Very good example if you look at Article 3. The reason being that under English law, the word treason was very broad. The English system had invented all sorts of definitions for activities that were considered treasonable. And the Founding Fathers wanted to cut that down significantly. And the only way to do that was to come up with a new and specific constitutional definition of treason. And similarly for Congress, the House of Representatives and Senate, there had been a Continental Congress under the Articles of Confederation, so they had to be clear that this Congress, Constitutional Congress, would have different structure and different powers, and so they defined very clearly what the structure was in the House and the Senate and what the powers were in Article 1. And that's similar for the President of the United States. President was an office that hadn't existed previously, so they go into detail about what powers and duties the President will have. Well, when we come to the terminology militia, there's no definition there at all. And the reason was because for 150 years, these things had existed in every one of the colonies, And the people who were writing the Constitution went to the Federal Convention in 1787, the ones who attended the state conventions thereafter, and all the people who were, certainly who were adults at that time, knew perfectly well what the militia of the several states were in their own states, because most every one of them had served or was serving in a militia structure. Now, what happened subsequently was that those structures, what shall I say, they decayed through a lack of public participation and interest through the early 1800s. By the time you get to the 1830s or so, you begin to see states such as Massachusetts making their militia no longer compulsory, and that was one of the first, I would say, constitutional breakpoints, unconstitutional action, actually, because if you look at the history of the militia in the colonial period, those institutions were always compulsory. There was no way out of them. You could get an exemption from certain kinds of duties, but everyone was considered to have some kind of responsibility to participate. Then, of course, along comes the war, 1861 to 65, and a tremendous amount of bloodshed, and actually militias did serve in that war on both sides. But subsequently, people were pretty sick of bloodshed, and once again the militia structure atrophied and became essentially a social, charitable. It tended not to have any kind of broad-ranging membership or significance. And it's interesting that out of that period, in fact, developed an organization that we all know, I think, today, the National Rifle Association, which actually isn't connected with any militias, but it was formed by the Union General. I believe Dan Butterfield was the leading former Union General, who was concerned that what he saw in the Civil War led him to conclude that at least the boys on the Union side couldn't shoot straight, or at least not too often. And he thought that it would be useful to have training for the great mass of citizenry, so if they ever needed to be called up for a major conflict again, they'd be at least in a rudimentary state of training. And that's fascinating because that was what the militia had always done. So the thing had atrophied to the point that this Union General thought it was appropriate to found a private organization to promote that kind of training. Well, then we go to 1903, which was the beginning of the National Guard structure, which was set up really in an attempt to supplant the militia, because it had been determined at the turn of that century, turn of the 20th century, that as a legal matter, the militia could not be called up to fight in foreign wars. The Constitution only allows them to be called up to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, and foreign wars don't fall into any one of those three categories. So,
okay, I got a question for you, Dr. Vera. So what you're saying is the National Guard has absolutely nothing to do with the term militia.
Well, it's certainly not with the constitutional militia. It's an adjunct of the Army.
Okay, I understand that.
Or the Air Force. You know, they've broken it up now, but originally it was an adjunct of the Army to provide a very large trained reserve force, and they structured it on a state basis. I think because either some of them were confused, or number two, they wanted, in a sense, to cover what they were doing, and thirdly, they wanted to have state support from the state politicians. So the federal government gave a kind of a fillip, if you will, to the state political structures in this. But in any event, that was 1903 when it began, a statute called the Dick Act. And then comes 1916, which was the National Defense Act, and by then they had gotten everything up sufficiently so that large numbers of National Guard people were sent off to World War I. Well, obviously World War II, the National Guard participated in every war or non-war, Korean police action, Vietnam War. I mean, none of these things were declared wars, but all of those military activities, National Guard was involved. But they were all involved as adjuncts of the Army or later the other services. So if you look at today, in just about every state in the Union, and also at the congressional level, what you find is that some statute somewhere, which, and certainly the congressional level is a good example, it defines a thing called the Militia of the United States. And I love that definition, or that statement, that term, because there's no such thing. It's typical of Congress. You can't find in the Constitution anything called the Militia of the United States. There are the militia of the several states. There's a militia in each one of the 50 states constitutionally. So the Congress couldn't even get it right in terms of the terminology. But then they break it up into two categories called the organized militia, which is the National Guard and the Naval Militia, adjuncts of the armed forces, so they're not militias. They got that one wrong, too. And then the other one is, the other segment of that structure is the unorganized militia. Well, constitutionally, there can be no such thing as an unorganized militia. In every one of the colonies and states, the militia were always organized, and they were organized to the extent that everyone was in the militia, were a slave, because of course they had slavery in those days, unless you were a slave or unless you were a woman, because women were not emancipated. They were subject to their husbands or to their fathers. And also social customs in those days did not look with favor on the idea of women serving in some kind of quasi-military capacity. So the women were out for that reason, and the slaves were out for another reason, but everybody else was in, from 16 to 55 or 60 years old, and that upper age range was primarily a matter that when people got to that age, they were really superannuated. They had rheumatism, arthritis, the heart disease, physical failings that couldn't be cured, couldn't be dealt with, and so they couldn't perform the functions. It wasn't a matter of some kind of arbitrary number was picked. These people simply couldn't perform. End of discussion. So everyone was organized in some way. Some people had exemptions because they fulfilled particularly important other functions in society. So if you were a member of the House of Delegates, you were a member of the legislature. If you were a judge, if you were the governor, although the governor tended to be the commander-in-chief of the militia anyway, if you were a sheriff, you were a constable, so that you needed to be on duty in those offices on a regular basis. You were generally given an exemption from most of the militia training. That didn't mean you might not have to have a gun. That didn't mean you wouldn't be called out in an emergency. But generally speaking, you have an exemption from normal training. Same was true of people in private occupations that were of great consequence. Physicians tended to be exempted, but of course they wouldn't have been exempted if an alarm developed, an emergency situation where the militia was called out. They served. Ministers tended to be exempted because of their calling, but of course, you know, the first man who showed up with a gun at Concord on April the 19th of 1775 was the town minister. So you see how far that exemption went. Typically they exempted ferrymen and millers, because those categories' activity were vital functions in that society. You had to have someone to run the ferry because it was a transportation grid, transportation, the neck of the funnel, if you will. And you had to have someone to run the mill because they were agrarian-based societies, and the mill was a vital part of their production structure of food. So that's the way it was organized, and it was organized, besides saying, well, these people are members, it said, point number one was everyone was organized. Point number two was everyone had to be armed. And you were required in every statute, in every colony and state, to buy your own gun out of the free market. So it presupposed a free market in guns, and it presupposed people would buy and own and possess in their own homes their own guns and ammunition. They had a list of other things, maybe a bayonet, maybe a tomahawk, a sword, whatever. It depended on which statutes you were looking at, or whether you were in the infantry or you were in the cavalry. But everyone had to have a gun of one kind or another, and ammunition. And if you were too poor, they had ways to deal with that. They might find you a way to sell your produce. You're a poor farmer. You bring your produce in. They'll help you sell it so you can get your money. If you were an urban individual, they might get you a job. I mean, the statute's provided for this. Get you a job. If you were maybe unemployable at the time, the town would raise the money through taxes, or the militia might raise the money because the militia collected fines from its members who failed to perform various functions, and they would buy you a gun. So, contrary to the kind of gun control we have today, where the idea seems to be to take guns away from people, in those days gun control meant putting guns into everybody's hands. And then they all had to come out on a regular basis, sometimes 4 times a year, 6 times a year, might be more often if they were in a wartime situation, French and Indian War, for instance, or the War of Independence. The training schedule called these people out more often. And they'd come out for regular discipline and exercise, as they called it, because, you know, they fought in linear tactics. The pictures of the people lining up 2 deep or 3 deep and maneuvering in large groups. So that required a lot of close order drill, and that was essentially what they did, a certain amount of target practice and close order drill, so that they could function in the same way that the regular armed forces functioned. Although, of course, if you were dealing with people in New England or the frontier regions of Pennsylvania or Virginia and so forth, they were more along the line of guerrilla fighters, because they, of course, were dealing with the Indians, who didn't fight in normal battlefield tactics. So that was that element of training. Now, it's interesting that element of training and the firearms that those people used were at the level of the regular armed forces. I mean, the typical firearms that a man would buy, and many of them had actual muskets that were the same pattern as the British Army or the French Army, and the other firearms that they had were equivalent. I mean, a Kentucky rifle, in fact, was probably superior to a British musket in almost all uses, except that it couldn't fit a bayonet. So we weren't talking about a great differentiation between what the militia people had and what the regular armed forces had in terms of, let's say, firepower.
Right. All right, Doctor, let me ask you this question, and you pretty well covered that. How do we get a legal militia today?
Oh, well, let's start from the top. And the top, of course, is Congress, and the fish rots at the head, right? So,
right, but forget Congress. They're not going to do anything.
No, we can forget about Congress. We can forget about Congress right now. I mean, I would like to say that we could just draft a statute. I could draft a statute, someone hand it to somebody in Congress, and they pass it, but wrong. That won't happen. The reality of the Constitution is that Congress is there for the purpose of promoting uniformity in these state institutions. Right? Congress's power is not really supreme in the sense that it's the top of the pyramid. It's there to make sure that the lower levels of the pyramid have some uniformity in terms of equipment and tactics and what have you. So we really have to look to the states fundamentally. These things are the militia of the several states, not of the United States. So we need to go to our state legislatures. Well, our problem is that our state legislators probably don't know any more about this than the average congressman does. As I say, this has been moribund for a long time. And that's why you see with this Homeland Security business that has come up in Congress, what are the states tending to do? Well, they're tending to take directives or to fall into line with the Department of Homeland Security. Well, the Department of Homeland Security isn't even, I mean, it has no relationship to a militia, period.
I understand that.
Nothing, all right? So my proposal is looking at the state legislatures as the target. We have to get some statutes presented to state legislatures and enacted. Well, that means we have to educate state legislators, and we have to make them aware that they have a large block within their constituents who want this kind of reform, because we don't want top-down Homeland Security organizing. We want constitutional organizing, which is from the bottom up, where the people control, not some elite bunch of bureaucrats in the District of Columbia.
Okay, let me say this. I know here in the state of Texas that we have the Texas National Guard. Mm-hmm. If the National Guard, say, for instance, in my hometown gets called up, then we have what is called the Texas State Guard that goes in and takes their place. Now, is the Texas State Guard a militia?
Well, I'm not sure when you say Texas State Guard. There is a statute that provides for things called state defense forces. Congress passed this statute. And here in Virginia, it's called the Virginia Defense Force. And that's exactly what it does. It's a small group. I think we have here less than 2,000 people. And they're all volunteers. And when the National Guard people go off to perform their functions, the state defense force people will come in, and if necessary, they'll take over administration of the Guard armories and other facilities.
That's exactly what they do here in the state of Texas.
If they need them for crowd control or traffic control or whatever that the Guard might function in, that's what those people will do. Short answer, no, they are not a militia. They are an adjunct of the National Guard, which is an adjunct of the Army, so it's all one chain there. Now, some states, as I understand, I think New York is one, have entities called state guards, which are, from my looking at their statutes, they seem to be the vestigial remains of actual state militias. They're not part of this defense force. They're not part of the National Guard, although, of course, they'll cooperate with the National Guard and anything that goes on within their own state. But if you look at the New York one, which seems to be one of the better organized ones, it's very small. They have only about 60,000 people. Last time I looked at their website, I think that was the number that they gave. And again, it's a volunteer organization. So immediately you know this thing is really not up to the level of a militia organization that the Constitution requires. Basically, they're going in the right direction, but it's just a vestige. In a way, it's kind of a little appendix in history here to what they ought to have. But if you look at Virginia, as a for instance, we have the congressional structure, the organized militia, National Guard, Naval Militia, and State Defense Force. That's over on one side. And then we have this other thing called the unorganized militia. It's an oxymoron. You can't have that. So my proposal was, I wrote a book called Constitutional Homeland Security, with the emphasis on the word constitutional. And the idea is, well, first it explains in the book, gives an overview of what this problem is and why we need it to have proper Homeland Security and not a centralized police state, which is what some people in Washington seem to be developing, intentionally or through negligence, right? And then it comes down to the point that we need to do two things. First, we need to educate our own people. Certainly there are going to be spark plugs in every community who will understand this without lengthy education. But they have to go and develop contact networks within their own areas, and I call these little activist groups Citizens Homeland Security Associations. Some people up in Connecticut who are working on this pretty actively call theirs Committees of Safety. I like that term. You can find them at committeesofsafety.org.
All right, Dr. Vera, I want you to tell the people the name of that book that you were talking about and where they can get it.
It's called Constitutional Homeland Security. You can go to Amazon.com and find it, or you can get it from me at 52 Stonegate Court, Front Royal, Virginia, 22630. If you get it from me, it's $19.95 postpaid. Check or money order I don't deal with the banks. Thanks.
Okay, you told us about the militia. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and if you don't want to answer it, just say pass, okay?
Sure.
What about Barack Obama? Is he really eligible to be president?
Well, we have two questions with Mr. Obama with respect to his eligibility. First and foremost, because he seems very concerned with keeping this information out of the public view, is precisely where and when was he born? Does he, in fact, have a birth certificate from Hawaii that tells us that information? And what has been posted on the Internet by some of these organizations like factcheck.org, that is not what we're actually looking for. So that's question number one. Obviously, if he was not born in the United States, then it would be essentially impossible for him to make any claim to be a natural-born citizen, which the Constitution requires as the basis for eligibility for the presidency. But even if he were born in the United States, there's another question. His father was a citizen of Kenya, and Kenya at that time was part of the British Empire. So under British law, and actually British law as it was at the time of the U.S. Constitution, as well as when Mr. Obama was born, took the position that if your father was a British citizen, you were a British citizen, and you could never change your citizenship. That was the end of it. So it's certainly possible to argue, and I would think from a constitutional perspective it's probably a pretty strong argument, that even if Mr. Obama was born in the United States, if his father was, as we know he was, because Obama admits that, his father was a Kenyan citizen, British citizen of the British Empire, that his eligibility would be very seriously in question. But we have to factor into that the 14th Amendment, Section 1, which defined as a citizen of the United States any person born within the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So there's a little other step that we have to go through in the legal analysis. But point number one is clearly to see that birth certificate, because that could very well clear up a great deal of the mystery, and we have to know the facts ultimately to be able to determine which line of constitutional inquiry we're going to go down. So I'm very suspicious. I mean, I've been an attorney for a long time. I don't do it anymore because I'm sick and tired of wasting time in this court system. So I'm spending time talking to the people who are ultimately in control of our Constitution and our government. But if he were my client and we were in civil litigation and the other side is making some challenge on some point of law, and he says, well, the answer is in my birth certificate. My birth certificate shows that I was born in the United States, and that answers this challenge from the other side. But then he refused this challenge from the other side. But then he refused to produce that birth certificate, and he even stood on the basis of a state law that said they wouldn't provide it if he didn't give authorization. I would just bring him into my office and say, listen, Mr. Obama, here's what I want you to do. Here's this phone. I want you to call up those people in Hawaii and tell them to send a certified copy of that thing to us by Federal Express. And if that isn't here by Friday, you find another lawyer. I'm not going to represent you anymore. There's something wrong here. And I'm not going into court taking your position on this when you're capable of providing a public record that vindicates you supposedly on this issue, but you refuse to do so.
All right, this is my follow-up question. Why is the Supreme Court of the United States throwing these things out instead of looking at them?
Well, do you want the conspiracy theory answer, or do you...
I want the truth, Dr. Vera.
Well, they don't talk to me. Chief Justice Roberts doesn't call me for advice, but there are a couple of reasons it could be plain and simple answers. Number one, that the cases that have been presented to them haven't been done sufficiently well. They haven't been thought out and structured sufficiently well, so that the people who have brought them really have what's called standing. The Constitution requires that there be an actual case or controversy. That's the terminology, case or controversy. And this word standing doesn't appear in the Constitution, but it's a word that encompasses a whole raft of court decisions that have tried to flesh out the meaning of case and controversy. Now, what they've said in situations that relate to the types of cases coming up before them now, well, if you're simply a voter, so if the harm to you is the same as the harm to millions of other people, we're not going to take the case. And so it struck me that's pretty stupid, because that would really say if the whole country is damaged by this, we don't have to hear it. That's nonsense. So it may very well be that that's what they're looking at. They're using this, what I would call somewhat amoeba-like, because they don't have a very good shape, this standing doctrine as a way of avoiding this question. And that brings us to the next level. Well, why would they avoid the question? And the answer is because this is a hot potato.
Well, I will tell you this much, Dr. Farrell. Steve Pigeon, who has one of the best cases there is out, and he actually has standing in the state of Washington. He's going to be on here at 9 o'clock. I've told Steve about you, and he is so anxious to talk to you because he wants to be able to make, he's fixing to file in the Supreme Court, and he wants to be able for it to stick.
Well, the difficulty of these standing doctrines is, in a sense, they don't stick because the courts make them up as they go along. So even if you're in a court, say a district court, trial court, or you're in a federal appeals court, one of the circuit courts of appeals, where they write opinions to justify the actions they take, usually they write opinions, they can give you almost any result they want based on these standing doctrines. That's the great difficulty. What I'm looking towards in this resolution of this issue is, at some stage down the line, the Obama Congress, this Democratic Congress, is going to give Mr. Obama some of the controversial legislation that he's been talking about passing. Let's take one, gun control. He's going to pass some kind of gun control. Maybe it'll be an assault weapons ban like the Clinton thing. Maybe it'll be worse than that. But there will be built into that statute somewhere a penalty clause, obviously, and probably a criminal violation if you don't go along with those procedures. All right. Now, so at some point down the line, statute will be passed. Somebody will be indicted. Someone's going to stand up and say no, or they'll be caught doing it one way or the other. They're going to be indicted. And any defense lawyer, certainly if I were the defense lawyer, would come in at the very beginning of the case, and I'd make a motion to dismiss the indictment on the basis that the indictment is based on a statute that does not exist. Not a statute that's unconstitutional. A statute that does not exist. Because for a statute to be passed, the original bill has to be presented, that's the constitutional term, presented to the President of the United States. Now, if there is no President of the United States because the man sitting in that chair is ineligible, that bill can never become a law, whether this man signs it or whether Congress passes it over his refusal to sign it, because it was never presented to a president. So it doesn't exist as a law. Notice that's different from a situation where you would have, let's say, Clinton. Clinton signed the assault weapons ban. He was the legitimate president, and Congress passed the statute, and he signed it. That statute was unconstitutional. But the one that Mr. Obama might sign simply wouldn't exist. So there's number one. Man makes this challenge to dismiss the indictment, and he says, defendant says, I want to call 2 witnesses in support of this defense. And under the 6th Amendment to the United States Constitution, a criminal defendant has the right to call witnesses in his behalf. Well, who are the 2 witnesses who obviously have information relevant to Mr. Obama's eligibility? Well, number one, Mr. Obama, right? He's the obvious one. So he could be subpoenaed and required to bring in all the documents subject to his control that relate to his citizenship. The other person who could be subpoenaed would be the custodian of records out there in Hawaii, and he could be required to show up with all of those records relating to Mr. Obama, and he could not stand on that Hawaii law keeping those records private because, of course, the federal Constitution overrides any contrary state law. So right at the beginning of the case, there could be a challenge. Now, let's go to the next step in that case. Let's say the judge, for some reason, well, I'm not even going to listen to this. I think Obama's president. He's been in there, for 6 months or a year. I'm not even going to listen to this. Now that defendant comes up in front of the jury, and a typical defense in a criminal case is what's called the good faith defense. It is, well, I didn't think that I was really violating the law here because I had a good faith belief that, and it's usually a good faith belief that that this statute didn't require me to comply. So the man says, well, I had a good faith belief that there's no statute there at all. And I want to justify that belief to the jury by calling 2 witnesses. All right, the man himself defendant gets on the stand and says this, and says, I want to justify this belief by calling 2 witnesses, one Mr. Obama and one this custodian of records. So here's a second point in the trial at which this issue would come up now in front of the jury. Right? Let's assume now that that same judge says, well, I'm not going to let you bring in these witnesses, and you're going to jail. Okay. Next criminal case, same thing. Next criminal case, same thing. The federal courts would have to continue to keep sending people to jail, overruling the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution to keep this issue under wraps. Now, at what point, when they continue to do that, are the people of this country finally going to say, wait a minute, the whole system is illegitimate? They're sending folks to jail without allowing them to investigate in open court whether the very statutes that are being used to send them to jail were legitimately enacted. Not whether the statutes are constitutional or unconstitutional on their merits, but whether they were legitimately enacted at all. I don't think it'll take 100 cases for that to happen, because those cases will get a tremendous amount of publicity. If they're cases involving gun rights,
well, can't you appeal?
There's a huge network of publicists out there.
Can't you appeal this to the Supreme Court?
Well, sure, that's exactly what will happen. They'll be taking it up and taking it up. And what I'm saying is the only way this can be kept under wraps is if every one of those courts, in every one of those cases, from the trial court up to the Supreme Court, says no, 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 no. At some point, if one of those courts says yes, then all that documentation comes out. Mr. Obama goes on the stand under oath, and the custodian of records of Hawaii has to appear as well. So this is a situation where unless they're willing to cover this up forever, at every level of the judicial process, and therefore risk the loss of legitimacy of this system in the eyes of the great mass of American people, who knows what the consequence of that will be, they're in trouble. Mr. Obama is riding a tiger, as the expression goes. If he dares to get off, he's going to be eaten by the tiger, but how long can he stay on? This is something I don't understand, because if it were as easy as he claims or his spokesman claim, if that Hawaii document were there, they can just take it out, take it up to the press room in the Hawaii Public Records Office, lay it out there, let anyone from the media look at it, end of discussion. At the end of the discussion, we all go home, okay? But he hasn't done it, which leads me to conclude that there's something strange there. And, of course, the other side of this coin is, if he is not an eligible candidate because of his citizenship, then what kind of a massive fraud has been perpetrated through this whole election? And who's going to take the rap for that?
I got a question I want to ask you. Assuming that we prove he's a fraud, what the heck happens with this election we just had? Is it thrown out and we have a new one?
Why, it gets complicated because, normally speaking, if it turns out, I think, that Mr. Obama is ineligible, say nobody really knew, he hid this and nobody knew, and then it comes out, or it turns out he's only 34 years old instead of 35 years old, something like that was hidden, then I take it that Biden was legitimately elected. We don't have any challenge to his eligibility, and he would have been sworn in and he would simply take over. But the problem becomes, this kind of information was on the table, these questions were on the table before the election. Biden knew about these questions. The Democratic Party knew about these questions. Did they investigate it? If Mr. Obama knew that he was ineligible, did Mr. Biden also know that Mr. Obama was ineligible? And if he did, then his election would have been the product of fraud, and I guess he'd be kicked out too. Yeah. That's why it gets so complicated. The longer the Supreme Court lets this thing percolate, the more bitter that coffee is going to be when the country finally has to drink it.
I'll tell you what, it's quite a mess, Doctor. I don't know which way to go.
Well, listen, ultimately, do you want someone who's an imposter with his finger on the nuclear button?
No way.
Okay.
No way.
End of discussion. If this were 1820, if this were 1820, you might say, well, what can he really do? But it isn't. It's 2009, and he can essentially start something that would blow up the world. So we're not playing games here. The stakes are so high that the facts have to come out, and the sooner they come out, the better, because the longer they as I said, the longer this thing percolates, the more things will have been done by the administration and by Congress that have to be reversed.
I hear you. Because every bill that he would sign, if we prove him a fraud, regardless of when, every bill is not worth the paper it's written on. Is that correct?
He wouldn't even have to be a fraud. We wouldn't have to prove that it was a fraud. He's just ineligible. Every one of those bills is invalid.
Okay, and now I got a question I want to ask you about this. Assuming that we prove that he's ineligible, what about all these cabinet appointees?
Well, If you read the Constitution, where do they come from? They come from the appointment by the president with advice and consent of the Senate, so there has to be a president.
So their appointments are no good.
It's the president. It's not. The Constitution doesn't say somebody who we think is president or someone who's sitting in the Oval Office or whatever. It says the president. And if a man is not eligible to be the president, that's the end of the discussion. He's not the president. There is no president.
I understand.
The man who signed those documents and appointed these people, he had no more authority than some bag woman taken off the streets of New York. Or than I would, or than you would, if we happened to be sitting in the Oval Office. Would we have any authority to sign those documents?
I understand what you're saying. Listen, Morgan has a question from one of our hosts that's not going to be here tonight. And, Morgan, can you read that question to Dr. Vera? And then after the bottom of the hour, we're going to take some calls, Doctor, if that's all right with you.
Sure.
Yes, Dr. Vera. Good evening. I talked to you earlier, I think, on the phone this afternoon.
Yes.
But I'm Morgan, co-host. And Ken from Arkansas, he's one of the other hosts, I think, on Wednesday night, had asked me ask you a couple particular questions, and he was wanting to see what your opinion may be on these. And the first is, if the Chief Justice Roberts knowingly swears in a non-citizen, is he breaking his oath of office, and is the Constitution dead in Washington?
Well, the Constitution is never dead. I mean, the law is not dead because people violate it. If it were, then I guess the laws against bank robbery would be dead, because these things happen all the time, or stick-ups or whatever you want to call it. The question, of course, becomes, does Justice Roberts know that what he's doing is illegal, unconstitutional? Does he have sufficient knowledge so that he's acting in reckless disregard of... I mean, let me put it this way. I'm not going to put myself into Justice Roberts' mind here. If I were the Chief Justice of the United States, and I had read in the media, seen in the media, all the material, or a fair amount of the material that had been out there raising this question, and I, of course, as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, would have seen a lot of the paperwork that was coming up in cases such as D'Onofrio and Berg have set up there. So I would have seen an official capacity as well, looking at their arguments here. I would be very concerned about this, and I think I would have gone to Mr. Obama and said, look, let's get this on the table. Because if it isn't on the table by the 20th of January, I'm not going to be there to swear you in. I have enough information to make myself very uncomfortable about doing this, and I am not going to give you the imprimatur of legitimacy by having me swear you in. You get somebody else in the Supreme Court maybe to swear you in, get your wife to swear you in, I don't care what, but I'm not going to be there until I see this documentation in front of me.
Well, that's a great answer. I'm sure that Ken appreciated that. It was a second part to that, and this is just, I guess, more of an opinion of what you might think. And Ken wanted me to ask you on this one is if so and everything, he can go ahead and swear him in and everything, or knowing he's not a natural-born citizen, will our Constitution still be alive in the hearts and souls of Americans?
Well, there's your problem. We have a lot of people apparently out there to whom this issue has been raised, and the response is, well, who cares? He was elected by X million people, and he's going to do these wonderful things, and that's good enough. So in that sense, I would say with respect to those people, at least at this point in time, they don't care about the Constitution. It's a meaningless piece of paper to them. And that's peculiar because it's only through the Constitution that the man is even claiming to be president. Right? It wasn't the Archangel Michael that came down and touched him with the flaming sword and made him president. It's the Constitution that made him president, assuming he's eligible. Right? So I don't see how anyone in his right mind can say, well, this part of the Constitution that puts the man in the office is good, but the rest of the Constitution that might make him ineligible is bad. But on the other hand, those other people, such as myself, simply say, okay, what this shows is we have a big problem. We have a society that's about to drift into true lawlessness. Because when the supreme law of the land is treated as ineffective, let's not say null and void, but simply ineffective across the board here, that these folks who get into public office can pretty much do anything they want, then why is the general population going to go along with this? Why can't the general population do anything it wants? If the law doesn't apply to the public officials, it doesn't apply to the average citizen either, thank you very much. That's the anarchistic situation, and historically, when that kind of mentality becomes sufficiently widespread, the social and political structures break down, and you go into what's truly called extremism. That's when you go, in ancient history, it's when you go from the Roman Republic to the Caesars to the Praetorians. That sequence, and then eventually the barbarians come in and destroy you from the outside. So we are now at the breakdown of the Roman Republic. We're about to go from the Roman Republic to the Caesars, at which point the Roman Senate, which was really their big constitutional body, their important constitutional body, but the Roman Senate is now going to become, or our Constitution is going to become ceremonial in the same way that the Roman Senate became ceremonial, and the power is going to drift into the hands of these demagogue-type figures. Well, that's the beginning of the end, or it's a couple steps further than the beginning. So that means that people who still believe in the Constitution, who still believe in the maintenance of a society ruled by law that will maintain liberty and economic prosperity, have got a lot more work to do than ever before.
Okay, Dr. Vera, hold it right there. We're fixing to take a break. We'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll be taking y'all's phone calls.
The name is Edwin Vieira, V-I-E-I-R-A. The address is 52 Stonegate, one word, Stonegate Court, Front Royal, two words, Front Royal, Virginia, 22630. Price of the book is $19.95. Constitutional Homeland Security. Folks can also get it, on Amazon.com. Isn't everything on Amazon.com, but it costs more there. And I don't think I'll be able to sign it because it comes out of a book distributing house and you get it from Amazon. So if they send it to me, they pay less, and if they indicate that it's coming from this radio show, I'll put a signature on it.
Okay, folks, you heard it. All right, now let's go to our callers. Liz, you're on the line with Dr. Evan Vera. What's your question for us? And before you take off, I want to tell you, folks, we're going to limit this to one question because there's so many of you wanting to talk to Dr. Vera. Okay, Liz?
Okay. Well, you had to tell me that now. But anyway.
I know how you gals are. If I just leave you alone, y'all take up the rest of the show.
Well, my concern has been that either our Senate is really sneaky or really ignorant because of Senate Resolution 511 that attempted to amend the Constitution to let John McCain run, and the new resolution, which I don't know the number, that they're trying to allow more than 2 terms for the president, and the fact that people have contacted their senators and representatives, and apparently they have their own interpretation of what natural-born citizen is. It seems to me that these people need to have some kind of education before they take office, or, I don't know if they're just stupid or ignorant, or it's very frustrating that they don't seem to know the law, and they're supposed to be there representing us under the law.
Well, that's right. Running quickly through those resolutions, the first one dealing with McCain was simply unconstitutional. The Senate can't determine what that constitutional term means. The second one, I think they're asking for an actual constitutional amendment to allow a president to have more than 2 terms. In terms of the education of these people, of course, if you look at the education of the average American in constitutional law and American political history, it's highly deficient. I went to Harvard Law School, and in our course in constitutional law, we were never required to actually sit down and read through the entire Constitution. So you tell me whether that's an appropriate way to teach, or to learn, certainly, constitutional law, not to be required to read the actual document. What we need to do here is to recognize that those folks that go to Congress or the state legislatures, it's a peculiar situation because they take an oath of office to support the Constitution. How can you take an oath of office honestly to support something that you don't understand? Grave difficulty, very grave difficulty.
All right, Liz, we thank you for that call. Let's move on down here to Terry. Terry, you're on the line. What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Good evening, Ed. Dr. Vera, I just want to acknowledge that I hold you in high esteem, sir.
Thank you.
I really have a series of questions, but I'll try to capture it in one so that you can just talk about one subject.
Right.
I want to talk about the Continental Congress, the possibility of that to address the denials of responses to petitions of redress. And specifically, sir, there's hundreds of people across the country right now trying to determine as to whether or not they would like to serve as a delegate in a Citizens Continental Congress as presented through Bob Schultz and We the People. I know that you have had some contact with him in the past.
Sure.
And we are, and I say we because I believe I'm speaking for others that are listening tonight, wanting to know whether this is the best route to go and a good way for the many different factions on the Internet to try to channel the forces into one thrust, if you will, instead of being splintered out there and not serving any purpose, but to actually have an impact. What is your interpretation of the Continental Congress and specifically the movement through We the People?
Well, I talked to Bob Schultz extensively about this on Christmas morning of last year. So I'm familiar with at least with what he was planning on doing. I think he's following out that plan. Now, he has two elements in this Continental Congress. One is to discuss the freedom of petition question, because, of course, he's been working on that for a long time and has been unsuccessful in having his petitions appropriately or sufficiently answered, let's put it that way. And then the other point that he wasn't going to bring up, or as a result of my discussions, I understand he was going to bring up, was the question of the constitutional militia. And he was actually posing it as a question: have we reached a point in time where it's necessary for citizens to begin working on the revitalization of the militia? And the short answer I have to that is, in a sense, we already know the answer to that question, because the Constitution tells us that a well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state. Read the Second Amendment, there it is. I don't think we need a further organizational structure to tell us that. The question then becomes, well, how do we go about doing it? And to say, I have a book out, which I plugged a moment ago.
Well, plug it again, Doctor.
Right, but I'm not going to stand in Bob's way, verbally at least, Bob Schultz's way, because I think it is not invaluable, or put it the other way, it would be valuable to have some kind of organizational activity like that to bring to the fore the recognition that there really is a national consensus among a large group of people that this country has gone in fundamentally a wrong direction, and that the only way to correct it is to assert primary constitutional principles. And the two that he has selected, freedom of petition and state militias, certainly are right at the top of that priority list, if they are not the very top. I would simply say that they go hand in hand, because what I'm proposing ultimately is that this be done through state legislatures, the people essentially drafting the statutes and telling the state legislators, pass this, and then we the people, will implement it. And of course, that is an exercise of what? Freedom of petition. So the two things go hand in hand. They're not separate and independent. I would simply say that it's more important to ultimately to organize people in these constitutionally based structures, that is the militia, than to spend a great deal of time with sort of private organizational efforts. You put out a constitutional convention, that's fine, but if you keep following down that road, that organization has no real constitutional legal authority. It's just a private organization. It's elected the delegates, and they've met in some hotel somewhere, and they've come out with resolutions. Whereas the militia of the several states are constitutional entities. When they are reformulated, they will have real legal authority, and then we can begin doing something.
Okay, Dr. Vera, thank you for that answer. Thank you, Terry, for calling in. All right, now let's go down here to Karen on line 4. Karen, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
My question is, I've been reading, and mine kind of goes with Liz's. You know, I saw where they were supposedly pushing the bills into the House to extend the presidential term past two deals, and they were talking about the different laws that they had pushed one through where they could go in there and push laws through at night and pass them when a lot of the people weren't there, and just, you know, run them through. And I've been reading that they were doing that. Can they legally do that, and can they change our Constitution while we're asleep?
No, because they have to have either a state constitutional convention, and they have to come up with a proposed amendment, and then they have to submit it to the states, and it can be passed either through state constitutional conventions or through the state legislature. So there's a procedure with multiple steps involved. What they could push through would be the proposed amendment, perhaps, but even then they're going to need to have the requisite vote in Congress. So the difficulty looking at this from the point of view of a bill passes if they have a quorum. And it's easy enough to get that when there are only a few people on the floor and others are paired. And so, I mean, they have parliamentary tricks to pull that one off. But in terms of a constitutional convention, no, that Congress is not the sole determiner of what's going to be even proposed as an amendment. If they create a constitutional convention to discuss amendments, it wouldn't be limited to the amendments that Congress had asked it to discuss.
We got Ralph on line 2. Ralph, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Well, I have a ton of questions.
Well, you only get one tonight.
I know, I'm limited to one. So the question I'm going to ask is regarding these oaths of office. How enforceable are they, and what's the mechanism for their enforcement as pertains to the constitutional comment about it?
Well, I would say that the mechanism, the obvious mechanism, a man who takes a false oath has committed perjury or false swearing, or there's a peculiar statute called the false statement statute. So theoretically, at least, if a public official takes an oath and it can be proven factual that he's knowingly violated this oath, then he could be prosecuted by the appropriate public officials at the state or federal level, wherever that oath was taken. Our difficulty is they're all in bed together, that you're not going to find a federal prosecutor violating a federal official or a judge or a legislator. You're not going to find, very, very infrequently, you're going to find a state prosecutor going after some high-level state official. And, of course, the people don't follow. See, the problem is self-government is not a spectator sport. If we want to be in control here, we have to be vigilant watching these public officials. When we see them stepping outside of line and engaged in clearly unconstitutional action, which violates their oath, our first recourse is obviously at the next election to remove them, but that may be a long way away, to go to those prosecutors and demand some kind of action. If it's a situation where we could have some bill passed in the legislature to deal with it, lobby for that kind of legislation. But ultimately, this comes down to the question of whether we're willing to organize ourselves and take the time and the effort to enforce the Constitution when those public officials decide to act in what I call a rogue manner, when they're acting on essentially their own initiatives for their own purposes and just don't give a you-know-what.
I hear you, Doctor.
American.
Okay, thank you for that call, Ralph. Let's go down here to Kristen, I believe it is. What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Well, I'd like to know what Mr. Obama would have learned at Harvard that made him think that he was a natural-born citizen, and as an extension of that question, how would he argue that the 14th Amendment defines it in such a way that he could be president?
Well, I have no idea what Mr. Obama learned at Harvard, because as I understand it, he's keeping all of his college records secret. Pretty difficult. That wasn't a subject that was covered when I studied constitutional law. At least it wasn't part of the curriculum in that particular course. So I don't know. But it seems to me he has a problem, otherwise he'd be releasing these documents for public scrutiny. The 14th Amendment, this is where it becomes interesting. The 14th Amendment, Section 1 says, person born within the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen of the United States and of the state in which he resides. It doesn't say he is a natural-born citizen. And actually there's an interpretation of the natural-born citizen clause and the 14th Amendment which is perfectly consistent, which says essentially, yes, you can be born in the United States, but you have to be born of a father who is himself a citizen, because otherwise you would not be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, because your father could simply take you off, and under the law of his country, as the law of Britain is and was, you would be a citizen of Britain pursuant to your father's citizenship. This question obviously is one that's going to have to come through the court system to have at least an initial determination. They could get it wrong, but at least initially to determine it, or else we're just going to be hanging here in limbo forever.
All right, thank you for the call, our gal. All right, let's move on to Roy on line 4. Roy, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yes, my question is if we follow Dr. Vera's strategy after the 20th and we challenge any law that he signs that he's not eligible to sign it for, he's not eligible for office, and we get a superior district court to grant us discovery to look at the birth certificate, etc., can the Supreme Court pick that case out of any superior court or district court and bring it right up and bypass that proposition?
Yes, the answer is yes. They have certainly if it's in the federal courts, it's pretty easy to do because you can file a petition for certiorari, and actually you could file one, I suppose, if it came out of a state court. And theoretically, the Supreme Court could simply say, yes, we want to take this. What they would do, however, is they would allow the lower court to develop the complete factual record, number one, because that's necessary to be able to make a sound constitutional determination. We have to know the facts entirely. Secondly, I would imagine that they would let that case go up to at least one appeals court. So they would have the advantage of seeing a decision of an appeals court that would be based on more legal reasoning, more briefs filed, more research done, essentially to help them out and flesh out that case as much as possible. Thirdly, they might very well wait until there were 2 or 3 of those cases. They often do that. They often wait until there's a decision in a multiple number, certainly at the federal level, a multiple number of circuit courts, until they finally decide that the issue has been sufficiently discussed and illuminated, if you will, and then they'll take one or more of those cases up and make the determination. I would think, though, that the sooner they take it, the better, because the longer they let it go, the more critical the situation becomes if it is determined that he was not ineligible from the beginning.
All right, Stephen, let's go to you on line 2. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yeah, my question is, since the Nuremberg trial has established that no government or its leaders can violate another's individual rights and sovereignty, that by putting a false president in, the whole government from top down will become illegitimate. So what is stopping us, we the people, from creating a tribunal and bringing them all to justice?
Well, I don't believe the government becomes null and void, illegitimate. Null and void, illegitimate, because an individual has violated his oath of office or in some other way has violated the law. The government is what lawyers call a legal fiction. It doesn't exist in one place. I mean, there are buildings there, but the government is the sum total of all the behaviors of the people in public office consistent with the Constitution and laws. So if someone simply violates the Constitution and laws, he's not acting as the government. He's acting as some kind of a lawbreaker. I mean, the laws against burglary exist and are not declared null and void simply because there's a spate of burglaries that occur in Warren County, Virginia, and they're not solved. Our problem is we have a lot of these rogue politicians operating, and we don't have, how shall I put it, the countervailing force operating yet to bring them into line or to remove them from office. But it certainly doesn't mean that the government is. We're the government, for heaven's sake. First 3 words of the Constitution, what are they? We the people. Are we null and void? We're just not exercising our authority here.
Dr. Vera, how do we exercise our authority? Thank you for the call there, Stephen.
Well, the point I've come to after many years of kicking through the judiciary is that we've reached the stage at which we have to go back to the first principle of what is the one thing that the U.S. Constitution, Second Amendment, says is necessary to the security of a free state. Free state is what we want. That's the ultimate goal.
Right.
That's why we have the Declaration of Independence. That's why we have the Constitution, the state constitutions, and all our laws, at least constitutional laws. The free state. And obviously we want it to have security and permanence, not only against foreign enemies, but against domestic enemies and domestic criminals, whether they're in the civil realm or the political realm. And what does the Constitution tell us is the one thing, the only thing it says that is necessary for this purpose? A well-regulated militia, the militia of the several states, as the body of the Constitution defines it. We haven't had that structure in any state in this country for more than 100 years. And I look at that structure as being, in a sense, the epitome of the essence of the Declaration of Independence.
So what you're saying, Dr. Vera, is we're going to have to get with our state legislatures and make them create this militia.
Yes, and put us in it, because we're going to have to participate in it. This isn't some entity with a few guys that are going to meet on Saturday night. This is the structure that it incorporates the vast majority of the people in the state, and they're going to be dealing with all sorts of homeland security problems from natural disasters. Look at the Katrina example. FEMA, the top-down structure didn't work too well there. If they had had a militia, anything like the structure that existed prior to the ratification of the Constitution, one thing I know wouldn't have happened. Those levies wouldn't have failed because those militia groups would have taken charge if the Corps of Engineers hadn't done its job, which apparently it didn't.
Right.
But in any event, it goes from natural disasters through vote fraud, even to monetary reform. I have a proposal that I've been throwing up on the internet that this is a method for getting monetary reform, giving us the ability to introduce an alternative currency before the Federal Reserve System completely melts down. That would be part of Homeland Security, part of our development of the militia structure. Food security. I mean, you talk about people that are concerned about these genetically modified crops, about the monopolies that companies like Monsanto are getting on seeds, so they'll be able to control
you bet.
Our access to food, and the possibility also of a social breakdown, economic breakdown that will leave us pretty much eating whatever we can grow. We're not, in most communities, almost throughout the entire country, if it's not an agricultural rural community, we're not prepared to deal with that.
I hear you.
Why not? Because we haven't maintained these structures that the Constitution says are necessary.
Okay.
Take vote fraud. Why don't we have paper ballots in every jurisdiction in this country? We don't need those machines. If we had militia structures by rotation, we would have more than enough people to sit in those polling places, hand out those paper ballots, count those paper ballots again and again and again, and there would be no question of who's elected to these offices. So I can go down this list forever, and I think most of your listeners can sit down with a pad and start writing out those elements of homeland security, if you will, in their states and localities that could be handled by the people themselves in organized militia structures. And in fact, that's one of the things my book tells people to do. Go out and start doing that. Get that wish list, find some appropriate people, maybe such as myself, who can draft legislation properly, and then with that legislation and that organization, go to those state legislators, some of whom probably will be sympathetic to this goal, and say, number one...
Okay, Dr. Vera, hang on. We got to take a break, and we'll be back. All right, Dr. Vera, you still with me?
Sure I am.
Okay, let's go down here to Don. Don, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Dr. Vera, I want to know if you have a website or a blog we could visit, but I've got a question that I'd like to ask. I am going to file a lawsuit in Washington State and federal court against our government for basically when Obama's sworn in that they have brought in an unqualified president and given him the oath. So I was wondering your thoughts and comments and what you would recommend as far as a lawsuit like that citizens could file and then they could sign on as a class action.
Well, starting from the class action point of view, there's the grave difficulty because it's a practical matter, because that adds a lot of complexity to a statute. Because one of the first things that tends to be challenged in those is, well, there are a lot of people out there who are not in agreement with the particular plaintiffs who are named, and so you have to go and establish who is and who isn't in agreement. It just makes it a great deal more complicated. Secondly, trying to define in a statute of that nature whom you're going to sue. And then secondly, as I said earlier in the program, what the basis of your particular standing is, because the courts really do not like these cases in which the average voter, the average citizen, the average taxpayer is the named plaintiff. They consider those suits to be, well, how should I say, to open up Pandora's box, because once they allow a suit on that principle, there are a lot of others that will follow shortly, and the next thing they know, they're clogged with cases. Now, this particular situation, I think, is peculiar because it's a once-in-a-million or once-in-an-entire lifetime situation. You're not going to have a series of these cases dealing with the ineligibility of a man who has run for president or who has actually been purported to be sworn in. So I think those standing doctrines really are not applicable here. The difficulty you'll find, though, is that the courts are going to say, I think, that they are, because that's a way for them to avoid having to decide the underlying issue. That's why I suggested earlier in the hour that in a case where you have a criminal defendant, that person clearly has standing. A single individual, he's subject to potentially going to prison or paying some huge fine. He clearly has standing under the Sixth Amendment. And the government, interesting enough, is coming after him.
Okay,
so
Dr. Vera?
Where you're suing as the plaintiff, you're the defendant, the government's coming in after you, and you clearly are defending that case.
All right, I got a question I want to ask you, Dr. Vera. What about our military? Can they challenge him?
Well, let's put it this way. The challenge could come in a direct fashion. In fact, in one of my columns on newswithviews.com, I suggested this, not proposing it, but saying this is the kind of terrible scenario that one could imagine. One day, Obama, as the president, calls in the Joint Chiefs and he says, well, I've decided to have a nuclear strike on Iran to take out some weapons of mass destruction we think they're building there. And the Joint Chiefs go back after hearing this into a meeting of their own, and they say, if we do that, the Russians are going to come in, the Chinese are going to come in, it could be the beginning of World War III. And they go back to Mr. Obama and they say, before we go along with this plan of yours, we want to see that birth certificate. And he says, well, forget it. You people come back on Wednesday with the plans drawn up to have this attack, and I'm not showing you the birth certificate. What do you think they might do?
I think they would tell him to go to hell.
That's right. Then it becomes interesting because now we have someone purporting to be president and the military is not following him. And at that stage, what happens to his legitimacy? Could he be arrested? I mean, who knows? We're in the stage of, the breakdown, as I said before, the breakdown of the Roman Republic and maybe going down towards the direction of government by junta, South American-style government, where the military is intervening in political affairs. I don't think our armed forces, the kind of people we have in our armed forces, obviously, don't want to do that. They certainly don't want to do that. But if the circumstances become grave enough, might they feel that they had no alternative? Okay.
All right, let's go to Phil on line 4. Phil, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Dr. Vera, I want to let you know right off first, you're a true patriot, sir.
Well, thank you.
And don't forget about Tennessee. We want our legislative laws brought up on the militia besides Oklahoma. But my question is, I was in the Tennessee Military National Guard for 17 years. I have 4 years left in the age group that I can be called back up. But my question is, do I not have standing on a suit against the president-elect?
Well, actually, I think the answer is yes. But you see, I am not in control of the judiciary. The practical answer I give to people is, yes, you do, but I doubt that the courts are going to accept this in the what I should call the run-of-the-mill case. If the average individual, say in the National Guard situation, comes forward with a case like this, I think they're going to get a you don't have standing, or this is a political question. That's another doctrine that they use. This is a question for Congress to decide. The courts aren't going to look at it. I think it's just a matter of the unwillingness of the judiciary, apparently, to take responsibility here. Not that they ought not to do it,
but
that they don't want to do it.
What are they afraid of?
That's what I was fixing to ask. Why are they scared? That's what I was fixing to ask. Why are they scared?
Well, for one reason, remember what happened during that Bush-Gore election. And so eventually went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decided it with respect to Florida. And a great number of people on the Gore side of the line thought that that was really a usurpation of authority by the Supreme Court. That was a political decision, and it undermined, at least at that point in time, the credibility and the legitimacy of the judiciary in the minds of many, many people.
Well, would you believe that I was on that side that you're talking about?
Well, no problem. The point I'm getting at is that the courts are looking at these types of situations and they're saying, how many of these situations can we afford to take? How long before our legitimacy is completely undercut? That's why I say that Mr. Obama is the one who's going to be responsible for a very, very serious problem, because he is pushing the system in a direction which it really does not want to go, but may have to go.
Hey, Phil, we thank you for that call. Let's go up here to, I believe it's Barb's from North Carolina. You there, Barb's?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Okay, my question has to do with militia.
Mm-hmm.
And I found the North Carolina militia website. It's ncmilitia.org. They have a page on there, general elements, and it brings up something that I've got a question about. It says, the organized or reserved militia is a legal and lawful part of the armed forces of this nation. It's a military organization. Then it keeps talking about there's no ambiguity. The unorganized citizens militia is not the National Guard. It's not this. It's not that. It keeps using the word unorganized. What if we became organized?
Well,
would we then be illegal?
No, they're talking about the unorganized militia. That North Carolina organization is a private group. And what they're trying to say is that somehow they fall into a category of legal authority. Well, as I said earlier in this show, Congress and the states have created this category called the unorganized militia. There's no such thing constitutionally. But if there were, what that would mean is that Congress has decided that everyone who isn't in the Army and the National Guard shall not participate in a militia structure, shall remain unorganized. These people out there who are using that part of the statutes of Congress or various states to claim that that gives them the authority to do something have it completely backwards. If those statutes are valid, it means that what they are doing is not authorized.
Yeah,
what
because they're organized.
is we need an actual state statute to organize the militia according to proper constitutional principles. Then there's going to be no question. You now have the authority of the state. This militia is a state structure. Oh, and by the way, being a state structure, it is to a very large degree immune from control by the federal government.
Barbs, thank you for that call. Let's go down here to Lisa on line 3. Lisa, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
I was wondering, if Barack Obama is sworn in with this name, will he be legal considering he has other names such as Barry Sorrento?
That's a very interesting question. We don't really know what his last legal name was. That's another area of vagueness in his entire resume. because he's gone through these different life stages when he had different fathers, and he apparently had different nationalities, and he had different names. And I don't think at least I have never seen anywhere the sequence of names showing where finally Barack Obama became the recognized legal name for this man. It's the name he apparently prefers, but once again, if I were his attorney and I were filing documents on his behalf, I would want to see that sequence so that I knew at least if the court asked me this question when I'm standing up there making an argument for him, oh, well, that name was the result of, it's legitimate because it's the result of this procedure that he followed over here after his mother died or after she remarried or whatever it was. All right. So, yes, we have an interesting question. We have an interesting question there. I don't think that's the key. I mean, whatever name he's going under or an alias or what have you. If he's ineligible, it doesn't matter what his name is, and I would imagine that if he's eligible, it doesn't matter what his name is either.
Okay, Lisa, thank you for that call. Let's move on down to CJ. CJ, you're on the air. What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Hi, Dr. Vera.
Hi.
Excuse me. My question is, if the mainstream media had done their job in the first place and the public had been educated as to what a usurper this man is, we wouldn't be in this mess. Is there any way we can hold the media's feet to the fire? Can they be sued?
Well, you're right. If the mainstream media had done their job. No, I don't know any way that you can hold the mainstream media's feet to the fire other than what's going to happen as these court cases develop. I mean, there's no way that the mainstream media is going to be able to suppress this information. And, of course, what's the reality today? It's the Internet that is taking over. And
yes, sir.
And as well, talk radio is taking over as the source of people's news and information. So the mainstream media, in terms of controlling the debate and certainly controlling the input of facts into the debate, is gradually, actually quickly, becoming irrelevant. Thank God.
Okay, CJ, we thank you for that call. Okay, I tell you what, Dr. Vera, they got a question out there in the chat room, and I'm going to read it to you because they can't get in because all the phone lines are busy.
Okay.
They want to know if there's anything that can be done to stop his inauguration. Well, you know what I'm trying to say on Tuesday.
Well, I think that's along the lines of what, at some stage, the Berg type and D'Onofrio type lawsuits were looking for. I mean, they were looking for injunctions, court orders to stop earlier parts of the proceedings. And I suppose if there were some case that was in a position to ask a court for an injunction against the inauguration, yes, you could ask for it. But here we go again. Are they going to give that to you? I don't think
Probably
so.
not.
I don't think so at this stage.
I hear you. All right, let's go to Debbie on line 2. Debbie, are you there?
Yes.
What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Who is, in fact, responsible for vetting the president-elect?
Oh, that is one good question.
Well, originally it was the man himself. Obviously, he would be closer to the facts than anyone else, and he would have access to them. Secondly, it would be the political organizations that put him forward at each stage. So he certainly set up his own campaign committees, and the people that were working with him had a responsibility to determine whether he was qualified, because they were making representations to the public, which if he weren't qualified would have been false and fraudulent. They were raising huge amounts of money and presenting him as a legitimate candidate, so they have all sorts of personal liability. I suppose that goes all the way up eventually to the head of the Democratic Party, that group, and because they stood up for him in the convention and promoted him through the election. It's not exactly clear the extent to which these various state officials, secretaries of state or others who take in the paperwork for qualifications of candidates are responsible. In most of these states, it appears that they're simply a ministerial duty. The papers are filed, the man makes the representation, signs them, and they're simply put on record, and that's the end of it. So I would say, number one, it's that political structure. Then, of course, you come to the interesting question of Mr. Biden, who's now ran with Mr. Obama. Once again, didn't he have a personal responsibility? And again, it's a personal responsibility in the context. We're not talking about a situation where no one ever challenged him until yesterday. They were challenging him on that issue or questioning about that issue for months and months and months, going well back into this.
Yes,
so it's not as if these individuals suddenly discovered this by listening to this radio show.
the challenge was started before he was even nominated.
That's right. That's right. So someone in that position, in that party, in those political organizations that were promoting him, or someone who eventually runs with him on the ticket, certainly had notice of this problem, and I would think had a responsibility, a legal responsibility as well as a moral responsibility, a legal responsibility to satisfy himself with whatever facts could be obtained that this man was eligible, and it seems to me the facts that could have been obtained are in Hawaii.
Okay, we certainly thank you for that call. Let's go down here. We got Prudence on line 3. Prudence, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
It's really good to have you on tonight. We're really enjoying listening to you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you have any spare time, but Dr. Orley Tates could use your help, I think.
I agree with that.
My question tonight is, I have to go in and out, so if you answered this, I apologize, but it seems to me, I don't know what I'm missing, but how can you have an ineligibility case in your docket and then have tea and crumpets with this guy in a private meeting, or be prepared to swear him into office next week? How is that possible?
I'm missing the answer to that too. As I said earlier, if I were the Chief Justice of the United States and I had to stand up in front of the country and perform that function on the 20th, the function of swearing this man in, I would have sat down with him privately, maybe without the tea and the crumpets, and demanded an answer from him. A straight answer, and if I didn't get it along with the documentation, I would not show up at that session.
Well, Dr. Vera, the problem is with these politicians such as Justice Roberts, they think about their career. They don't think about the people.
He's at the top of his career right now. This is the end of the career ladder.
Yeah, but I tell you what I've been told is if the Supreme Court does not go along with Obama, that the Democrats have enough people in Congress to impeach him.
Well, better to be taken for a goat than a sheep, right?
I hear you.
Stand up. What's the alternative? He took an oath himself, Chief Justice Roberts, to support the Constitution of the United States.
I understand.
Can he then take this further step when he knows that it is notorious in this country that there's potentially a serious problem here?
I hear you.
Potentially a serious problem here?
I hear you. We thank you for that call, caller. Let's go over here to Charles on line 4. Charles, you're on the air. What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yes, Ed, what a great show, and Dr. Vera, I'm really looking forward to coming down this Sunday in a couple days to Connecticut, where Dr. Vera is going to be speaking at a get-together for the Committees of Safety.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Dr. Vera, would you tell us where that's at before Charles goes on here?
That is going to be in Westport, isn't it, Charles? I think in particular it's in Westport at the library there.
I hope you got a big room now, Dr. Vera, because you just probably invited 1,000 or more people.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. It's going to be, I think, from about 2 to 4 or from 3 to 4, somewhere in there. I think we're going to be starting about 2 on Sunday afternoon. The Committees of Safety, you can go to their website, committeesofsafety.org. It's a group located in Connecticut which is promoting revitalization of the militia, not simply in Connecticut but throughout the country, and they actually have a telephone conference call every Wednesday evening at 9 o'clock. Details, of course, on the website, so that people all over the country, I was on one the other night, and they're all over the country talking about doing this, so that it's not something that I'm the only one that's spouting off on.
Well, that sounds good. Okay, what's your question?
Yeah, and my question, that gets right to the point, because I'm coming down from New Hampshire, and we've been meeting, our small group has been meeting for a couple months now, Ed, and all the listeners out there, so we've already started our Committees of Safety group meetings on a small scale, working with, people producing food and really some really great people, and we are gearing up to work towards educating our legislators on some of the legislation that Dr. Vera has worked on. And Dr. Vera, could you spend a little time, again, talking about the currency issue? I know in New Hampshire we have a gold money bill, and in Indiana there's one that's being worked on. I know Michael Ritz, a friend of Plains Radio, would be a great person to champion this specific. Could you talk about the gold money bills and how our states can become sovereign and get back to real money, and how that will help us in the coming economic troubles that we're about to have?
Okay, starting from the top, we have a problem focused on the Federal Reserve System and the currency structure that's tied into the Federal Reserve System. And to be blunt about it, that has to be changed. that thing is unsustainable. You can't change it from the top down by simply creating a new currency overnight out of Congress. It's too complicated. You have to allow the market to take the alternative currency and begin to inject it into transactions so that we begin to develop a rational price structure as an alternative to what's out there now. So,
okay, Dr. Vera?
Yep.
Hold that thought. We're at another break. Dr. Vera, are you still with me?
Yes, Ed, can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
To follow up on that call
Sure.
we had before the break, just so people will get this information. He's talking about a bill that I drafted several years ago for New Hampshire, and now they have taken that bill and recrafted a little bit to fit in Indiana, which begins to bring a state back on a sound monetary system as an alternative to the Federal Reserve. It's a way for the states to gain control of their own monetary destinies, get out from under the Federal Reserve, and bring some stability back into state government finance and ultimately into the state economy. People who want to look at that, you can go to a website, goldmoneybill.org. goldmoneybill.org, all one word. And that has the New Hampshire bill, the last version of the New Hampshire bill, and some explanatory material for those people that don't like to read statutes. And then if you want to see the Indiana bill, you go to the Indiana State Legislature website, the Senate bills, and you'll see that bill has just been put up there just a couple of days ago, very similar to the one that was drafted for New Hampshire. I also understand there are people in Oklahoma that are interested in this. I know for a fact that in Georgia they're interested in a similar bill, although they're going to use a slightly different structure in it. Which I also gave them a little bit of help on. And there are some people in California who are very interested. If you paid attention to the state of the finances of California, you'd know why. So this is another idea that seems to be percolating up in the states, and you're right, Ed, as soon as one state passes legislation like this or legislation for revitalizing the militia on proper constitutional lines, that will be the example to show everybody else how this can be done, and then it's going to be like oil spreading on water.
I'll tell you what, Dr. Vera, we are blessed here at Plains Radio Network. We have like I said, a legislator who comes on every week or so and talks to us, and he's getting the people's feelings and stuff, and he is introducing bills. He is bringing us other state legislators from the state of Oklahoma, and I believe Oklahoma is standing on the cutting edge, and I want to get you and Dr. Mike together because he is definitely one of the great future leaders of this country.
Well, introduce him to these state money bills.
I certainly will, and I tell you what, I'll get you back and get you and him on at the same time so you can just bend his ear. And I love this man because he will just sit there and tell you the truth. And he is an amazing person. All right, I tell you what, let's go to Hal on line 2. Hal, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Dr. Vera.
Yes.
Gracious good evening.
Thank you.
I'm calling from Washington State up here, I'm a neighbor to, relatively speaking, to Steve Pigeon. My question is regarding everything going on with the disregard for our Constitution and all these executive orders that our current George Bush has signed into effect that seem to be a little bit mysterious. Nevertheless, they're there. Upon assuming that President-elect Obama does get inaugurated, if he immediately starts exercising his executive powers, and the very fact that we're still at war, and that's a constitutional issue, I think, too, right, that might have some bearing on the justification of ordering martial law. My concern is martial law, if it were enacted, and I suppose there's a myriad of things that might affect martial law and affect us as citizens and preclude us or prevent us from our patriot charge. I was just wondering if our efforts, in other words, I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, martial law is a concept that is really, in a fundamental sense, alien to the Constitution. You don't see those terms used in the Constitution. In fact, if you go back to that period of time, martial law, Blackstone, the great commentator on English law with the Founding Fathers, really, he was their legal mentor. He says it's really not a species of law at all. It's a situation that arises out of an extreme emergency. And in fact, in our country, during the Civil War, or after the Civil War, you had some Supreme Court cases which made pretty clear that martial law could, or something equivalent to that, could never be declared or enforced while the courts remained open for the enforcement of the regular civil and criminal law. So it's something that would really apply solely in essentially a military context. Social order has broken down, or there's an invasion or insurrection or what have you. But even in those contexts, if you go back to our Constitution, what is the only body, the only institution, the only establishment to which the Constitution delegates the authority to exercise the laws of the Union, to execute the laws of the Union. It's not the Army, the Navy, Marines, what have you. It's not the regular armed forces, National Guard. It's the militia of the several states. So if we were looking at a situation where it was necessary to have that kind of extreme control, quasi-military control because of an epidemic or a natural disaster or perhaps a nuclear attack or whatever, you can dream up all sorts of scenarios. Our Constitution tells us what the institutions should be to deal with that situation. And of course we see these executive orders and the Patriot Act, Military Commissions Act, and so forth and so on, going in exactly the opposite direction, going towards top-down control by the President, perhaps through Department of Homeland Security or through the military, even worse, when in fact the Constitution requires the bottom-up solution with the militia controlled ultimately by the people themselves. Now, if you ask me what is the likelihood of a martial law scenario occurring, in a locality, it's certainly possible. I mean, you have some purported anthrax attack or bomb or what have you, sure. But in a nationwide context, that would really be the signal to my mind that we've gone beyond the level of simply questionable executive orders and really into the level of usurpation and tyranny. We get some declaration of that nature. And that's one of the reasons that I have been proposing this revitalization of the militia, that before that kind of dire event occurs, we need to regain control of this country in the hands of the people to whom control was delegated by the Constitution. We need to bring back the structures that the Constitution says are supposed to handle these problems. And it's because they're not there. Let's face it, it's because they're not there when the 9/11 event occurred that the President and Congress, Bush and Congress, were able to push through these other ideas. If you had had militia structures in every one of the states correctly formed and operating, who would have ever thought of the Patriot Act or the Military Commissions Act as a way to deal with Homeland Security, at least in our domestic context?
Okay, thank you for that call, Hal. Let's go down to Richard on line 3. Richard, are you there? And what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yeah, I'm here, Ed. Hey, Dr. Vera.
Yes, sir.
My question is this. Recently I have read that the Supreme Court gives the power to Congress to veto our Constitution when it saw fit. Explain, please.
Well, I haven't read exactly what you have, but here's what I would say probably that means is the Supreme Court has allowed in many instances Congress to exercise powers that the Constitution does not grant. And this is an illegitimate act on the part of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has no authority to do that, but they have done it for political reasons. Potentially a serious problem here?
I hear you. We thank you for that call, caller. Let's go over here to Charles on line 4. Charles, you're on the air. What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yes, Ed, what a great show. And Dr. Vera, I'm really looking forward to coming down this Sunday in a couple days to Connecticut, where Dr. Vera is going to be speaking at a get-together for the Committees of Safety.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Dr. Vera, would you tell us where that's at before Charles goes on here?
That is going to be in Westport, isn't it, Charles? I think in particular it's in Westport at the library there.
I hope you got a big room now, Dr. Vera, because you just probably invited 1,000 or more people.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. It's going to be, I think, from about 2 to 4 or from 3 to 4, somewhere in there. I think we're going to be starting about 2 on Sunday afternoon. The Committees of Safety, you can go to their website, committeesofsafety.org. It's a group located in Connecticut which is promoting revitalization of the militia, not simply in Connecticut but throughout the country, and they actually have a telephone conference call every Wednesday evening at 9 o'clock. Details, of course, on the website, so that people all over the country, I was on one the other night, and they're all over the country talking about doing this, so that it's not something that I'm the only one that's spouting off on.
Well, that sounds good. Okay, what's your question?
Yeah, and my question, that gets right to the point, because I'm coming down from New Hampshire, and we've been meeting, our small group has been meeting for a couple months now, Ed, and all the listeners out there, so we've already started our Committees of Safety group meetings on a small scale, working with, people producing food and really some really great people, and we are gearing up to work towards educating our legislators on some of the legislation that Dr. Vera has worked And Dr. Deeter, could you spend a little time, again, talking about the currency issue? I know in New Hampshire we have a gold money bill, and in Indiana there's one that's being worked on. I know Michael Ritz, a friend of Plains Radio, would be a great person to champion this specific. Could you talk about the gold money bills and how our states can become sovereign and get back to real money, and how that will help us in the coming economic troubles that we're about to have?
Okay, starting from the top, we have a problem focused on the Federal Reserve System and the currency structure that's tied into the Federal Reserve System. And to be blunt about it, that has to be changed. That thing is unsustainable. You can't change it from the top down by simply creating a new currency overnight out of Congress. It's too complicated. You have to allow the market to take the alternative currency and begin to inject it into transactions so that we begin to develop a rational price structure as an alternative to what's out there now. So,
okay, Dr. Vera?
Yep.
Hold that thought. We're at another break. Dr. Vera, are you still with me?
Yes, Ed, can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
To follow up on that call
sure.
we had before the break, just so people will get this information. He's talking about a bill that I drafted several years ago for New Hampshire, and now they have taken that bill and recrafted a little bit to fit in Indiana, which begins to bring a state back on a sound monetary system as an alternative to the Federal Reserve. It's a way for the states to gain control of their own monetary destinies, get out from under the Federal Reserve, and bring some stability back into state government finance and ultimately into the state economy. People who want to look at that, you can go to a website, goldmoneybill.org. goldmoneybill.org, all one word. And that has the New Hampshire bill, the last version of the New Hampshire bill, and some explanatory material for those people that don't like to read statutes. And then if you want to see the Indiana bill, you go to the Indiana State Legislature website, the Senate bills, and you'll see that bill has just been put up there just a couple of days ago, very similar to the one that was drafted for New Hampshire. I also understand there are people in Oklahoma that are interested in this. I know for a fact that in Georgia they're interested in a similar bill, although they're going to use a slightly different structure in it. Which I also gave them a little bit of help on. And there are some people in California who are very interested. If you paid attention to the state of the finances of California, you'd know why. So this is another idea that seems to be percolating up in the states, and you're right, Ed, as soon as one state passes legislation like this or legislation for revitalizing the militia on proper constitutional lines, that will be the example to show everybody else how this can be done, and then it's going to be like oil spreading on water.
I'll tell you what, Dr. Vera, we are blessed here at Plains Radio Network. We have like I said, a legislator who comes on every week or so and talks to us, and he's getting the people's feelings and stuff, and he is introducing bills. He is bringing us other state legislators from the state of Oklahoma, and I believe Oklahoma is standing on the cutting edge, and I want to get you and Dr. Mike together because he is definitely one of the great future leaders of this country.
Well, introduce him to these state money bills.
I certainly will, and I tell you what, I'll get you back and get you and him on at the same time so you can just bend his ear. And I love this man because he will just sit there and tell you the truth. And he is an amazing person. All right, I tell you what, let's go to Hal on line 2. Hal, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Dr. Vera.
Yes.
Gracious good evening.
Thank you.
I'm calling from Washington State up here, I'm a neighbor to, relatively speaking, to Steve Pigeon. My question is regarding everything going on with the disregard for our Constitution and all these executive orders that our current George Bush has signed into effect that seem to be a little bit mysterious. Nevertheless, they're there. Upon assuming that President-elect Obama does get inaugurated, if he immediately starts exercising his executive powers, and the very fact that we're still at war, and that's a constitutional issue, I think, too, right, that might have some bearing on the justification of ordering martial law. My concern is martial law, if it were enacted, and I suppose there's a myriad of things that might affect martial law and affect us as citizens and preclude us or prevent us from our patriot charge. I was just wondering if our efforts, in other words, I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, martial law is a concept that is really, in a fundamental sense, alien to the Constitution. You don't see those terms used in the Constitution. In fact, if you go back to that period of time, martial law, Blackstone, the great commentator on English law with the Founding Fathers, really, he was their legal mentor. He says it's really not a species of law at all. It's a situation that arises out of an extreme emergency. And in fact, in our country, during the Civil War, or after the Civil War, you had some Supreme Court cases which made pretty clear that martial law could, or something equivalent to that, could never be declared or enforced while the courts remained open for the enforcement of the regular civil and criminal law. So it's something that would really apply solely in essentially a military context. The social order has broken down, or there's an invasion or insurrection or what have you. But even in those contexts, if you go back to our Constitution, what is the only body, the only institution, the only establishment to which the Constitution delegates the authority to exercise the laws of the Union, to execute the laws of the Union? It's not the Army, the Navy, Marines, what have you. It's not the regular armed forces, National Guard. It's the militia of the several states. So if we were looking at a situation where it was necessary to have that kind of extreme control, quasi-military control because of an epidemic or a natural disaster or perhaps a nuclear attack or whatever, you can dream up all sorts of scenarios. Our Constitution tells us what the institution should be to deal with that situation. And of course we see these executive orders and the Patriot Act, Military Commissions Act and so forth and so on going in exactly the opposite direction, going towards top-down control by the President, perhaps through Department of Homeland Security or through the military, even worse, when in fact the Constitution requires the bottom-up solution with the militia controlled ultimately by the people themselves. Now, if you ask me what is the likelihood of a martial law scenario occurring, in a locality, it's certainly possible. I mean, you have some purported anthrax attack or bomb or what have you, sure. But in a nationwide context, that would really be the signal to my mind that we've gone beyond the level of simply questionable executive orders and really into the level of usurpation and tyranny. We get some declaration of that nature. And that's one of the reasons that I've been proposing this revitalization of the militia, that before that kind of dire event occurs, we need to regain control of this country in the hands of the people to whom control was delegated by the Constitution. We need to bring back the structures that the Constitution says are supposed to handle these problems. And it's because they're not there. Let's face it, it's because they're not there when the 9/11 event occurred that the President and Congress, Bush and Congress, were able to push through these other ideas. If you had militia structures in every one of the states correctly formed and operating, who would have ever thought of the Patriot Act or the Military Commissions Act as a way to deal with Homeland Security, at least in our domestic context?
Okay, thank you for that call, Hal. Let's go down to Richard on line 3. Richard, are you there? And what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yeah, I'm here, Ed. Hey, Dr. Vera.
Yes, sir.
My question is this. Recently I have read that the Supreme Court gives the power to Congress to veto our Constitution when it saw fit. Explain, please.
Well, I haven't read exactly what you have, but here's what I would say probably that means is the Supreme Court has allowed in many instances Congress to exercise powers that the Constitution does not grant. And this is an illegitimate act on the part of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has no authority to do that, but they have done it for political reasons. Potentially a serious problem here?
I hear you. We thank you for that call, caller. Let's go over here to Charles on line 4. Charles, you're on the air. What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yes, Ed, what a great show. And Dr. Vera, I'm really looking forward to coming down this Sunday in a couple days to Connecticut, where Dr. Vera is going to be speaking at a get-together for the Committees of Safety.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Dr. Vera, would you tell us where that's at before Charles goes on here?
That is going to be in Westport, isn't it, Charles? I think in particular it's in Westport at the library there.
I hope you got a big room now, Dr. Vera, because you just probably invited 1,000 or more people.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. It's going to be, I think, from about 2 to 4 or from 3 to 4, somewhere in there. I think we're going to be starting about 2 on Sunday afternoon. The Committees of Safety, you can go to their website, committeesofsafety.org. It's a group located in Connecticut which is promoting revitalization of the militia, not simply in Connecticut, but throughout the country, and they actually have a telephone conference call every Wednesday evening at 9 o'clock, details, of course, on the website, so that people all over the country, I was on one the other night, and they're all over the country talking about doing this, so that it's not something that I'm the only one that's spouting off on.
Well, that sounds good. Okay, what's your question?
Yeah, and my question, that gets right to the point, because I'm coming down from New Hampshire, and we've been meeting, our small group has been meeting for a couple months now, Ed, and all the listeners out there, so we've already started our committees of safety group meetings on a small scale, working with, people producing food and really some really great people, and we are gearing up to work towards educating our legislators on some of the legislation that Dr. Vera has worked on. And Dr. Vera, could you spend a little time, again, talking about the currency issue? I know in New Hampshire we have a gold money bill, and in Indiana there's one that's being worked on. I know Michael Ritz, a friend of Plains Radio, would be a great person to champion this specific. Could you talk about the gold money bills and how our states can become sovereign and get back to real money, and how that will help us in the coming economic troubles that we're about to have?
Okay, starting from the top, we have a problem focused on the Federal Reserve System and the currency structure that's tied into the Federal Reserve System. And to be blunt about it, that has to be changed. That thing is unsustainable. You can't change it from the top down by simply creating a new currency overnight out of Congress. It's too complicated. You have to allow the market to take the alternative currency and begin to inject it into transactions so that we begin to develop a rational price structure as an alternative to what's out there now. So,
okay, Dr. Vera?
Yep.
Hold that thought. We're at another break. Dr. Vera, are you still with me?
Yes. Ed, can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
To follow up on that call
sure.
we had before the break, just so people will get this information. He's talking about a bill that I drafted several years ago for New Hampshire, and now they have taken that bill and recrafted a little bit to fit in Indiana, which begins to bring a state back on a sound monetary system as an alternative to the Federal Reserve. It's a way for the states to gain control of their own monetary destinies, get out from under the Federal Reserve, and bring some stability back into state government finance and ultimately into the state economy. People who want to look at that, you can go to a website, goldmoneybill.org. goldmoneybill.org, all one word. And that has the New Hampshire bill, the last version of the New Hampshire bill, and some explanatory material for those people that don't like to read statutes. And then if you want to see the Indiana bill, you go to the Indiana State Legislature website, the Senate bills, and you'll see that bill has just been put up there just a couple of days ago, very similar to the one that was drafted for New Hampshire. I also understand there are people in Oklahoma that are interested in this. I know for a fact that in Georgia they're interested in a similar bill, although they're going to use a slightly different structure in it. Which I also gave them a little bit of help on. And there are some people in California who are very interested. If you paid attention to the state of the finances of California, you'd know why. So this is another idea that seems to be percolating up in the states, and you're right, Ed, as soon as one state passes legislation like this, or legislation for revitalizing the militia on proper constitutional lines, that will be the example to show everybody else how this can be done, and then it's going to be like oil spreading on water.
I'll tell you what, Dr. Vera, we are blessed here at Plains Radio Network. We have like I said, a legislator who comes on every week or so and talks to us, and he's getting the people's feelings and stuff, and he is introducing bills. He is bringing us other state legislators from the state of Oklahoma, and I believe Oklahoma is standing on the cutting edge, and I want to get you and Dr. Mike together because he is definitely one of the great future leaders of this country.
Well, introduce him to these state money bills.
I certainly will, and I tell you what, I'll get you back and get you and him on at the same time so you can just bend his ear. And I love this man because he will just sit there and tell you the truth. And he is an amazing person. All right, I tell you what, let's go to Hal on line 2. Hal, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Dr. Vera.
Yes.
Gracious good evening.
Thank you.
I'm calling from Washington State up here, I'm a neighbor to, relatively speaking, to Steve Pigeon. My question is regarding everything going on with the disregard for our Constitution and all these executive orders that our current George Bush has signed into effect that seem to be a little bit mysterious. Nevertheless, they're there. upon assuming that President-elect Obama does get inaugurated, if he immediately starts exercising his executive powers, and the very fact that we're still at war, and that's a constitutional issue, I think, too, right, that might have some bearing on the justification of ordering martial law. My concern is martial law, if it were enacted, and I suppose there's a myriad of things that might affect martial law and affect us as citizens and preclude us or prevent us from our patriot charge. I was just wondering if our efforts, in other words, I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, martial law is a concept that is really, in a fundamental sense, alien to the Constitution. You don't see those terms used in the Constitution. In fact, if you go back to that period of time, martial law, Blackstone, the great commentator on English law with the Founding Fathers, really, he was their legal mentor. He says it's really not a species of law at all. It's a situation that arises out of an extreme emergency. And in fact, in our country, during the Civil War, or after the Civil War, you had some Supreme Court cases which made pretty clear that martial law could, or something equivalent to that, could never be declared or enforced while the courts remained open for the enforcement of the regular civil and criminal law. So it's something that would really apply solely in essentially a military context. The social order has broken down, or there's an invasion or insurrection or what have you. But even in those contexts, if you go back to our Constitution, what is the only body, the only institution, the only establishment to which the Constitution delegates the authority to exercise the laws of the Union, to execute the laws of the Union? It's not the Army, the Navy, Marines, what have you. It's not the regular armed forces, National Guard. It's the militia of the several states. So if we were looking at a situation where it was necessary to have that kind of extreme control, quasi-military control because of an epidemic or a natural disaster or perhaps a nuclear attack or whatever, you can dream up all sorts of scenarios. Our Constitution tells us what the institution should be to deal with that situation. And of course we see these executive orders and the Patriot Act, Military Commissions Act and so forth and so on going in exactly the opposite direction, going towards top-down control by the President, perhaps through Department of Homeland Security or through the military, even worse, when in fact the Constitution requires the bottom-up solution with the militia controlled ultimately by the people themselves. Now, if you ask me what is the likelihood of a martial law scenario occurring, in a locality, it's certainly possible. I mean, you have some purported anthrax attack or bomb or what have you, sure. But in a nationwide context, that would really be the signal to my mind that we've gone beyond the level of simply questionable executive orders and really into the level of usurpation and tyranny. We get some declaration of that nature. And that's one of the reasons that I have been proposing this revitalization of the militia, that before that kind of dire event occurs, we need to regain control of this country in the hands of the people to whom control was delegated by the Constitution. We need to bring back the structures that the Constitution says are supposed to handle these problems. And it's because they're not there. Let's face it, it's because they're not there when the 9/11 event occurred that the President and Congress, Bush and Congress, were able to push through these other ideas. If you had militia structures in every one of the states correctly formed and operating, who would have ever thought of the Patriot Act or the Military Commissions Act as a way to deal with Homeland Security, at least in our domestic context?
Okay, thank you for that call, Hal. Let's go down to Richard on line 3. Richard, are you there? And what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yeah, I'm here, Ed. Hey, Dr. Vera.
Yes, sir.
My question is this. Recently I have read that the Supreme Court gives the power to Congress to veto our Constitution when it saw fit. Explain, please.
Well, I haven't read exactly what you have, but here's what I would say probably that means is the Supreme Court has allowed in many instances Congress to exercise powers that the Constitution does not grant. And this is an illegitimate act on the part of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court authority to deal with that question. I must exercise that authority. But clearly if I'm an animal control officer, but they have done it for political reasons. Probably the greatest or most notorious example was in the latter days of the Franklin Roosevelt administration, where in the early part of that administration, the Supreme Court struck down a number of pieces of very important legislation in the New Deal that Roosevelt had proposed, struck them down on constitutional grounds. The president threatened to pack the court. He wanted a statute to increase the composition, the size of the courts who could put his own people on. He didn't get that, but a number of justices resigned. They had reached retirement age, or they were sick and tired of going on with the process. And Roosevelt was able to put some of his own people on, Douglas and Frankfurter and Stone and Black and so forth. And then all of a sudden we discovered that the Commerce Clause meant something other than it had meant for 100 years. And a number of these radical Supreme Court decisions came forward, the effect of which was to expand the power of Congress. But they were unconstitutional decisions. The Supreme Court makes mistakes in the same way that Congress makes mistakes. The unfortunate thing is, too many people in this country think that when the Supreme Court makes a decision, somehow that decision has a permanent effect on the Constitution. And to my, use lawyer language, baloney. Of course it doesn't. The Supreme Court changes its mind all the time. It has reversed itself on constitutional decisions dozens of times. So if you look at from the practical side, yes, the Supreme Court, as a matter of practice, has allowed Congress and the President to do things that the Constitution doesn't allow them to do. Has that changed the law? No. What's the problem? That the people who should be in control, that is, we the people, are not taking the necessary steps to enforce that law, to wit, the Constitution.
I hear you, Doctor. All right, thank you for that call there, Richard. Let's go over here. True P, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Hi. I'd kind of like to ask a question and start at the top, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When it relates to George Bush and his commitment to the Constitution that he swore to uphold, and knowing, which you've got to know that Obama is coming into office and that there's an issue, can he not do anything? Can he not be held responsible due to the Constitution and what he's sworn to do to protect the country and that sort of thing?
The Constitution requires in Section 3 of Article 2 that the President take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That is his constitutional duty. So at this point in time, actually for quite some point in time, he had the obligation, I would think, to have directed some people over there in the Justice Department to conduct an investigation on this eligibility question. As far as I understand, they never did it. So I would seriously question whether he has taken his constitutional duties anywhere near the level to which they should have been taken. But, I don't think that there's a big difference between the Bush administration and what's coming in as the Obama administration. I mean, these people all seem to be going down the same track, don't they?
Yeah, they seem to me like that they're going to do it their way. They don't give a damn about anything else.
That's exactly right. So it doesn't surprise me that he's acting that way. I suppose I will be a little surprised not to see the Supreme Court eventually do something here, because in a sense they're the last bastion. But I've come to the conclusion that there is so much corruption in the political realm, and I mean that not in the sense of people taking money, under the table, but the system is simply corrupted by careerism and ideology and factionalism and so forth and so on, that until the people themselves reassert their authority through their Constitution, we're never going to see any change here. We're going to see things get worse and worse and worse, until finally the monetary system comes out on their head. That's the real weak link in this whole system, the monetary and banking structures, because they're inherently flawed. And there's no way out of that other than replacing them, which will require changing a lot of attitudes or a lot of personalities in our political institutions, or seeing them collapse.
Okay, Dr. Vera, that's an excellent answer. Thank you, caller. Thank you for that call. Let's go up here to Joe on line 2. Joe, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Good evening. A little quick comment first. I think those militias need to focus on the 17th Amendment so the states can have representation in Washington again.
That's another good question.
But my question is the Red Amendment book. Are you familiar with it, and could you comment on it if you are?
Well, no, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. What is the Red Amendment?
Well, it's a book someone is trying to get me to read, and it has all to do with the 14th Amendment. My personal belief is, yes, we have to go back to the 14th Amendment and clean things up if we want to restore our republic, because everything went awry from that point on, and get rid of the 16th and the 17th. But I was wondering if you knew about that book. I thought perhaps you were familiar with it.
I'm
going to let somebody else talk.
Not familiar with that book in particular.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go down here. This is Brock on 3, and he wants to talk to me. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Ed?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is me, boy. I call again. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. What's going on?
Call and just ask questions, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Does Obama get elected next week, or do you do a blockage on him?
What do you think, Dr. Vera? I think his question was, is Barack Obama going to be inaugurated or not?
He's going to go through the ceremony, yes. I think so.
I think that was a Barack Obama supporter. All right, we got Nick on line 4. Nick, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Yeah, my question is his experience with the Supreme Court. I'm referring specifically to the influence of the clerks upon the justices, and primarily to a recent article in which the late Chief Justice made a comment about how much the clerks influence the ideology of the court. Do you feel that the justices are really, in fact, seeing these cases in front of them, and are they actually getting the right information, or are the clerks able to direct these cases to their own ideology?
Well, I certainly think that the clerks play a very important role in filtering out what eventually gets to the justices, because they have a huge caseload, and they assign to the clerks the job of looking at the initial paperwork that's filed, usually these petitions for certiorari, legal briefs that are filed, and then coming up with memoranda that distill down the essences of the case as the clerks see it, and then probably recommend to a certain extent, is this a worthy case to look at or isn't it? Now, and there's been some what I would call kiss and tell literature that has come out of the court. A man by the name of Edward Lazarus wrote a book several years ago. I can't quite remember the title. He had been a clerk in the court, and he tells some behind-the-scenes stories of kind of the infighting that goes on and maneuvering and political argumentation that goes on within the court, left and right of the political spectrum. So the clerks do have what I would say a tremendous amount of practical influence there. But if you look at a case along the line, and that would also go even to a case that's important, because they may do a lot of research and provide that kind of information to the justices, and the justices may very well not go behind that research and check to make sure whether it's really valid. But in a case like this eligibility question, this matter is so notorious that I would find it hard to believe that the justices are not themselves looking at the petitions that are filed. They're not just taking the clerk's words for it. They're actually looking at them. I would hope that that's the case. But I'm fairly sure that in a large number of cases, many of which may be meritorious on other issues, that no, the clerk sends up a memorandum a couple pages long, justice takes a cursory look at that, says this isn't worth doing, and when time comes to vote on whether they will hear the case or not, just votes no, and hundreds of those cases disappear just that way. But I think with this Obama situation, the stakes are so high that I can't believe that they're not looking. I mean, that would really be a dereliction of duty if they weren't looking at these in very, very detailed fashion.
Okay, Nick, we thank you for that call. Let's go up here to Jim before I bring Jim up. We still got we got one line open right now, folks. Okay, Jim, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Hi, Dr. Vera. Really great to hear you speak here tonight. I'm really enjoying this.
Thank you.
How do you see this, what's going on, not just the Obama situation, the eligibility situation, but the world financial crisis and other important matters, all yoking together on the same oar, pulling for global government?
Oh, yes, and in a sense it's from two perspectives, too. Of course, there's been a plan for a long time for global government. I mean, it goes all the way back to before the League of Nations, for heaven's sake, after World War I. This isn't something that was invented by the Bush administration. And so people on that side are taking specific steps to try and promote as much as possible the development of these institutions, whether they're financial or political. But then on the other side, they also have what I would call Plan B, which is to take advantage of every crisis that may occur naturally that they don't cause and try to use that to advance the cause of global government. So you look at the present monetary crisis in this country, Federal Reserve System, as a practical matter, is a world central bank, because Federal Reserve currency has been used as a world reserve currency since Bretton Woods Agreement right after World War II. The thing is inherently unstable. It's starting to shake itself to pieces. One solution to that is the one I and others propose. Let's go back to a proper currency within this country. The globalists look at this crisis and say, well, this is now an opportunity for us to drive the system in the direction of a regional currency such as the Amero, which has had a certain amount of play in the media, or perhaps even a global currency. It's another way we can use a crisis which perhaps we didn't generate, but we can take advantage of it. So they work on both sides of the aisle, if you know what I mean.
Okay, Dr. Vera, that's an excellent answer. Jim, we thank you for that call. All right, let's go down here to Tom's on line 3. Tom, what's your question for Dr. Vera?
Hey, Doctor, you're a true guardian of the Constitution. I applaud all your efforts over the years. I have your original Pieces of 8 book from way back in the early 80s that I bought. But my question is, you ever remember a book called Miracle on Main Street?
Oh, Tupper Saucy. Yes, of course.
Have you ever heard from him? I have never been able to find him.
No, I have not. I remember way back when, shortly after that book came out, and I had met with him on a number of occasions, one time in Utah, Salt Lake City, and no, of course he had his problem with the federal government, his criminal case, and after he came back out of that, no, I have never had an opportunity to talk to him again.
All right, we thank you for that call, Tom. All right, let's go over here to Dwayne on line 4. Dwayne, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What's your question for Dr. Vera?
Hello, Dr. Vera.
Hello, sir.
I'm going to ask you something crazy here. Do you feel like our country is possibly being hijacked by Islamic law or Sharia-compliant laws? I mean, no one seems to be doing anything in these court cases. Muslims seem to be taking ranks all over the country and all over the world. Obama coming in with his strong Muslim ties.
Well, I haven't seen any evidence that Sharia law is being directly applied here. So I think the short answer to that is no at the present time. But then on the other hand, the extent to which any country sees large influxes of what I would call Orthodox Muslims, that is, people who actually believe and practice that religion, it doesn't take long for those people, once they've gained a sufficient number in the population.
Oh, Dr. Vera, you still with me?
I guess so.
All right, I'll tell you what. Now I want to introduce you to another great American, one that we all love and admire here, Mr. Steve Pigeon. Steve, are you with us?
I'm with you, Ed.
Well, good to have you. And now I'm going to tell you something, guys. I also have that new host on last night that I totally messed her show up on. Miss Chalice, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll tell you what. Steve, will you give us just a brief update, and then I'm going to kind of turn it over to you and Dr. Vera, and y'all just go at it.
Okay, well, first, Ed, I want to make verification that this is me, so I want to let you hear my squeak.
Oh, my goodness, and you still ain't got no oil from that chair.
That's right.
Okay, we know it's Steve. We heard the chair squeak.
Well, there are a lot of good things happening. We are continuing to investigate leads, and as you know, we have to deal with, shall we say, witnesses. Any witnesses that are out there are less than veracious because we don't have the opportunity to test any testimony. So as a result, we have to follow only documentary leads, and the documentary leads are actually coming along quite well. There's 3 ports of entry that we are currently researching. There's some additional archive information. I still have to make a trip to a certain borderland city where I'm going to be doing some archive research. We also have a solicitor in London that is helping us now. And
what are you looking for in London, Steve?
Well, in London, we're looking for any evidence of any record. And there are a number of reasons. Some of the theories that have surfaced in terms of our constitutional law theory hinge around the British Citizenship Act of 1948. And it is true that British citizenship is some of the most, let's see how to put this in a legal term, concretized status, and has been for a long time. The Brits are very formal about their citizenship. Even though their immigration has been lax lately, their citizenship has not been, and under the 1948 Act, it's very clearly established that if you were born of a British father, you were a British citizen. And so the question is there a database in Britain that demonstrates that the president-elect is in fact a British citizen. And of course, you know the discussion that hinged from Leo D'Onofrio's argument and also Kurt Rotnowski's about the dual citizenship being a disqualifier in terms of the natural-born citizenship. And of course, it certainly is disqualified under S-511 that Senator Obama himself voted for. So we're definitely trying to get records there. Now, you know, unfortunately, a lot of the records are being protected by groups that are well established within government. I guess that would be the best way to put it.
Well, can I mention the PI that you got working that was told not to come back?
Yes.
Go ahead and tell them about that.
Our PI made our first pass into certain archives here in the state of Washington and was directed out the door. And so we're going to have to make, you know, all of our attempts, we have to be cautious about how we do it, because it's almost impossible to walk in a blue state, in a liberal state, and once you say we're here seeking records for Senator Obama, you have ad hoc agents of the president-elect immediately trying to sabotage your visit. Whether it's a court clerk or an officer working for one of the agencies or an archive agent, it makes no difference because the bias and the prejudice is there, and so trying to work around that to get any kind of assistance is almost impossible.
Can I ask you this one question? Are these archives, are they available to the public?
You know, yes and no.
Okay.
In some instances, yes, and we have this interesting archive system that some things are archived and available in digital file, and some things aren't.
All right, Chalice, I think you had a question. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just wondering, when he led you out the door, was that illegal or just a distraction? I mean, how can you respond to that?
Well, you know, the problem is, I mean, we're not going to bring a lawsuit against the port in order to, you know, in lieu of a subpoena, deuces take 'em or something. Instead, what the approach is we're going to continue to make an attack on the front door to attempt to gather these records. And we have other sources as well. There's not just one possibility, and so we expect to be making several. There's several different archive sources, and we're going to be doing a reconnaissance on all of those. And again, we've had the opportunity. You know, there's a lot of talk. Fortunately, where we're here in the Northwest, this is where Stanley Ann Dunham went to school in junior high and graduated from high school, and is reported to have come back and attended University of Washington in 1961 through 1963, and so we've had an opportunity to do a great deal of research on the ground in places like Mercer Island, in Pierce County, in Spokane, and throughout the region to check out numerous leads, and the leads are all proving interesting, and just for your own notice, we're actually getting some help on the street from Plains radio listeners here in the Seattle area.
Way to go, guys.
Awesome.
I'll tell you what, you know, probably got 250,000 listening tonight. But I'll tell you something, Steve. I want you to cover one more thing real quick. All of a sudden, you got a notice to move out of your building, didn't you? Can you tell us why?
Well, I don't know why. All I know is that we have an office space that we rent along with a group of other lawyers that are in several floors in a building in downtown Bellevue. And after we started, particularly after our the number on our customs document started to surface, that seemed to start a wildfire in a pretty big way. And so we started getting pressure from numerous groups. We were being contacted by people that I had never heard of before, from offshore agencies and from other places. I mean, I just can't go into, who these agencies are.
I understand.
But
some of them were good and some of them were bad, right?
Yeah. Well, it's hard to tell the good guys from the bad guys, but let's just say that many of them special in covert operation. And the next thing you know, boom, our office space is being closed, and I stopped by the office last night, and there were, moving trucks all up and down the alley. So it was, it's been interesting.
Right. Okay, Steve, I'll tell you what, we got Dr. Vera on here. You still with me, Dr. Vera?
I am.
All right. Steve, you got any questions for Dr. Vera? Kind of discuss your case with him and talk to him?
You bet. I do have some questions. One of the main issues that we have in our case here in Washington has to do with the Article 6 in the Constitution, in the general provisions, and we asserted that our Secretary of State had a constitutional duty imposed on him by Article 6, which required that all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by an oath or affirmation to support the Constitution. And we took that to mean that the Constitution imposed a duty on the Secretary of State to support the Constitution, including Article 2, Section 1, which required the President to be eligible to hold the office. And, of course, in Washington, we also have a subsequent constitutional provision in the state law under Article 1, Section 2, that says that the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land and is controlling authority in the state of Washington. So my question to you is and I know that, that we're talking about a lot of oatmeal here in general, but do you see a duty arising from the plain language of the Constitution for state officers under this provision?
Well, yes, but what is the duty? What is the substance of the duty? If I'm a state officer and I have a duty to follow the United States Constitution, the United States Constitution requires that an individual be provably eligible for the office of President of the United States. Then, in my capacity as a state officer, if I have any authority to deal with that question, I must exercise that authority. But clearly, if I'm an animal control officer, or if I'm a sanitation officer working at the sludge plant outside of Bellevue, if you have one, I have no authority that brings that question before me. So although I have this duty to support the United States Constitution, it's not a duty that I can exercise through my state governmental authority. Now, if a state Secretary of State, for instance, is responsible for registering a candidate for office, and there's some way that you can look at that process and say, well, he's not simply acting in a ministerial capacity. He simply doesn't act as a clerk and take in these documents and file them and accept on the face of them whatever they say. But he has some discretionary authority to exercise, let's say, an investigatory role and determine that the representations that are made at least are presumptively true. So that, he could see some document that was filed, he could read on the face of, well, this doesn't make any sense, I'm not going to accept it, I'm going to kick this back, at least, to the candidate and make him file it again. Here we have a situation where the eligibility of this individual has become, or ineligibility, the question has become notorious. And it would seem to me that if there's any discretion within the power of that Secretary of State, or whoever he would be, the registrar, whatever office he would hold that would deal with that matter, then he would have an obligation under both the state constitution and the U.S. Constitution to take whatever steps he was authorized to take in terms of going back to that candidate, asking for more information, refusing to file the documents without some kind of supplementary clarification, whatever it would be, he would have to do it. But it would depend, again, upon exactly what his authority is as a state officer.
Yes, and in our state constitution, we went through in our briefs and we pled virtually all of the authority that was set forth in both the Constitution, in the state statutes, and in the administrative code. And, of course, the Secretary of State is the chief of elections here in the state of Washington. He is responsible to certify the primary results to the legislature. He is responsible to certify the election results to the legislature. And ultimately, he is responsible to certify the vote of the electors to the legislature. And we did a discovery request at the Supreme Court level, and the Secretary of State was totally forthcoming in the request and provided us with exactly one document upon which the Secretary relied to establish whether or not Senator Obama was constitutionally eligible. And that was the affirmation by the Democratic National Committee that he was, quote unquote, duly nominated. There was no statement as to eligibility, no statement as to his age, no statement as to his nationality, no statement as to whether he was a natural-born citizen. In the state of Washington, we have a statute that provides that any candidate for any office, with the exception of the president or vice presidential candidate who is running from a major party, every other candidate must fill out and sign and affirm on oath that they are eligible to assume the office should they be elected. Only the president and the vice presidential candidate from the two major parties, Republican and Democratic Party, are not required to fill out such a declaration. Now, I could tell you in the case that Ed knows about that we brought in the state of Alaska to overturn the primary election scheme up there.
That's a great case.
Our argument there was that there was impermissible barriers to free speech on the basis that the primary election, in fact, discriminated against nonpartisan voters. And so what you had was Alaska has a unique fact pattern in that the Democrats and the Republicans combined did not constitute a majority of the registered voters. Most voters up there were self-declared independents. And so we were able to assert that any scheme that provided for a primary election that was primarily only Democrat or Republican was discriminatory and erected impermissible barriers to free speech. And the court so held. And in this case, we have, it appears that we have pattern legislation here that provides not only a discriminatory pattern, such that the Constitution Party, the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, the Socialist Workers Party, and so forth, all of those candidates were required to sign a declaration of candidacy affirming that they were constitutionally qualified to assume the office. But when we get to the major party candidates, they have to fill out no such affirmation, and they did not fill out any affirmation, and the affirmation that came from the DNC did not even affirm constitutional eligibility. So the question, and here's my problem, and I think it comes to the smell test. I mean, when the thing stinks so badly, doesn't a state officer who is the chief of elections have a duty? I mean, doesn't it become so, for instance, we could sit back and say, look, there is no one here in this building that has a duty to put out a fire. But if a fire breaks out in front of the door, and that's the only doorway out of the theater, and there's 500 people trapped, doesn't a duty arise from those facts? That's my question.
Well, a moral duty certainly does, but then the question becomes as a legal duty. If I'm the private citizen sitting in the theater, and there's the bucket of sand or water or whatever it was, and the fire breaks out, and I could have reached for that bucket and perhaps put out that fire, but instead I run out the door because I'm closest to it, and 50 people die in the conflagration that occurs thereafter. Am I legally liable in any state in this country? I don't think so.
I think you are, and here's why I think so. And I think you're making a great argument here, but I think ultimately we get to this crux argument that really is facing us throughout the entire world right now. And I go back to what I think is the most important precedent in the 20th century, which is the Nuremberg trials. Okay. And in the Nuremberg trials, you come up for the first time, and it's an international precedent, I believe, and it is a precedent of substantial ramifications, that when the Nazis pled in front of the Nuremberg tribunal, that at that time the argument was we have the sovereign state, there was no international community, that there was no legal authority that was superior to the sovereignty of the nations, and that under the sovereignty of the Nazi regime, they were merely following orders. But nonetheless, they were convicted, and they were convicted on the basis that there was an authority that was superior to their national sovereignty, and they got the death penalty accordingly.
But they were committed. They were charged with having conspired to and then having committed wars of aggression, war crime, genocide, crimes against humanity, whatever you want to call them, which were seen as being outside of the context of international law. I mean, for heaven's sake, even in the United States, within our own law, since at least, Fleming versus Page back in 1853, when the Supreme Court came right out and said this, that our Constitution did not provide for wars of aggrandizement and aggression. So it's pretty clear that we didn't need the Nuremberg tribunal to tell us that if a Nazi party had taken over the White House and launched wars of aggression with our armed forces, and the armed forces simply went along with that even under our own law they wouldn't have been subject to prosecution. The question I'm asking, with the fellow in the fire, he's not a public official, he's not the owner of the theater, he's just a patron who happens to be there. And it seems to me that the law was, before I stopped going into court, the law was clear that unless there was a statute imposing on a mere member of the public some obligation of that kind, that individual could run out of the theater because he hasn't added anything to the problem. He's just refusing to participate, and he's not liable for whatever happens thereafter. Now, if he's someone who's running the theater, it's another question, even if you didn't have a statute, because he would have some kind of common law duty of care to protect the patrons of the theater, and maybe he would actually have to burn down himself in attempting to save them to avoid a negligence judgment. If you're talking about a public official, the question I would ask with respect to this Secretary of State or whomever, if he's confronted with this information that's out there in the public, so that he now has a reason to believe that this individual is not qualified to run for this office, what is his recourse under state law? What could he do?
Well, I mean, I think that's a great question, and here's what, and there's two things I would say in response. One, when you're talking about the fellow in the theater, in the state of Washington, we have a statute, and it's a kind of a unique statute, but it was the statute that gave us standing in front of the Washington Supreme Court, which was RCW 29A.68.020 subparagraph 2, which allowed any registered voter within the state of Washington to challenge the election, and this is post-election, after the party was elected, to challenge the election of any person who at the time of the election was ineligible to assume the office.
Okay,
now,
good.
bear in mind that every single candidate in Washington, with the exception of the president and the vice president, have to make a declaration of candidacy on oath saying, I'm eligible to take the office, as do presidential candidates who are non-major party members. So it strikes me that this statute has particular applicability to a presidential candidate elected by either the Republican or Democratic, from the Republican or Democratic Party. Now, with that standard being there, we have the standing. Therefore, if the fire breaks out, Joe Sixpack or whoever is sitting in the back row does have he has the statutory right and probably, therefore, the moral duty. So I want to commend my plaintiff class, first of all, for taking that bull by the horns and doing that. Now, in the second question, let me throw these facts on the table. On August 8th of 2008, I personally sent a long instruction and a long complaint to the Secretary of State's office detailing Robert Pilarik's...
Okay, hang on, guys. We got a break. Steve, are you there?
Yeah, I wanted to put one more fact on the table for Dr. Vera's consideration.
Okay, and you're looking at... Did you get that document I sent you?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay. We'll talk about that after you go ahead and talk to Dr. Vera.
Okay, so the remaining fact was that the Secretary of State was alerted to a significant problem with the certification of live birth as provided by Senator Obama as early as August 8th, 2008, well ahead of the primary election. And the response that I received from the Secretary of State's office was, we declined to investigate the complaint because the complaint is not yet ripe. And so they declined to accept the complaint on basis of ripeness prior to the primary. I reaffirmed it by certified letter 3 days following the primary. The complaint was completely ignored following the primary. And then, of course, we brought the lawsuit based on the statute that I cited to you before, allowing a registered voter to sue if the elected official was not eligible to assume the office following his election. And the Supreme Court, of course, dismissed our lawsuit on the basis of mootness. That is to say, too late, he was already elected. So those are the facts. And
excuse me.
I'll tell you what, I knew, Steve, when you used that word. Dr. Vera done talked about that. Go ahead, Dr. Vera, give Steve your thoughts.
Well, the first thing that struck me as interesting here was the Secretary of State's initial response, I declined to investigate this because it's not ripe, which of course says to me that he's asserting that he really does have the authority to investigate it. So he solved the problem that I posed earlier as to where these people obtain their authority to engage in that process. He seems to think he has that authority. Maybe he could have been pressed to explain precisely what the source of it was. But I don't understand how the question becomes moot when the ineligible person finally achieves the goal of his conspiratorial behavior. That's the fascinating point to me. Crime does pay, apparently, in Washington State.
Yeah, well, it appears to pay nationwide, and this question of mootness, and this eligibility question. For instance, if there's some set of facts, suppose that you had a candidate who was required to sign a declaration of candidacy affirming that he was eligible to assume the office, and he refused, and he was elected. Would the Secretary of State be authorized to disqualify him? Or suppose that we had a candidate, for instance, the big question out here was the issue of Roger Calero, who's the Socialist Workers' Party candidate, who is clearly a green card holder, but who nonetheless was allowed to, I believe he was on 6 ballots for president across the country. Even though he's clearly constitutionally disqualified, and nonetheless he didn't appear in Washington because he was required to sign a declaration of candidacy, being a minor party candidate. Well, my question is, suppose that he refused to sign that declaration of candidacy and asserted his petition for candidacy anyway. Who would disqualify him?
Well, the Secretary of State would have to, because there was a statutory obligation on the part of the candidate to supply that document.
But the Secretary's argument is, and he made the argument in his responding brief, not only can we not disqualify him, we're prohibited from disqualifying.
Well, the man disqualified himself by not fulfilling state law.
You would think.
It's just a certification, in a sense, by the Secretary of State of what the record shows. The record shows the man was required to do this and didn't do it. End of discussion.
Okay, and
that would seem to be ministerial on the part of the Secretary of State. He looks at the record. Here's the consequence. The statute says so. He has no discretion there. That would be subject to a mandamus petition, for heaven's sake. I would think, I would hope.
Well, our
if I were the judge,
in fact, a mandamus petition. I mean, that's how we brought our writ, was for a writ of mandamus, requiring the Secretary to, the theory of our case was, we brought a petition for a writ of mandamus requiring the Secretary of State to reverse the votes that were cast for Senator Obama on the basis that prior to the election, Senator Obama had not established his eligibility. And to this day, he hasn't established his eligibility. He has not proven, with any level of proof that is considered proof by a court, that he was born in the United States.
At a minimum. That's the minimum question.
That's the question of whether or not he can even establish if he's an American citizen.
That's right. Well, that's right, because then the next question becomes, what about his father's citizenship status and how that ties into the constitutional requirement? But quite obviously, if he can't establish that he was born in the United States, it seems as if he's out completely.
I think so. And our analysis is that because the 52 Immigration Act applied, if he was not born in the United States, Stanley Ann Dunham was too young to pass citizenship to him because she needed to be 21 under the 52 Act. She was 18 at the time of his birth. And even if the 66 Act had retroactive application, which it didn't, she would have still been required to have to be 19, which she wasn't. And in addition to that, the pleading was also made that because his father was a British citizen, he was a British citizen at birth pursuant to the 48 British Act of Nationality. And so he was a dual citizen at best, but if he was not born in the United States, he was not only not a United States citizen, but ineligible to become a United States citizen by mere election. He would have had to have gone through the naturalization process, and there's absolutely no evidence of that either.
Okay, Steve, you looked at that document. Can you tell us if it means anything?
Well, this is an interesting document, and the document, as far as I can tell, first of all, it's got applicability 90 days. This is an executive order from President Bush issued today. No, it's going to be issued tomorrow. Excuse me, January 16th. No, that's today, isn't it?
That's actually today.
All right, 3 days. And under this particular document, so this is effective today, but this is going to determine the fitness of individuals to perform work as employees.
Okay.
Or contractor employees for the federal government.
Well, would Barack Obama fall under that?
Probably not.
No, he's an officer.
Okay.
Well, an officer, and this particular provision looks to creating certain fitness standards. Now, there's questions about who this. I mean, this is certainly going to have some application for as long as it's law anyway. This is going to have some application could have application for sub-appointees. In other words, if the new Secretary of State makes appointments into the State Department, or if there's appointees into the Treasury Department or the Securities and Exchange Commission and so forth, that any of those employees are going to be subject to this new fitness scrutiny. Now, with that being said, part of this has a rubber stamp on it. That is to say, an employee who was once stamped with fitness is going to be forever stamped with fitness unless he moves up to a new level of security. And there is an exception for people who are in the intelligence community. And so it's arguable, even if it did have application for the president, as to whether or not the president would be subject to it on the basis of his access to intelligence, which, of course, he's the chief intelligence officer in the country.
Okay. All right, I tell you what, I want to bring this caller up right quick. Red Pepper, you still there?
I certainly am, man.
All right, what's your question for Steve or Dr. Vera or whoever?
Well, I might have a little suggestion for Steve.
Okay.
This might be a different area he might be able to look in. Seems to me that everybody's been pretty much focused on his birth certificate and trying to get his school records and other records, but has anybody ever looked at his mother and father's divorce papers that would have the name of their child?
Oh, we got those divorce papers.
Great.
Yeah, we've looked at both the Soetoro divorce and the Obama divorce, and we have we've gotten copies of the final divorce documents, and I believe Ed has them posted on the Plains Radio Network.
That's correct. You can scroll down to the bottom of the chat box and click on any of those documents. All right, Chalice, I understand. Red Pepper, thank you for that call, my friend. All right, Chalice, I understand that you have a couple questions from the listeners. Go ahead.
I do. I hope to get to as many of them as I can, Steve. CJ from Texas wants to ask you a quick question about the Bergs case. What does it mean that there is a document under seal, and what are the implications of that? I know that's a question that a lot of us have been wondering. I don't know if you're familiar with it, that in his current case, there's a one-page document that's under seal.
Yes. Now, a document under seal means that the document contains information that is protected. It could contain a private Social Security number, for instance, or some other data that for some reason or another the court has allowed for the document to be sealed. There have been new rules, because of the recent invasion of privacy that has taken place as the rise of the Internet. Privacy is diminished dramatically, especially after you put 840,000 cameras in a given city. That because privacy is diminished so much, that the question is what you can seal and what you can't seal has really become quite a tight issue. And a lot of the courts are allowing much more stuff to be out in the private eye and fewer things to be placed under seal. So it's probably fairly sensitive information. Could be a Social Security number, or it could be the combination of a name, birth date, Social Security number. Those three would be protected as a matter of course.
Now, would they protect an entire document, or would they just take that out of the actual? Would that be a separate document?
That it could, depending on what the court rules are, it could be an entire document. In fact, it could be a voluminous set of documents.
I see. I guess we're all hoping it's the birth certificate.
Okay, let's go to Kenneth on line 3. What's your question for Steve or Dr. Vera, Kenneth?
Hey, Ed, it's Kenneth. I got a couple of questions here real quick.
Well, you get one. Pick the best one.
The meeting at SCOTUS today with Obama and Biden, how is that possibly ethical when there's cases pending? And I wanted to get Steve and Dr. Vieira's position on that.
Dr. Vera, what do you think on that?
Well, I think it certainly has the appearance of impropriety given the notoriety of the cases. Right? There's no way that these justices have not looked at those papers. There's no way they don't know that there's a serious problem as far as Mr. Obama is concerned. And if I were, all I can say is, who knows? You bring an ethics question before one of these Bar Association ethics panels, and you can't always be sure what answer you're going to get. And you can't always be sure what answer you're going to get. But if I were in their shoes, I would not have participated in that meeting. And as I said before, if I were Justice Roberts, I would not go through these motions until I knew the answer.
So is it a conflict of interest?
I agree with that analysis entirely. In fact, I'd go one step further. Let's take the people out, and let's say that it's not the president and the vice president. Okay, let's say it's the head of the Steelworkers Union, and there have been 4 cases recently brought before the Supreme Court on charges of corruption, and there's been 2 cases seeking an immediate injunction, and there have been 5 in-conference meetings to determine whether or not the court was going to take up the case. And then after that, and 1 case is remaining for review, and then the president of the Steelworkers Union goes and visits the Supreme Court. In my world, that's ex parte contact with the judges that are about to hear your case.
And by the way, I think the president of the Steelworkers Union would have better taste than to go there.
I hear you. Okay, Charlotte, you got another question? Thank you for the call, Kenneth.
Yes, I do actually. We have a question from Ms. Drake. I guess it really plays right off of this where you were just talking. It's undetermined if it's a conflict of interest because Orley has filed a motion before the court that it's a conflict of interest for Justice Roberts and Scalia to actually swear in Obama.
Well, conflict of interest is opening an interesting can of worms.
I thought so too.
I call your attention to the fact that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a former chief counsel for the ACLU, wrote the opinion in the Kentucky ACLU case about whether or not the Ten Commandments should stand in Kentucky. And apparently she didn't find any conflict of interest there. Mm-hmm. So asserting a conflict of interest, I suppose a conflict is in the eyes of the beholder.
Well, except in this particular case, if any justice stands up there with Obama and swears him in, that is implicitly saying that that justice accepts this man as eligible as president.
Okay.
Because if he doesn't, he shouldn't be conducting that ceremony. And if that's being done at the same time that a case is pending before the court, or other cases are clearly coming up, this issue hasn't been settled. This is that old situation in which the court, members of the court have said over and over again, we never comment on a pending case. Well, you never comment on a pending case literally. You never comment on a pending case figuratively. And I can't imagine a more figurative way of commenting on this issue in all of the cases that are involved here than by standing up with the man and swearing him in as president.
Okay, Steve, the people want to know about that INS document number you sent me the other day. Can you give us just a quick crust on that?
Yes, I will, and it's unfortunate that it took off the way it did, Ed. I mean, I can tell you that INS document, the lead that was given to us was from a confidential informant inside the Customs Service. The document, even though the document does not appear to have a recorded number, I still have groups that are researching this document with the intent of finding it. Now, the document is about and concerns the President-elect's rearrival in the United States from his trip to Pakistan and India in 1981, and that is the document that we are seeking to discover, and so that's what it is about. It is not about Stanley Ann Dunham's return from Kenya. It is about the trip back from Pakistan and India.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you clarified that. Chalice, go ahead and ask another question. We got a caller calling in, and I'll take him next.
Okay, a quick question from Wendy. She's wondering if we do find, with the documents, a relevant document, what's the best way to have it presented, especially where we're at right now? Would it be through a court case? Would you distribute it to the FBI or to Fitzgerald? I mean, how the Joint Chief of Staff? I guess President Bush won't be president anymore. So what do you do with it if we find his birth certificate?
Well, I'll jump on that one.
Thank you.
First of all, is the FBI investigating whether or not Senator Obama is eligible? Is the executive branch of the United States government investigating whether Senator Obama is eligible?
I don't think so.
Is the Supreme Court investigating it? Are any of the agencies you mentioned in the slightest concerned about whether or not the President of the United States is an American citizen and eligible under the constitutional fabric to hold the office? So if none of those institutions are interested, then any data that is discovered, any hard data that is discovered, that data needs to be published as quickly as it can, both on the internet, and it has to be preserved in terms of the way you would preserve any evidence, which is to say you have to control the chain of evidence to make sure that there is not going to be later suggestions of doctoring or forgery or any of that. And by the way, just between all of us listeners here, if anybody is tempted to create a forgery, rule it out. It is a waste of time. Don't do it.
Okay. Do you have a couple of minutes to maybe update us on your case, Roe versus Reed? I know you were meeting with your group yesterday.
Well, the beauty of the meeting with the plaintiffs group is that the plaintiffs group is interested in, these guys really have a heart for patriotism for the country.
Yeah.
I want to say that about the guys. Okay, there are some guys that are retired military personnel on the team, and there are other people who are standing up for their country as best as they possibly can. And so this group is in the process, and also, one guy who's not in our plaintiff group, but who is part of our group is Steve Marquise. And Steve Marquise is also, he's just been a fantastic godsend to what we're doing. And Steve Marquise is also helping us in terms of creating, here's what you have to have. If you're going to create a machine that is going to change the political fabric of this country, we have to create an oiled machine. As I tell my clients, You know, the plane doesn't get off the tarmac without gas, and that means that we have to fuel this machine with money. And so there are people who are putting together a machine that is going to have some substantial resources, and we're talking, 7 figures plus, to be able to start to build on a number of things. And of course, Ed and Karen and you, Chalice, and the other team members there at Plains Radio are a big part of this, because we can't do anything without an application and the technology. And with God's blessing, Plains Radio continues to grow in size and scope, and that's going to be very important, because the truth cannot be heard. And I think all of us know this. It is a certainty that the truth cannot be heard on broadcast media or in print media.
That's for
and
sure.
Now it appears that the truth cannot be heard on cable media as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got one last opportunity for the truth to come out, and the internet and streaming broadcast is it. And so you guys are a very important part of that, and it's part of the overall strategy to reestablish a constitutional republic in the United States. And so I would urge anybody who has a heart, anybody who's listening to this and says, I have a heart for the country, and I want to see us have a constitutionally elected president. And I think, now, Dr. Vera, correct me if I'm wrong on this. You're a constitutional scholar. Would you say that the vast majority of the Constitution has been abrogated over the years?
Well, I would probably put another word to it. It has been neglected, all right? And, your politician, your typical politician, will go as far out on that limb as it will support him. And unfortunately, we, the people, have allowed that limb to grow and to grow and to grow, and the politician has simply followed his natural instincts, which is always in the direction of usurpation. I think it was Jefferson that makes that point over and over again. You give these people their head, and they're always going to go in the wrong direction. That's just the nature of power. It's our fault. It hasn't been abrogated, abnegated, what have you. It's simply been neglected by the people who should have been vigilant in its enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And, I've seen some of these things that are coming out now is concerning the Congress's power to completely veto the Constitution. I mean, I'm looking at the Republic right now, and I'm seeing a nation where, for instance, the Federal Reserve can, obligate the federal government to trillions of dollars of debt without congressional approval, without the General Services Offices or General Office of Accounts giving any kind of approval to it, without any backroom research, and there's nothing. We just...
Well, guys, I'll tell you what, we're at the end of the show. Each of you's got 30 seconds to sum up.
I got to say one thing, that the callers are saying, Dr. Vera and Stephen, they want you to work together.
Well, we all need to work together.
There you go. We all do need to work together.
And I'll tell you what, I will have both of them back on next week sometime on some show.
All right, we got a half hour until the show, ladies and germs. All of you electrified bags of water. We will be here in about a half hour or so with Diametric Opposition. So hopefully you get a chance to join us.
Both tell you what. Life can be hard, but you just gotta push through.
Sometimes just let it go. Plant seeds in your mind, water it with rhymes and let it grow. Attack with actions, words only worth half an act, the exact fraction. Life's more massive than anyone's act, but actors act like it's only their path until they're blasted. Lessons are experience reflected through your lenses. Perception bends presence, connections, and attention causes tension. Respect connects unless it gets no reflection. Who's the boss, but who's on top gets tossed off. The logic is crossed, twisted significantly. People can't see the cause. Consider the visions of gods, divinity, the Trinity, and consider other religions. Even heathenistic decisions that offer different visions. Educate, levitate, to calculate the odds. Condition your position before you get lost. It's the SNS crew, Democrats be the squad. S to the K, H-Y to the J-E-D-I. Cause we stay high so blind, you know it. Cause I'm a poet glowing like the sun, so bright a show I'm flowing like the night is done.
patrolling, taking control of the lyrical soul. Speaking vocal frequencies, spoken like my spit was thrown on. Beheading like a ninja, revving in just like a smoke bar. My baby cast a goal when she inspired us to go far. I don't do it for the dubs, I do it for the love, and I don't do it for the clubs and shape-shifting fake thugs. I'm just playing what you hand me. You can turn the other way and fall back on that plan B. That's all fine and dandy, we the S&S crew. We wickedly spitting written encryptions for submissions that we can see through. So while you switching your positions and giving up on your condition, Joe, we can see you. I'm a suburban hip-hop caper, rip your tip top like it's paper. Take your mixtape and I rape her, so stop waiting, play a hater. What you gon' do? I'm sick of this child's play. All this shit is complaining, straining on my vocal cords like I broke the open door. Burning bridges to the core, cord and visions, my report. My incisions make it sore, then we pass it off and we explore.
Tune into the movement to view the conclusion. S&S crew improvement, congruent with the coolest. No fooling, leave your medulla oblongata drooling, feeling foolish like a broken tool, you can't use it. Screw loose, no moving, drilling it out, dribble useless. Smooth away the pain and bruises with Bruce rulers. Teachers and students, lawyers and movers, construction workers and jewelers do what we need to do for the moolah. To use our computers, television, cell phones, and to fuel us. Funerals concluded, included with tulips. The cost of life really can't be computed from loot, but ladders and hoops, compounding fractals and loops, created to sedate to separate us from the natural. It's a plan devised tactical. We need to break and cut loose from this noose, it's not practical.
Man, that makes me want to slap a hoe.
But I won't let you. I may be under pressure, but I'm more like a professor giving lectures, always learning. Some people build bridges and some people start burning. Start learning and turn it around and change your life. Cause maybe you will end up having only strife and pain. It's not the same as it used to be. Some people try to take the game away from you ruthlessly. It's not the same, it's strange, and it maintains on a different plane. Man, it just fucks with my brain.
Twisted, subliminal, paranormal, mortal phrases. Uplifted, formally, courteously, I'm enormously racist. Vicious, the gifted one, malicious. With a flip of the tongue, test the S to the S to meet the hit with a stick of a bitch, just run.
Yeah, I like how it gets under your skin, but this is the takeover, sketchy Jedi style. I'm here to take it over like my motor was Cane Cobra. Style so flexible that you can call me yoga. Motorboating Schitt's Creek, and y'all are just some floaters. But when I'm on this beat, I rock and roll it like a boulder. Popping off my dome like a chrome pistola. Cutting suckers down to the ground like I'm a mower. White range, white rims, call it my moon rover. Looking like some snow, no I don't need to be colder. Straight up trapping, I'm the keeper like a folder. Don't like the dark side of things, more like Yoda. Try to keep it forceful when I'm the mic holder. And as for your girl, it's true, I bought and sold her. My ball and my word, I don't need to be bolder. And if I hit some static, brush it off my cold shoulder. Still a youngin' in this game, just wait till I get older. I will be the chief and y'all will be my lowers. Dual shock you out the frame like the game was my controller. Taking out your cane, strike it down like I'm a bowler. Brighten up this gothic genre, refer to me as solar. And if there ain't enough room, it's about to get fuller. Push out the weakest links and exclude the dollar. No, I'm not against it, but I'm not your blood donor. Bullet is my metaphor, shot to clean my cola. But white means surrender, so yellow's my allure. And if you lack the hack it to hang next to the store, I guess that I'll just stack it and create my ass a store. I got enough lyrics here to build my ass a four. The first verse to take over, so what can you afford? Call me the bunny, cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser, cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn, because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny, cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser, cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn, because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Plain and simple, taking the game, I'm nimble. And it's hard to stay sane when your brain's a thimble. The rumble and the bubble in your veins just cripple. A pimp limp through the door, you stay in the window. Oh no, yes, it's the same innuendo. I'm the next gen, you the same Nintendo. I quit puffing on the Indo and still I'm staying in though. Inspiration shift to win, yo. I keep it crisp, I've been cold. Alpha dog, been sold but never sold out. Like pretend gold, a diamond in the rough, so hold out. rap subliminal on tracks. Divisional and critical like major label contracts. It's a fable if you think you able to be placed next to my contacts. Restricted table and I will prevent you from having the credentials to come back. Not even presidential, just sipping from my rum rack. Existential love lack will be the story of your life. Next to the stencil of your career on a 30-second dub track with a knife. Now that's a stab hit, so take a stab at it if you think that you the shit, bitch. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Verbal weaponry, it better be a shot to the head at least. Steadily gripping equipment and hitting with the melody. A felony, demeanor, misdemeanors, embellishing. Decorative cockiness of the thoughts that I am relishing. Theoretically, Beretta's locked and loaded to the drop deep like I'm embezzling. Alphabetically, ready to be ready for critical distance to your misses like I am medically, genetically engineered to be an engine feared by all of you pathetically. Upsettingly, the best that ever done it, I run it exceptionally. Accepted by every city, dizzy by the circles I'm rhyming authentically. A prodigy, I'm meant to be the illest vanilla cracker stacked up, so how you like the cookie looking? You're bound to get hurt inevitably. I'm bound to crack a smirk in my head at least. But I'll keep the composure to run you over and over. The tread to defeat, upset, I'm decreased. So what's beef? Beef is when you can't even speak, cause you can't even think after attacks from the shrink. Ha! Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not. Call me the bunny cause I love the hip hop. Call me chubby chaser cause I love the big spot. Call me sunburn because I'm so hot. But don't let me catch you calling me something that I'm not.
Alright, that was S&S Crew, and they're a local talent in Central Ohio. I appreciate those guys. We have a little bit here to show you guys from the Occupy interviews from Delphi. I'm going to add these into my playlist for you guys, and then we'll go through the interviews 1 and 2, and then that'll take us into 8 o'clock. So that's when the show will start. So I appreciate you guys hanging on, and if you're waiting for your, if you're one of the first here, and you're waiting for your house elf, they should arrive shortly. And thanks for playing along. Alright.
And OASN Radio is on the air. Our guest hosts are for today. We've got Mark Clark. Say hello, Mark Clark.
Hello, everybody.
My name's Terry Bain. We've got engineering. We've got Rat is on the board. And our guest for the second part of the Delphi, Combating Delphi show, Brandon Turbeville. Say hello, Brandon.
Hello.
We're on our second part of this show. Some of you may have missed the first part of the Combating Delphi show. On the second part, we want to kind of recap what we were talking about before. Brandon, if you could give us a real quick run-in on how did you, what made you get on the story of the Delphi deadlock that's holding up the Occupy movement?
Well, it's actually something that I was aware of for some time, but after having come on this show the first time when I was complaining about the General Assemblies, our discussion, led us to the Delphi technique, and from that point I decided to put an article together and put it out there. So that's where I knew about it beforehand, but just after our conversation, I kind of decided to do some work on it.
There's a quote from your article I thought was really amazing, and again, we'll have a link up for for our listening guests. The article is Combating the Delphi Technique and Occupy Infiltration. You said, quote, and I'm going to skip through a little bit of it. I'm editing as I go, but the General Assembly itself is based upon the theory of group consensus, rooted in psychological warfare. I've skipped a few pieces of it, and hopefully I didn't absolutely maul your intent there, but where does that kind of come from there, Brandon?
Well, the Delphi technique is something that was supposedly started by the Rand Corporation. And for those of the listeners that don't know, the Rand Corporation is this international think tank that's linked at the hip with the military-industrial complex. They come up with all kinds of destructive military machinery and mind control techniques for the U.S. military and foreign governments. And it was developed. The Delphi technique was developed as an infiltration method for legitimate revolutions and uprisings. This was in order to co-opt the movements and make those movements work for their own purposes. This is something that Zbigniew Brzezinski has actually bragged about on several occasions. He was the former national security advisor for Jimmy Carter and has been involved at high levels of government for many years. He's actually written books on where he talks about the ability to co-opt movements and use these color revolutions, as they're called, in foreign countries. This is the same guy that was responsible for creating Al-Qaeda in the 70s. But he spoke about this at length, and this is what its purpose is: the consensus-based decision-making. This is something that's used also in the United Nations. And I did a book called Codex Alimentarius, The End of Freedom, where I looked at the UN organization Codex Alimentarius, and the method of decision-making that they use is consensus. Well, what this does is it effectively roots out all opposing viewpoints, because you have a facilitator, and this is the area where the Delphi technique comes into play. You have a facilitator who essentially steers the meeting, and everybody else breaks off into working groups. And it's a little more open with Codex because they can just declare a consensus at any moment. But the Delphi technique itself, if I can go into this and just explain what it does, because of the consensus-based decision-making in Occupy, what happens here is that the infiltrators will send in an agent who is generally experienced, or and I put that in scare quotes, experienced, and usually in other color revolutions in foreign countries or domestically. And they come in, and they're very likable people, very knowledgeable people, and they are everything the protesters want them to be and more, right? So they come in and they involve themselves with the movement, and their ultimate goal is to become the facilitator of these general assemblies. And what they do is they'll establish one group of people as the good guys and one group as the bad guys. And of course the good guys agree with the facilitator, and he will demonize and harangue all these other people and try to make them look crazy or angry or stupid or whatever else that they can do in order to cause that split. Now, once that's taken place and then this person is made facilitator, this is where Delphi really takes off, because the General Assembly will break up into several groups, these working groups with different aspects, different things to look at, and there'll be a sort of a subordinate facilitator of each of these working groups. Now, it's better for the infiltrator if each one of these subgroups can be agents as well, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Because what will happen is, as the discussion is taking place in these working groups, people will be asked their opinion, to write down their thoughts or something to that, that general idea. They'll write down their thoughts, and it's given to the facilitator of the subgroup, who puts everything together, compiles it, and then gives it to the general facilitator. But what happens generally is that whether these people, these facilitators of the working groups, are infiltrators themselves or not, if they've aligned themselves with the agent, then they'll generally work with that person in order to quell any dissent. And so your thoughts that you put on a piece of paper and gave to your working group leader generally never make it to the General Assembly discussion board because of the sort of the filter of the working group facilitator and the General Assembly agent. So what will happen is the one person who dissented in their notes will think to themselves, well, my views weren't included, either there was some mistake or I was the only one who thought this. Well, the problem is you're probably not the only person who thought that. There were probably other people in the group who had the same thought, but they didn't get included either, and they're actually sitting there thinking the same thing that you are, which is, I must be the only person with these ideas. So when that happens, the Delphi technique is successful. Right? Nobody really questions, and you have this facilitator who leads the discussions, and these are things that basically take place in the cliched smoke-filled room. Only the smoke-filled room is the facilitator. The outcome is essentially decided before the discussion takes place. Now, the reason that I've been complaining about the General Assemblies is not necessarily because I think that the infiltrators came into the General Assembly and have tried to co-opt it. Co-opting a movement happens in virtually every movement. The Tea Party started off with some great ideas as well. It was co-opted and turned into a wing of the Republican Party, and that's what's, this is the attempt with Occupy. It's not that the General Assembly necessarily was corrupted. It's that the infiltrators came in and gave the Occupy movement the General Assembly itself. Because the very act of consensus-based decision-making it bogs down the movement, because people are endlessly discussing, even if it's not infiltrated, people are discussing things like what kind of sleeping bags to get, what color, what should we eat for lunch, where should we get it, should we make it at home, should we buy it, instead of actually getting out there and protesting, which is the whole point of a protest movement. It's that people will sit and debate these things which are meaningless, instead of coming out and formulating some demands, which is what the Occupy movement desperately needs. They need some demands.
Brandon?
So, yes.
You had mentioned in your article, you have got a hyperlink to an article by Webster Tarpley, Occupy Wall Street, Who Wants to Hijack the Movement? And you specifically that wasn't just something you took off the top of your head. You quote his article saying, on October 4th, quote, much of the session was taken up with an agonized discussion of whether to buy or knit or sew sleeping bags as the nights became colder. And this is in one of the first of the Occupy Wall Street General Assemblies, correct?
That's right.
So we're not just talking about a hypothetical. This is an actual, for instance, that I assume Mr. Tarpley had seen about how we're bogged down here. And I guess that's kind of what you were saying when we're then attacked because, well, we don't have a clear set of goals because basically we're being kept by this internal architecture called Delphi from being able to come up with the ideas that we all agree on. Is that basically what we're looking at here?
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. I mean, you have a movement with so many people who have so much energy, but it's being just wasted. It's being held down until that energy dissipates, because there's, with some exceptions, there's not protest. There's with some exceptions, there's not protesting going on. There's discussion about what to do while we're discussing this issue and maybe protesting in the future. This is not just something, too, that this incident is not isolated, because I've talked to people in other Occupy groups across the country, and they're debating similar issues. What we all have the same color tints, or should we all, should we order pizza on Thursday? And they discuss this all day, and there's no discussion of how do we get out of the economic depression, or what do we do about the NDAA. That's not even brought up. What is brought up, though, are these things that Webster Tarpley is talking about that really have little significance. So that's why I've suggested to completely do away with the General Assembly. Now, when we talked before, we mentioned Robert's Rules of Order, which I think is much better. But if you go download the book Robert's Rules of Order, it's quite dense, and there's tons of rules. I wouldn't suggest that somebody sit down and try to use all of those things. I would suggest that they take what they can use. I mean, just use some traditional methods of making sure that everybody's voice gets heard, but that the movement is not bogged down as they are in the General Assembly.
You've quoted an article by Albert Burns, The Delphi Technique, Let's Stop Being Manipulated. And I guess we've kind of covered, well, the bad news is the Delphi deadlock has us all stopped dead for the short run, or at least a lot of the General Assemblies are stopped dead. Mr. Burns' article specifically is talking about what to do to stop the Delphi technique. Could you give us a little bit of the information? I've had some of the most. He had 4 points. Never lose your temper, because basically the bad guy, good guy scenario you talked about is designed to make you lose your temper, and at that point, you've kind of lost your ability to move forward. Second was stay focused. Do not let yourself get distracted. Number 3 was persistent. You got to be persistent, because the facilitators are trained to try to drag you back off of your point and get you on a side point that's a distraction. And the 4th was don't be alone. In other words, you did mention that it may feel like your ideas aren't being acted upon, and you may feel like you're the only one that's kind of out of step with everybody, but the odds are you're not the only one. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would mention too, when he says don't go alone, bring your own supporters. There are going to be times where you're going to have to do it alone. I mean, it's ideal if you can bring friends who agree with you, but there are going to be a lot of times when the activist is going to have to stand up by themselves and put themselves in this position. Because if you don't know who those other people are, because they're not speaking up, then you're going to have to put yourself out there so they know who you are. And what will probably happen is what has happened to me before, is that you go out and you say something that might be unpopular, and everybody scowls at you and says, oh, this guy's being a jerk. And then you leave the meeting, and 2 or 3 people who were scowling at you come up to you and say, hey, I really appreciate what you said. I agree with you. And that's probably what's going to be the experience when somebody does this, tries to expose Delphi. And especially one of the most important parts of this is to stay calm, because, as you mentioned, they're going to try to make you look crazy, stupid, angry, unreasonable. So it's, as much as you want to yell and shake people, it's imperative that you just remain calm and very professional. And if the person is completely being insulting and going on long rants, if the agent wants to talk for 35 minutes on why you're wrong, let him finish. And then when he finishes, ask the question again. Eventually, even the most frequent talkers run out of steam. So that's what I would suggest. Definitely be persistent with them. If it takes you all day, if it ruins the meeting, do it, because it's better for the movement in the long run.
Part of your article talked about that once you've identified that Delphi is being used, and again, we've kind of covered here in the first half of this show the steps that would give you a clue that, yeah, you've got the Delphi deadlock holding you back here. One thing that we're getting from different General Assemblies we're talking to is it's possible that the agents and the facilitators don't even necessarily know that they are agents using the Delphi program. we seem to be getting some feedback that it seems to be a legacy, because the Occupy Wall Street movement originally was set up to run this way, and then it was kind of mushroomed from the whole rest of the country off of their pattern, that a lot of people are doing it their way just for lack of any better idea of how to make it run. Is that something you're running into too?
Well, the General Assembly is what I'm coming across. I haven't really talked to any Occupy movements that are using anything other than the General Assembly. Except and that's not entirely true. Actually, there is one that has used something more akin to Robert's Rules of Order, but I would say the vast majority are still stuck with the General Assembly.
Go ahead.
A lot of the agents that come in, I would look to not just the foundations like the Tides Foundation or the Ford Foundation and various agents like that, although they are probably the most dangerous. But I would also look to your local Democratic Party or the National Democratic Party, because these people have a vested interest also in you supporting them or them controlling your movement, because they want your votes, they want your support, they don't want your criticism. So I'd look in all directions for infiltrators here.
That's a really good point. You had one of your hyperlinks in your article, I believe it's a hyperlink on domestic protests, and it talked about some of the early warnings that the movement was being co-opted by MoveOn.com and the Democratic Party, like you just said, and that was fairly well documented, it looked like.
Yeah, and there's been cases too where a clear sign is that activists will come in, and I put activists in scare quotes, that these people will come in from movements overseas, and there were Nova Scotia, I believe, is one of them, Occupy Nova Scotia, where they brought in activists from different places. One of them was Egypt, from Tahrir Square. Now, as much as the Occupy movement and Tahrir Square might look similar to begin with, I would caution that the original Tahrir Square protests were nothing like Occupy, because they were controlled completely by Western intelligence. Now, the protesters that are there now is something different, because they are reacting to much worse oppression. But in this instance, the Halifax, Nova Scotia Occupy group, they brought in these agents who were agents of the Western intelligence agencies. They were experienced in Egypt because they were sent over there to cause a disturbance, to shut the country down and bring Mubarak out and establish a military dictatorship. And other Occupy groups, there's been reports of, again, scare quote, activists coming in from Eastern Europe, because they've been experienced in various revolutions in Eastern Europe. That's another part of the world where Western intelligence has succeeded a great deal in color revolutions. And this is what those activists are experienced in. They're not experienced in protesting and bringing freedom and so forth to their country. Just take a look at their country. They're not experienced in economic solutions by any means. Again, take a look at their countries. They're experienced in overthrowing their government and replacing it with an even worse government, and doing the bidding of the Western intelligence agencies. They did the same thing with some Spanish activists that came over from Spain. These guys were involved in color revolution. So it's important to distinguish too what a legitimate protest from a color revolution. That's important too.
So again, these professional protesters, while they do have a viewpoint that should be listened to, by the same token, what you want to watch out for is that because of the Delphi technique, they may be used to try to subvert what a General Assembly is actually trying to pull for here, the issues that are important to Americans and to each individual. We kind of keep coming back over and over that this isn't Occupy Wall Street, it's Occupy your street, whether it's your street in Oakland, California, or Wall Street, or somewhere in Australia. And again, if you see that the Delphi techniques, that you've done a really good job of putting some source information together in your article, if it looks like it's Delphi that's being used against you, then there is a 2-page hyperlink. It says 2-page document on Delphi about towards the bottom of your article, and it's talking about specifically what you do to combat that technique and to try to recapture your own movement. And that was put together by Freedom Force International. You've got a hyperlink back to them. Did you have any?
All right. You guys have been watching the Occupy interview, Delphi Techniques, Based Infiltration of Occupy Groups, 2 of 3. And we'll play the third one at 9 o'clock when I am done. Yeah. So you are listening to Diametric Opposition. And I only have about 1,000,001 things that I need to tell you. So first, let me tell you, if you go to letters CNN Masks, if you go to CNN Masks on the Book of Facialitis, you will see a mask that you can purchase by having it custom ordered the way that you like. It's like a cheeseburger, but it's a mask, and you can wear it on your face. So check those out. They're on back order because everybody wants their stuff. So we have to, you have to be patient. Ooh, and we got the sound of S&S Crew.
Place and get questioned with strange look. Kids got a loose screw, I'ma just do me, so you can just do you. Too confusing, but amusing, I shoot through. Diffusing whack rap to the point that I'm poop, dude. But I'm brand new, cause I'm a cocky little chicken when I'm flipping the coupe. Inducted red ribbon, now I'm living the proof. Specific to loot is what I'm getting when I'm hitting the booth. The on a mission, unforgivable truth. Super like a sleuth when I'm getting the clue. Stupid, but I'm loose with the spitting the proof.
Nice. It's not easy when you got a sample like that in the background, that jazz sample. There's no hook. So that's a tough one. I talked to the artists about that one, Trey Crooks and Tiny Smalls. And they told me that one was difficult. We'll have them back on the show and interview them. Want to support local artists as much as I can. It doesn't matter what you do. Music, if you paint masks, doesn't matter what you're doing. We'll support it. We'll put it on the show. We'll let everybody know. We're going to be working with a gentleman from Canada. We'll start working with him soon. And he's got a lot of very, very cool photos that he has taken. I think he's selling them too. If I made art like that, I'd be selfish. I'd just keep it. I knew that was ending. I wanted to let that come to an end. So we have, we got, all of next week is Anonymous. The week after that is Militia. The week after that is Sovereigns. And then we're already talking about the week after that being about marijuana. So we've got at least the next 3 weeks lined up of what we're going to do. We'll have guests, we'll have interviews, we'll do documentary history, a little bit of investigative journalism work there, and we'll see what people's personal experiences have been and what Anonymous is to them or what Anonymous has been to them or the Militia or the Sovereigns or whatnot, and we'll see. We'll get to hear a lot from the proverbial horses' mouths, and we'll see what they say and see what people's experiences have been. So let's get to it, man. Breaking news that's been breaking all day. Baltimore. We've got police and protesters clashing. And we'll go through the news they want you to hear, and then we'll go through the news that you should be listening to and paying attention to. Not that protesters aren't news. Not that, by itself it's not a good story. But let's listen to CNN for a second on how they may try to subvert this story.
The police officers, there's been great restraint shown by the police officers. Clearly,
great restraint showed by the police officers. This is the very first thing I heard when I just clicked it off because I don't want to hear anymore. When I clicked it off earlier before the show started, they were talking about the police are using great measure, and these aren't the police in Ferguson, and blah 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 blah. Well, hell, most armies aren't the police in Ferguson. Most police around the world aren't the police in Ferguson. That's not the best compliment. It's really not. I mean, that's like saying it's not AIDS. You know, it's still bad. It's still cancer, but it's not AIDS. And if you get a chance to check out some of the pictures that are coming out of Baltimore, all of this stems from the death of a young the story that's been happening, right? That even though annually more white people are killed by police in the country, the most outrage comes when black folks are killed. All right? This works in tandem with the racism that we have in America, where you're allowed to be racist towards black people. You're allowed to be racist towards white people. It's just what medium it is you pick. And there are more mediums, more open mediums to be racist, like in entertainment and stuff like that, towards white people than there is towards black people. But you'd be lying if you said, when, say, I don't know what it is, you know, you see all these different figures, say 700 or 800 white folks die annually by police, or 1,100, and it's 430 some black folks. Well, when you look at the percentage per capita, that means a lot more black folks are actually being killed, you know, when not by the raw number that says it's, you know, 1,100 versus 430, but per capita. So what happened, and they're falling under darkness now, but what happened earlier today live on CNN was a reporter was walking down the street. He was kind of at the end of the protest, and a young black guy grabs his mic, and he just starts yelling F-bombs. He's like, we're going to kill him. We'll kill everybody. We'll effing kill you. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And he goes on and on and on. We have a community activist speaking right now. No. So he just took the mic from the CNN reporter. You know, he just took it, and the CNN reporter was still hanging on, but the guy had it, and he was talking, and da 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 da. I mean, you know, they're angry out there, and they rushed the police earlier when the police were trying to arrest folks, and you know, you're going to see that happen more and more and more. Not just with black folks, you're going to see it with it has been happening with everybody. When they arrested when they arrested the young black kid that sparked all of this, they broke his neck, and he died. And so they have decided that they're not going to have it. You know, now this is happening everywhere. And it's funny to see how the races in this country are still pissed at each other. Not funny in a ha-ha way, funny in a weird-ass way, because we're still being pitted against each other, you know? It's all on purpose, you know, and we need to decide for ourselves. You know, not because of whatever, not because somebody told us, not because the damn dummy box lied to us, not because of anything else other than our own discernment that says, you know, this is what I believe. You know, and I think generally most of us believe what you find is people are people. People are people are people are people are people. Now, will you find different people in the southern regions of the U.S. versus the western regions of the U.S. versus the midwestern region versus the northern central region? Absolutely. This country is huge, and it's like going to other countries in some ways because the cultures are different and, you know, people are different. It's strange. But that's because of the size of our nation. We are ginormous. And this is playing itself out everywhere, where we're seeing, you know, a young black guy being killed by police, by white police, typically. And then a lot of protests, and typically it's a lot of black folks, you know. Now, Ferguson attracted everybody. Ferguson got everybody out there. Everybody got behind that. It'll be interesting to see how this evolves, because relatively, this just started. So, the officers are on administrative paid leave. So, you know, I'm sure they're doing fine. So that's what's going on in Baltimore. And for any of you sports fans, right before, just maybe 5 minutes before the show started, LeBron James, a lot of LeBron James fans out there, with the Cavaliers playing Boston in the playoffs, and they are in their third game of the series, and the Cavaliers were winning, and then Boston came back and tied it last I looked. So there's your sports update. The rest of the news pertains to we had Al-Qaeda had some hostages, and we had a drone strike on them, killed everybody in sight. 2 of the people that died were hostages. One was Italian, one was American. And so Obama apologized for it, said he takes full responsibility. Dude, if I was to use a drone strike on anybody, first of all, I would feel freaking horrible. You know, just killing. Damn, really? As president, he showed no remorse, which really bothers me. And, just talked about it in a very business, matter-of-fact way, and it's not like that. That's not cool. We don't want a leader who is that, who just is so public about a lack of compassion. That's my opinion. I don't think we want a leader like that. So that's some of the headlines they're wanting you to pay attention to. Here's something you should be paying attention to. The Senate Finance Committee last night in the wee hours and the late hours, they passed all kinds of horrendous shit and shot down everything that was good. Even though female senator of the Finance Committee brings up this bill about giving women equal pay, right? And it would be added to the bill. It's an amendment or an addendum or whatever that they would add to a bill. The chair was like, I think the idea is great, but if you put it into this bill, it'll really confuse the bill. So I vote no. I mean, it was redonkulous, and we had 26 people show up, 26 from the Finance Committee. No 26 people should wage that much power. Now, things like TPA, if TPA passes, then TPP can pass. If you don't know what these things are, look them up. You should know, and not because somebody told you, but because you looked them up for yourself, so you can be equally as horrified as the rest of us that have done the research. I'll tell you this, TPA gives the president more authority on trade negotiations, direct authority. It's called fast track, where he can say, oh, you want to trade that? Okay. And it doesn't have to go through Congress, and it actually limits Congress's authority. You centralize power like that when you have a dictatorship, a totalitarian regime. Tyranny, tyrants, they tend to really like centralized power. And it goes well with our centralized banking system. So, Cleveland 44, Boston 46. They have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the second quarter. So there's the completion of the sports update. I think I went through all of the distractions. The mainstream news, sports, which I don't do very often, and so yeah, that should be pretty good for the mainstream stuff. Let me make sure, because we do have some things to get to. I want to talk about how we have the polarizing differences between us that have been given to us. They have been erroneously sold to us, given to us. And I want to talk about how we have these different shows, Anonymous, Militia, Sovereigns. I want to touch on each of those a little bit. And then we'll take a break, and then we'll move on. So, can't wait for you guys to hear the shows and hear the guests and the interviews that we have for those different 3 weeks. We're going to have some pretty interesting and colorful people on. And it ought to be fun. So hopefully we'll have... okay, here we go. Massive scuffle between protesters and police in Baltimore. And because I was talking about it, let me show you guys this video. Okay.
Singular arrest of one protester. Back up. But the crowd is getting very agitated. They just threw something at the police van here. So the tensions are really rising on the street tonight. They seem to have held their ground a little bit, but this police van is getting out of here. And some objects are being thrown at police. And here they just got another man. Well, we're being, easy guys, we're being pushed, but you can see what's going on. When they try to arrest someone, they are being swarmed by these protesters. Okay, ma'am, thank you. And some objects are being thrown. I'm not sure why that man was arrested.
So that's pretty slick, right? That's exactly what you knew was going to happen. That's what you knew was going to come your way. Eventually. People have had enough. And they're going to start to fight back. Oh, I also wanted to tell you guys, ex-CIA director David Petraeus, he was also a general, was given 2 years probation, $100,000 fine for leaking classified info to his girlfriend, basically. And another, like, kind of a news source, I guess. Here's the thing. First of all, you never want a 4-star, 3-star, 5-star, 2-star, 1-star general to then retire and go into being the director of the CIA. Okay, those two things should never be blended. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. But they did it anyway because they make a mockery of the positions just to show that they can do whatever they want, and the civilians don't understand the difference that those two different seats have and why they should never ever be blended. So they just do it. I mean, and they did, and they now okay. This guy leaks classified information. You got to figure this dude was a multi-star general, right? And then the director of the CIA. He knows some of the most important secrets this country has. He leaks some of the classified secrets that he knows, and he gets probation and $100,000 fine. I mean, you got to be kidding me, right? That's definitely more proof, ladies and gentlemen, of a class within a class. You have your ruling class, and then you have us, the scum. And everyone's pretty well aware of it now, you know? So there's a lot of events coming up, a lot of different things. There's a national event, March Against Monsanto. If you don't know who Monsanto is, they are the company that a lot of people aren't aware. They're actually also responsible for the chemtrails. They are the parent company of the chemtrail projects. That's actually what gave them the funding to be able to get into genetically modified organics and their pull with over the FDA and all of this. So, God, we have so much to go over. Again, CNN masks, if you get to check them out. Talented ladies, talented artists. You tell them what you want, they paint it. You guys negotiate the price. It's a good time. And plus, you'll see their masks at all the rallies and stuff. If you want to be on the show, if you are a sovereign, a member of the militia, or an anon, you can contact me on my Facebook. I don't know how long. You can also contact me at activistliaisonnetwork.com. That's my website, but my Facebook was under Diametric Opposition. They had me change it, so I just put my name on there, and they hate my name. So I can't imagine I'm gonna have my Facebook much longer like it is. I'll start over again. I'll have a whole new name. But Facebook's been giving me hell, and hell, they accepted Diametric Opposition for a long time, and now they wanted me to change or verify my name, so I just gave them my real name, and now this won't take long, and I'm sure they'll freaking block it again. Man, there was something else I wanted to get to with our roll of the news here. Walmart doing all of this where they're letting people go by the bushel. People are showing up for work, and they're like, hey, you don't have a job anymore. Why isn't anybody talking about how this is hitting the economy? Why isn't anybody talking about how all of these jobs that are being lost, anywhere, probably around 2,200 people on average per store, all losing their jobs, and that affects the economy pretty negatively. You don't hear anything about it. You don't hear, Wall Street was hit because of Walmart's major closing of 200 stores and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. When you know that those retail sales that we're losing out on, and China is losing out on, why isn't anyone talking about that? Why isn't anyone saying anything about that? Why isn't that a story? Is it because our economy is pretty much fake? That it's just a bunch of jumbling numbers? It's a bunch of bullshit. They're lying to you. Is it because our economy runs in large part on drugs that come in from the CIA? Is it because, talking about that exposes what it is Walmart did when they contracted with the Department of Homeland Security and the National Security Agency, and now you got dead people in tunnels that are built underneath freaking Walmarts? I mean, what in the hell is going on? Look, if any of this shit is true, and we know that the stores are shutting down, right? And the way that this is timing out, where, look, Walmart is strategically placed all over the nation, everywhere. There's a Walmart everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go, you will find a Walmart. And because of that, I mean, think about that. As far from a military strategy point of view, that's freaking brilliant, dude. These buildings are huge, and now all you have to do is revamp them into whatever the hell it is you need. And is it that they're waiting for a coming insurrection by the American people? Because that can be stopped like that, Hey, military. Hey, police. Hey, everybody else. Let's do it together. We all live here. We're all sharing the same place. Let's get all of these bastards in D.C. put in a jail, and go on about our lives in a whole new society. We are living in a new society right now anyway. This is completely different from just 60, 65 years ago in this country, which is just a blink of an eye. That is a short period of time. And it's a new society. This isn't, if you ever see in the movie Back to the Future, when he goes back to the 40s and 50s and all that, man. I mean, think about how different we are from that. Completely new society. So don't tell me we can't create a new society. We already have. We're already part of one. This obviously was not that difficult, and I'm not selling it short, but it's not what everybody thinks, this insurmountable mountain that you could never pass. No, not at all. We're already part of a new society, so we can create yet another. And why not do it for the better? It makes sense. If it's too idealistic, if that idealistic view bothers you, I want you to think of all of the istic views that there are, pessimistic, all of them, and tell me which one better serves the purposes of everyone. Tell me which one better serves the purposes of everyone versus the idealistic view, because as far as I can see, maybe it's time to buy into that and stop being so cynical about it. Maybe it's time to at least investigate it and research it and look into it and see what it means, you know, and then take from it what's good, because it's the only istic view that has all of our best interest at heart. And I don't know why we wouldn't look at that. I don't know why we wouldn't investigate that. I don't know why we wouldn't try to harness that and be part of that. So, creating a new society, having a revolution of consciousness, having a revolution of environment, having a revolution, and people think that means you immediately like go to smog and oil and things like that. Having a revolution of environment means changing your home. That's what it means. Your home, meaning immediately where you live, and your home, meaning your country, your nation, the homeland in which you reside. That's a change of environment. That's how you change environment. That's the environment that you do change. You know, it should be where everybody realizes and starts to tell one another, you know how bad the country is? Yeah, I do. Well, you know who's coming to save it? No, who? Who's coming? Nobody. Nobody's coming to save it, except for you. And it's your choice. This isn't something that I can sell you, and I wouldn't try. Because to sign up for this is to work hard and be scrutinized for doing it. First they call you crazy. Quite frankly, if that's something you can't handle, we don't need you. And we don't want you. We can't have you, because you're going to have to be a hell of a lot stronger than that to handle what it is we've got, you know, waiting in the wings for us. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Walmart and all of that, and I'm not going to pretend to know. I don't know. I do get to hear a lot of back channel conversation, but who the fuck knows? I have no clue. I can tell you this, that historically, you know, if you look at trends, algorithms, people as algorithms, society as an algorithm, show me a time in the last 50 years in this country when there has been another time where you could actually substantiate, not just through history, but through what is happening in the present right now, more of the conspiracy theorists' claims. I mean, because it's evidence right in front of us. Walmarts are actually shutting down. Economists aren't talking about it. No one is talking about how it's going to be this big hit on Wall Street, because maybe Wall Street's fake. Maybe it's a bunch of bullshit. Because, I mean, don't you think that would be worth talking about? One Walmart brings in $1 million freaking dollars a day, right? Maybe $10 million a day, depending on the location. If it's a super Walmart, you know, who the fuck knows? You know, in a week, in a month, it's $100 million in a month. You know what I mean? That doesn't hurt the economy when 6 of them are shut down now. That's $600 million in a month. That doesn't hurt the economy when 2,200 people times 6 lose their jobs on like 24 hours notice. And then they're Walmart, so no one's going to do anything. None of them can get a lawyer. Nope, none of them can get anybody to talk to them. None of the news channels. Hey, I just lost my job at Walmart. You're like, yeah, we know. We can't report on it. Call the news station. Find out for yourself. Give them a call. Say, hey, why aren't you reporting on the Walmart closings and how it's hurting the economy? See what kind of bullshit answer you get. You know who runs your media. State-run media. Has been for a long time. They play by the big man's rules. Everyone's well aware. Everything's on lockdown for these bastards. We've almost lost everything. And we know that it's time to fight. That's why the networks are in place and people are scrambling to do what they can. That's why you hear about Anonymous, Militia, Oath Keepers, Sovereigns, Second Amendment fighters, freedom fighters, revolutionaries, revolution. That's why our language is changing. The dialogue is changing. But we don't have enough. Because right now it's just us. It's just our subculture. Just the people who get it. So let me tell you something else. If you're somebody that is listening, and I cannot stress this enough, if you're somebody who's in the fold, if you're somebody who understands, someone who considers themselves awake, then understand this. You are a leader. whether you want to be or not, whether you think it's somebody blowing sunshine up your ass or not. Let me prove it to you. Let me substantiate my claim, okay? You and I can both agree that the mass of people, they're not awake. They're not what we would call awake. They're not hip to what's going on. They don't know shit about Agenda 21. They've never heard the term Jade Helm. They have no idea what Occupy anything is. They may have heard about them one time in the New York Post, but that's about it, you know, if they remember. Yeah, Anonymous, they don't know who that is. They don't know about the masks. They have no idea who all militias are still around. I mean, these are your neighbors. These are your family members. These are your friends. That's why you can't sell this position to anybody, because you will face scrutiny. Sometimes it'll be by the people you love. And is that worth it to you to pay that price to maybe get your country back? To maybe see some success? Maybe. Is it worth it to you to fight? Is it? I mean, that's what it's going to take. Nothing short of that either. I mean, it's really nothing short of that. Either you fight now, or you won't be able to. And the ways in which we choose to fight are every way we possibly can. Every way that we find is prudent. Every way that we have the resources and the means in which to do so that we believe is going to affect positive change. Whether it's the internet or paper, which... Look, no one else is coming to save this country, and if you want to wake up those masses of people, you're in a leadership position to do it. There is nobody else. No one else is listening. No one else is paying attention. Nobody else cares. So, I believe it's time that all of you realize you are the leaders. It is you, whether you wanted it to be or not. Whether you find that to be convenient or not. The fact that you're awake, the fact that you're listening, the fact that you understand what's going on around us, you're the ones. You're the ones. No one else is going to do this. How do you do this? By what means? You do whatever you can on the internet. And one of the most important things you can do right now is use your printer and print out flyers, print out newspapers, print out, everything you can to, just print out a bunch of links, a bunch of .coms, .orgs, .nets to different activist websites, to different alternative media news sources, the Fifth Column, the Anti-Media, the Big Plantation, all of them, every single one of them, everything you can find. Try to affect your area, which is, sometimes all we can do. I mean, we're so financially bound, we can't travel across the country the way we would want and just fucking spread flyers through Cessnas and dropping them in the air over neighborhoods like, woohoo! That would be fantabulous, but we don't, activists, we don't have the budget for that. It's as grassroots as it gets. But the fact is even if we did have the money, it would still take you doing this. I mean, think about it. This doesn't happen unless it's all of us. It's gonna have to be white people, black people, Mexican people, everyone who's here and who is American that wants rid of this damn crooked ass corrupt ruling class, bunch of Habsburgs, everybody. If you're here and you're American, it's all of us. It's man, woman, it's everybody. Democrat, Republican, everybody. It's everybody. Militia, sovereign, anonymous. Think about it. It has to be. There is no other choice. There is no other way. And since all of us can agree that many people are not awake, that we need them to see what's going on, we need them to discern it for themselves, we put flyers together and we walk them door to door because these people are not on our websites. These people do not get the same memes we do. They do not see the same things that we do. We are living in our own subculture, and we have to, we're the only ones. That's it. That's it, and I can't say it enough. No one is coming to do this for us. Either we do it or the work does not get done, and we do not have any kind of real revolution of substantial quality. Right now, we have a basic network in place that is in place to wake up the masses, to inform the masses, to let them know we're not living in any kind of peacetime here domestically. That's not the case, and it's not ISIS that they have to fear. It's not, until the United States government unleashes them on us. You know? The truth needs to be told, whether it's popular or fashionable. The price that we pay for our lack of insurrection, for our inability to fight for reason, is nothing short more than devastating tyranny. Your state-sponsored job with your state-sponsored religion and your state-sponsored clothes. If you're somebody who just said, like hell, or fuck that, you're right. Because you'll get a bullet in the head. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people who will keep their mouths shut. Which isn't many of us. But there's people out there. You'll have the state-sponsored job. You know. And if you do something at work, dumb, if you make a mistake, they might kill you and your whole family. And it's just, that's how it is. Secret prisons like the one in Chicago, the black site, more people have died. And we already know of one person that's died there. That's what those sites are for. That's why they're secret. That's why lawyers can't access them. That's why you and I aren't supposed to know about the hundreds, if not thousands of them that are located all around our nation. In New York City, the maze of concrete. You would have no idea that on the other side of that concrete, as you walk down the street, is a freaking FEMA camp, you know, by all purposes and definition. They already have them. You know, is what some people say. Fact is we would never know. So much goes on that's compartmentalized. The left never knows what the right hand is doing. They never know. You know, stuff just, it goes on. And we're in such an unsafe time. Those secret prisons have killed more people under socialist and communist rule like ours. Because ours, what are you going to say? We're a democracy? You're going to tell me we're capitalist? Really? Social security. Socialism. By definition, even by the name. Social security. It's socialist. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but we've had socialism in this country for a long, long time. Head Start was one of the more recent examples of socialism. That's socialism. So America's never really had a big problem with socialism. But now we have the secret prisons to match. Those socialist and communist secret prisons, we have communism as well. What, you don't think we do? You think that's extremist speech? Centralized banking is a core part of the Communist Manifesto as it's written. If you want to be a good communist, you have to have centralized banking. That's absolutely fundamental in communism. Well, guess what? The Federal Reserve is neither federal nor reserve, but it is a centralized bank. It is a small, tiny group of people. It's like me and my dumbass friends. It's just a small group of them where we're all in charge of the nation's wealth, the entire nation's wealth. That's what that is. Federal Reserve Chairman is another way of saying criminal. Criminal. That's how it is. That's the reality. Whether people want to deal in it anymore or not, whether they ever want to look at it for what it actually is or not, it doesn't change it. It still is what it is. Whether you're comfortable with that reality or not, yes, you are going to have to cross party lines. I know you've not been given that example, and it makes it more difficult for you. The fact is, you're going to have to transcend all of that. You're going to have to, all this race baiting shit that goes on, Black Lives Matter, White Lives Matter, all of this, you're going to have to decide for yourself. You're going to have to decide for yourself. Either none of us are as cruel as all of us, quote, end quote, or none of us can bring the joy that all of us can. None of us can recreate and reimagine and re-innovate. None of us can have a revolution by ourselves as well as all of us. And why not fight for the right reasons? Why not wage peace? Why not? Do you think it would be easy? These aren't fashionable things to discuss. People typically don't like these types of discussions, so I apologize. I ran over there. Alright, we got about 21 minutes left. I want to show you a quick, just a, quick few videos here. And, just stuff to get your mind off of things and stuff. And, here's something absolutely nightmarish. So, you're gonna hate me for this. But, here you go. We'll play a few videos, and it'll be for me to just take a quick break, and we'll be back here in a minute, and I'll finish up the show with you. And then, as usual, tell you to go love another electrified bag of water. Alright, you're allowed to hate me. I don't blame you. I would hate me too. Have you guys ever researched the fact that parasites that take over the host and control them are actually the most prolific parasites on Earth? More so than anything. And they do it to all kinds of bugs and insects, and they do it to all kinds of animals and things. And they're actually more prolific than any other type of parasite on planet Dirt. If you didn't know that, then there's more to fear. Congratulations. Because, yeah, I'm afraid of being taken over by some freaking alien bug or something like that. So, I don't know if that's a legitimate fear or not, but, it still freaks me out. Alright, back to crazy-ass videos.
Does have that 15? Yeah.
Alright, one more time.
Does have that 15? Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, that's really difficult. That is one of the highest ollies I have ever seen. And old boy's got some skills. I like to break away, show a couple of things unrelated, that way people can have a minute to laugh or so. I had a I'm famous for losing videos, and I had a video where, like I said, we were talking about possibly doing a show after we do the Anon week, and then Militia week, and then Sovereigns week. I was thinking about doing a week dedicated to marijuana, because there are some asses I want to burn in some of these different organizations that say they're all for people's rights and all this legal pot and all this BS, and they're no more than corporate freaking hack jobs. And I can prove it. I can absolutely prove it on the air. So that was what initially inspired that. But give me your perspective on this. What do you think of this video?
influence of the drug, he killed his entire family with an axe.
Criminal syndicates might give up drug traffic entirely if nationwide laws provided for stringent penalties to counteract the tremendous profits, and if these laws were energetically enforced.
Don't you feel safer in a world where there's some positive propaganda? I know I do. Stuff like that just warms my soul. Makes me feel better. Alright, man. So, Activist Liaison Network on Facebook. I haven't done the sign-ups yet. I haven't been able to get to that page. I've had all kind of freaking technical issues. But I am getting to it, and now our purpose has actually grown. We've got quite a bit more going on, but I'm going to wait to announce all of that until we have all our ducks in a row. Just know we got some pretty big things coming, and if you want to be part of it, you can. We'll have sign-ups, and this is for anybody and everybody, really. It doesn't matter. If you want to be part of this, that's great. If you want to be any part of it where you can research, if whatever it is. So what do we got? About 13 minutes left. Okay, I won't do any more videos. Let me finish out the rest of our evening together with saying this. Let me get my camera going here. There we go. I've asked, what if time calls on us and we do nothing? And I want to ask, what if time calls on our generation and we do something? What does that look like? What do we stand to gain exactly? Not so much what's in our way, but what is it that we're doing this for? What changes would we implement if the ruling class was gone and folks like yourself and your friends and your family, normal blue-collar, everyday working people, were in charge of the country? What would the country look like if the Congress, say half the Congress, held up a bunch of anonymous masks and the other half were wearing 3% militia badges, and patches and things? I don't know what those are. Insignia. What would the country look like? What would it be like? What if we had sovereigns in the Congress along with anons and militia and patriot organization, community organizers and things like that? Because to be honest with you, I would much rather try that. I would much rather try. I know that I don't say this without knowing the level of danger that is involved in giving a highly uneducated populace control over the nation's, the world's most powerful nation. I'm not selling that short for a second. I think what's being sold short, and always has been, and we have kind of been taught to squander one another because we are squandered by our ruling class. Since we're squandered by our ruling class, it's easy for us to look at each other and go, oh, he's or she's not worth a damn, or I'm not worth a damn, or whatever. It's a mentality that breeds itself, but it's simply not true. Even though we have been left with not a very high level of education that is dispersed via Texas to the public school system. Don't know why that is. Don't know why we put up with it. But even though that's the case, when you take away education, culture, and tradition, you leave people to evolve in spirit and intuition. Spirit and intuition can lead you to truth, can lead you to the research, And if you have the intelligence yourself, which many of us do, then those are your future leaders. People that are just as capable, but not crooked like that. They're not in bed with the lobbyists and the corporations that have all the hitmen, that own the sniper squads, that, you know what I mean, all the Manchurian candidates that don't even know they just killed a house full of freaking, you know, kids and women and you know, fathers. I mean, this can be ours, but it will not work if we don't do the work. It will not work if we don't organize. It will not work if we don't believe. That does not mean, unity does not mean for a second you're going to find a bunch of friends. It doesn't. What it means is you'll find like-minded people that you may be able to have a revolution with, that you may be able to stand alongside and fight together with. They may not be your best friend. They may not be somebody you even agree with. But isn't that at the core of what America is? You know, our freedoms come from a place that says, I disagree with you, and we'll disagree amicably. And if you're some organization, you know, and you're doing something that, or you're a business or something that I don't like, then I have every right to protest, and I have every right to organize and protest and all of this. That's at the root of what our country is. That's at the root of what our country was always supposed to be, you know, is like-minded people that see there is one purpose, one common goal that binds all of us. And it's an easy principle to understand. It's simple. We want our country back. We want our freedoms back. We want our rights back. And we're not asking, we're taking. We're not here to ask for anything. We're building our network, and now it's time for these leaders, all of you who are awake and have been awake for a while, to wake up your fellow countrymen and women. No one else is going to do it for you. You need to, if you're militia, get your militia together, get some flyers together, have your guns on you, wearing your camos, go door to door and pass out flyers saying, hey, just wanted to wake you up to the truth. Just wanted you to know that your militia is here supporting you. The Anons and the Sovereigns, everybody can do the exact same thing. And it needs to be done. When I talk to my neighbors, they have no freaking clue what I'm talking about when I talk about Jade Helm and things like that. How dangerous do you believe that is if you believe there's any legitimacy to Jade Helm? The fact that it times out right when Walmart stores should be renovated for whatever purpose in July. That's scary. They haven't even called for any public orders for works for plumbing. None. For the stores that complained about plumbing. So, and it's not just in the U.S., it's in Canada as well, and it's, you know, this is obviously a globalist agenda. That's why they're bombing the crap out of everybody everywhere in the Middle East. That's why we just gave the Saudis control over the oil that comes through Yemen, so now the Saudis pretty much have full control of almost all of the world's oil. It's pretty amazing. You know, we're living in a unique time, and we can react in a unique way where we choose to be free. And I say that's exactly what we do. And if they call me a terrorist, so be it. I'm a freedom fighter, and I plan like hell on fighting. Period. And if I have to fight for reason, it was never what I wanted. And I'll do my best to not become the monster I'm fighting against. And I'll always warn the people I love and I'm fighting with to not become the monster we're fighting against. And don't become the controlled opposition. Do not give in to the tactics of being controlled opposition. And I'll always be that way. It's up to us. The future generations will look at us, the ones that are here and live and are born under whatever circumstances, however weird the militarized police state gets and futuristic sci-fi movie it gets at that point. But they'll look at us and cringe at our memories. They'll look at us as weak cowards. How could you let your own police kill your own people like that? I don't care what color they are. I mean, that's what other people in foreign countries are saying right now. And they also feel bad because they know that Americans, any American, can die at any time for no reason at all. They're well aware. You know, the whole world is watching. And they're watching in horror. You know, what do you think the rest of the world is seeing? They see Ferguson, they see Maryland, they see, you know, protest after protest after protest. And it's also happening all over the world, which they suppress in our news heavily. But from Belgium to Germany to England to France, big time in France, Ireland, there have been protests everywhere for all kinds of reasons. Weather modification, GMOs, global climate change, anonymous rallies. I mean, there's just been all kinds of stuff. Austerity rallies. And Mexico, their kids were missing and then ended up, I think they found them dead, I'm not sure. They burnt down a government parliament building in Mexico. This is all pretty recent stuff. That was in like the last month or so. And, you know, the world is rising, and it's time. Your job is killing you, and me, and all of us. There is a day when all of us are going to have to decide to fight instead of going to work. And that's what I want you to consider. We'll touch more on that tomorrow. I appreciate you guys being here. We only got a couple minutes left. I'm going to run part 3 of the videos. I played the first 2. And it's the Occupy interview. Excuse me. The Delphi Occupy interviews, and it's the Delphi technique based infiltration of Occupy groups with guest speaker Brandon Turbeville. So hopefully we'll you know, I'll have part 3 go, and then I think we're gonna do an anonymous movie. We'll probably play until midnight tonight, so if you guys just want stuff to watch or whatever, go ahead and hang out. And wait a minute. 9, 10. We'll be going until 11 because there is an 8-hour limit. So we'll go until 11, and then the last thing, like I said, I'll play is the anonymous video. So check out CNN Masks. Check out the events that are coming here locally. Check out the different alternative media that we have, the Fifth Column, the Big Plantation, the Anti-Media. Check out some of the different groups. The Awakened Cincinnatians probably the most active. They just did a Feed of the Homeless event, and they gave out like, it's like 82 or 182 pizzas. I mean, it was amazing. They got out so much food to so many people. It was just amazing. So check them out, and we've got a lot more to cover, obviously. Tomorrow I'll go over your job, and what your job is and what your job isn't, and how you should be using your job to prepare for the future, and be able to quit your job, be able to fight. I mean, you got to think about it. We fight, we win. A good portion of us go back to get our jobs, and if the employer says no to the people who just won a revolution, they've lost their minds. They won't own their business anymore. People will freak out. I mean, we'd have to just do everything we could to stop people from just burning down the damn building. You know, like, what? So, yeah, I'm pretty sure you get your job back. Pretty sure we'd still keep things flowing, but I'm also the weirdo. I also don't believe in money. I don't believe in a monetary system, and I don't believe in a cashless system. I believe in something completely different. Either go back to the bartering system and the things that worked before we had such a thing as cash, or figure out something entirely new. And those are my ideas. Now, I'm not smart enough to figure out something new, but, you know, that's what we got all these smart folks for. So anyway, I appreciate you being here on Diametric Opposition with Jeremy Deeter. Go love something. Go love another electrified bag of water. You know you want to. Enjoy part 3 of the exciting conclusion of this interview. And we'll come, well, like I said, we'll run till 11. Alright, guys. Take it easy.
got a hyperlink back to them. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that document is very similar to the Albert Burns article that we talked about a few minutes ago. I'll point out Freedom Force International is a conservative organization, and I think Gilbert Griffin was the founder of it. He wrote a great book called The Creature from Jekyll Island. So I would imagine that the Freedom Force does not necessarily endorse the Occupy Wall Street movement, or the Occupy movement, but it's important to take a look at that, because when somebody else is, who comes from a different side of the political paradigm, is also pointing out that this happens not just in the Occupy movement, but across the board in all these movements, and it's something to pay attention to go in and look and see these experiences and see how to combat this. So I would definitely go look at that document. There, it's pretty simple and straightforward, and I encourage everybody to take a look at it.
We do have some anecdotal information coming back in from some of the General Assemblies that have tried using that. That is a PDF document, and they actually printed off that 2-page document and had it available for people to take a look at, so they could make their own decision. Is the Delphi technique being used? And if so, how do we get out of that? So it's an important resource too. The Robert's Rules of Order that we brushed on, they were having some success on kind of a watered down version. Robert's Rules of Order was originally written by Thomas Jefferson as rules for the Senate, which was basically a lot of lawyers. So it's extremely complex. It can be extremely complex, and it leaves a bad taste in its mouth. One of the General Assemblies that first tried to use Robert's Rules, there was an immediate from the Delphi people saying, well, that's going to be impossible. There's no way we can use Robert's Rules of Order. And actually, once the Delphi technique broke down, the person that came and chaired the meeting after that was basically not making a big deal out of using Robert's Rules of Order, but just common sense, taking votes. The main thing you do in Robert's Rules of Order is a motion. And the key there is, instead of a deadlock, which impedes all motion, you're making motions. You are moving. You're moving a question. If debate becomes too long, you can take a vote to end the debate at a certain amount of time. So there'll be some links up with this article and with this radio broadcast on some basic Robert's Rules of Order procedure, not super complex. We don't all want to become constitutional lawyers, and I'm not sure that that's all necessarily, considering the constitutional lawyer we have running things right now, not necessarily the model we want to go with. Any other thoughts? We're kind of coming up on, go ahead, Mark Clark.
Oh, no, I just said no, certainly not. We certainly don't want to take Obama's constitutional expertise as our hallmark for action or inaction. I would like to maybe ask Brandon, though, if he had heard of the Alinsky variation on the Delphi technique and how that's been used in the circles of education. I think that there's probably a lot of people out there who have made some kind of contact with groups that have used the Delphi technique in those circles, since it's not just used within protests or external foreign revolutions, that sort of thing, and it has been used extensively in the education system in regard to education reform. I think that there's probably a lot of people out there that could probably think, as parents, can think back to some of the educational forums that have been formed and sort of get a clue from that as to how some of these techniques take place and are implemented. And, maybe, it's just personal experience is always a better educator than just hearing about something or reading about something. it seems to me there's probably a lot of people out there who are parents who may have experienced these things. Could you speak to that at all as to its use in the education system?
Well, there's a book out. I can't really speak to Alinsky specifically because I don't know as much about him, but there's a book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America by Charlotte Iserby, where she discusses a lot of these things and how this is a concerted effort to really reduce the level of intelligence of the population. Right? This comes from UNESCO and so forth, to make them more easily controlled. So there's definitely a concerted effort with the education system to dumb people down, make them just smart enough to do the work, but much too dumb to question why they're doing it. So
we had a question come in, I guess, from part of our audience, and they have chat box. The question is regarding G. Edward Griffin's latest video on chemtrails. And Brandon, do you feel whether is that something that's diluting his other Occupy efforts? Is this have you had any feedback on that?
Well, I can't speak for G. Edward Griffin on his opinions on the Occupy movement, but the chemtrail video, it's called "What in the World Are They Spraying?" and I've seen the video, and it's quite good. And the chemtrails issue is not a conspiracy theory; it's quite real. So if somebody thinks it's a conspiracy theory, I would suggest some research on that area.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can't really speak for Griffin on his opinions on Occupy. It's I mean, maybe just check his website and see what he said about it.
Okay, we're kind of starting to run short on time, and probably that'll be another issue we'll be getting back into at some further show. I just wanted to wrap up here. Once again, it's been a really good show. We'll have links up. Brandon, you've got 3 books. I've lost my list of what your books were. You mentioned one of them was Codex.
Yeah, one is Codex Alimentarius, The End of Health Freedom, and one is called 7 Real Conspiracies, which mentions chemtrails, by the way, and one is called 5 Cent Solutions.
Okay, and we'll have links to that. You've been doing a lot of writing for Activist Post. We'll have some links to your library over there. We'll have some links up for the Robert's Rules of Order that we mentioned. And again, the hyperlinks that are in the Combating the Delphi Technique article, each and every one of those is a really good source that you've hyperlinked to. And I strongly urge people to take a look at all of those hypertexts. That's about it for me. Anybody have any other final thought? Up for grabs?
I'd like to point out to everybody listening that when we talk about Robert's Rules of Order, again, it doesn't have to be the whole complicated thing. Just simple voting, simple motions, and simple voting is much more effective and much more democratic than the General Assembly. So,
I think that's a really good point.
A co-founder of the social news and entertainment website Reddit has been found dead.
He certainly was a prodigy, although he never kind of thought of himself like that.
He was totally unexcited about starting businesses and making money.
There's a profound sense of loss tonight in Highland Park, Aaron Swartz's hometown, as loved ones say goodbye to one of the internet's brightest lights.
Open access and computer activists are mourning his loss.
An astonishing intellect. You talk to people who knew him. He was killed by the government, and MIT betrayed all of its basic principles.
They wanted to make an example out of him, okay?
Governments have an insatiable desire to control.
He was potentially facing 35 years in prison and a $1 million fine.
Raising questions of prosecutorial zeal, and I would say even misconduct. Have you looked into that particular matter and reached any conclusions?
Growing up, I slowly had this process of realizing that all the things around me that people had told me were just the natural way things were, the way things always would be. They weren't natural at all. They were things that could be changed, and they were things that, more importantly, were wrong and should change. And once I realized that, there was really kind of no going back.
Welcome to Story Reading Time. The name of the book is Paddington at the Fair.
Well, he was born in Highland Park and grew up here. Aaron came from a family of 3 brothers, all extraordinarily bright.
So we were all, not the best behaved children, and, 3 boys running around all the time, causing trouble.
Hey, no.
But I've come to the realization Aaron learned how to learn at a very young age.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Knock, knock. Who's there? Aaron. Aaron who? Aaron Funny Man.
He knew what he wanted, and he always wanted to do it. He always accomplished what he wanted. His curiosity was endless.
Here's a little picture of what the planets are. And each planet has a symbol. Mercury symbol, Venus symbol, Earth symbol, Mars symbol, Jupiter symbol.
One day he said to Susan, "What's this free family entertainment in downtown Highland Park?"
Free family entertainment downtown Highland Park.
He was 3 at the time, and she said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Look, it says here on the refrigerator, free family entertainment in downtown Highland Park." And so she was floored and astonished that he could read.
It's called My Family Seder. That Seder night is different from all other nights.
I remember once we were at the University of Chicago Library. I pulled a book off the shelf that was from like 1900 and showed him and said, "This is really just an extraordinary place."
We all were curious children, but Aaron really liked learning and really liked teaching.
And today we're going to learn the ABCs backwards. C, Y, X, W, V, U, T.
I remember he came home from his first algebra class, and he was like, "Noah, let me teach you algebra." And I'm like, "What is algebra?" And he was always like that.
Now you press the click button. There, now it's got that. Now it's in pink.
When he was about 2 or 3 years old, and Bob introduced him to computers, and he just took off like crazy on them.
Go fast it one, do ABC.
We all had computers, but Aaron really took to them, really took to the internet.
Working at the computer? Mommy, why is nothing working?
He started programming from a really young age. I remember the first program that I wrote with him was in BASIC, and it was a Star Wars trivia game. He sat down with me in the basement where the computer was for hours programming this game. The problem that I kept having with him is there was nothing that I wanted done. And to him, there was always something to do, always something that programming could solve. The way Aaron always saw it is that programming is magic, right? You can accomplish these things that normal humans can't.
Aaron made an ATM using like a Macintosh and like a cardboard box.
One year for Halloween, I didn't know what I wanted to be, and he thought it'd be really, really cool if I dressed up like his new favorite computer, which at the time was the original iMac. I mean, he hated dressing up for Halloween, but he loved convincing other people to dress up as things that he wanted to see.
He made this website called The Info, where people can just fill in information. Like, I'm sure someone out there knows all about gold leafing. Why don't they write about that on this website?
And then other people could come at a later point and read that information and edit the information if they thought it was bad. Not too dissimilar from Wikipedia, right? And this was before Wikipedia had begun, and this was developed by a 12-year-old in his room by himself, running on, this tiny server using ancient technology.
And one of the teachers responds like, "This is a terrible idea. You can't just let anyone author the encyclopedia. The whole reason we have scholars is to write these books for us. How could you ever have such a terrible idea?" Me and my other brother would be like, "Oh, yeah, Wikipedia is cool, but we had that in our house like 5 years ago."
Aaron's website, theinfo.org, wins a school competition hosted by the Cambridge-based web design firm Ars Digita.
We all went to Cambridge for when he won the Ars Digita Prize. And, we had no clue what Aaron was doing. It was obvious that the prize was really important.
Aaron soon became involved with online programming communities, then in the process of shaping a new tool for the web.
He comes up to me, it's like, "Ben, there's this really awesome thing that I'm working on. You need to hear about it." I'm like, "Yeah, what is it?" He says, "It's this thing called RSS." And he explains to me what RSS is. I'm like, why is that useful, Aaron? Is any site using it? Why would I want to use it?
There was this mailing list for people who were working on RSS and XML more generally. And there was a person on it named Aaron Swartz who was combative but very smart and who had lots of good ideas. And he didn't ever come to the face-to-face meetings. And they said, when are you going to come out to one of these face-to-face meetings? And he said, I don't think my mom would let me. I'm 14, I just turned 14. And so their first reaction was, well, this person, this colleague we've been working with all year was 13 years old while we were working with him, and he's only 14 now. And their second reaction was, Christ, we really want to meet him. That's extraordinary. He was part of the committee that drafted RSS.
What he was doing was to help build the plumbing for modern hypertext. And the piece that he was working on, RSS, was a tool that you can use to get summaries of things that are going on in other web pages. Most commonly, you would use this for a blog. You might have 10 or 20 people's blogs you want to read. You use their RSS feeds, these summaries of what's going on those other pages, to create a unified list of all the stuff that's going on. Aaron was really young, but he understood the technology and he saw that it was imperfect and looked for ways to help make it better.
So his mom started bundling him on planes in Chicago. We'd pick him up in San Francisco. We'd introduce him to interesting people to argue with, and we'd marvel at his horrific eating habits. He only ate white food, only steamed rice and not fried rice because that wasn't sufficiently white, and white bread and so on. And you kind of marvel at the quality of the debate emerging from this, what appeared to be a small boy's mouth. And you think, this is a kid who's really going to go somewhere if he doesn't die of scurvy.
Aaron, you're up. I think the difference is that now you can't make companies like Doc was saying. You can't have companies that just, let's sell dog food over the internet, let's sell dog food over cell phones. But there's still a lot of innovation going on. I think if you don't see the innovation, maybe your head is in the sand.
He takes on this alpha nerd personality where he's sort of like, I'm smarter than you, and because I'm smarter than you, I'm better than you, and I can tell you what to do. It's an extension of him being kind of like a twerp.
So you aggregate all these computers together and now they're solving big problems like searching for aliens and trying to cure cancer.
First met him on IRC, on Internet Relay Chat.
He didn't just write code. He also sort of got people excited about solving problems. He was a connector. The free culture movement has had a lot of his energy. I think Aaron was trying to make the world work. He was trying to fix it.
He had a very kind of strong personality that definitely ruffled feathers at times. It wasn't necessarily the case that he was always comfortable in the world and the world wasn't always comfortable with him.
Aaron got into high school and was really just sick of school. He didn't like it. He didn't like any of the classes that were being taught. He didn't like the teachers. Aaron really knew how to get information. He was like, I don't need to go to this teacher to learn how to do geometry. I can just read the geometry book, and I don't need to go to the teacher to learn their version of American history. Like, I have 3 historical compilations here. I could just read them, and I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the web.
I was very frustrated with school. I thought, the teachers didn't know what they were talking about, and they were very domineering and controlling, and the homework was kind of a sham, and it was just all a way to pin students together and force them to do busy work. And, I started reading books about the history of education and how this educational system was developed, and alternatives to it in ways that people could actually learn things as opposed to just regurgitating facts their teachers told them. And that kind of led me down this path of questioning things. Once I questioned the school I was in, I questioned the society that built the school, I questioned the businesses that the schools were training people for, and I questioned the government that, set up this whole structure.
One of the things he was most passionate about was copyright, especially in those early days.
Copyright has always been something of a burden on the publishing industry and on readers, but it wasn't an excessive burden. It was a reasonable institution to have in place to make sure that people got paid. What Aaron's generation experienced was the collision between this antique copyright system and this amazing new thing we were trying to build, the internet and the web. These things collided, and what we got was chaos.
He then met Harvard law professor Lawrence Lessig, who was then challenging copyright law in the Supreme Court. A young Aaron Swartz flew to Washington to listen to the Supreme Court hearings.
I am Aaron Swartz, and I'm here to listen to see the Eldred argument.
Why did you fly out here from Chicago and come all this way to see the Eldred argument?
That's a more difficult question. See the Eldred. Because I don't know. It's very exciting to see the Supreme Court, especially such a prestigious case as this one.
Lessig was also moving forward with a new way to define copyright on the internet. It was called Creative Commons.
So the simple idea of Creative Commons is to give people, creators, a simple way to mark their creativity with the freedoms they intended to carry. So if copyright is all about all rights reserved, then this is a kind of some rights reserved model. I want a simple way to say to you, here's what you can do with my work, even if there are other things which you need to get my permission before you could do. And Aaron's role was the computer part. How do you architect the licenses so they would be simple and understandable and expressed in a way that machines could process it?
And people are like, why do you have this, 15-year-old kid writing the specifications for the Creative Commons? Don't you think that's a huge mistake? And Larry's like, the biggest mistake we would have is not listening to this kid.
He barely is not even tall enough to get over the podium, and it wasn't these movable podiums, so it was this embarrassing thing where once he put his screen up, nobody could see his face.
When you come to our website here, and you go to choose license, it gives you this list of options, it explains what it means, and you fill out 3 simple questions. Do you want to require attribution? Do you want to allow commercial uses of your work? Do you want to allow modifications of your work?
I was floored, just completely flabbergasted that these adults regarded him as an adult. And Aaron stood up there in front of a whole audience full of people and just started talking about the platform that he'd created for Creative Commons. And they were all listening to him. I was sitting at the back thinking, he's just a kid. Why are they listening to him? But they did. Well, I don't think I comprehended it fully.
Though critics have said it does little to ensure artists get paid for their work, the success of Creative Commons has been enormous. Currently on the website Flickr alone, over 200 million people use some form of Creative Commons license.
He contributed through his technical abilities, and yet it was not simply a technical matter to him.
Aaron often wrote candidly in his personal blog.
I think deeply about things, and I want others to do likewise. I work for ideas and learn from people. I don't like excluding people. I'm a perfectionist, but I won't let that get in the way of publication. Except for education and entertainment, I'm not going to waste my time on things that won't have an impact. I try to be friends with everyone, but I hate it when you don't take me seriously. I don't hold grudges. It's not productive, but I learn from my experience. I want to make the world a better place.
In 2004, Schwartz leaves Highland Park and enrolls in Stanford University.
He had had ulcerative colitis, which was very troubling, and we were concerned about him taking his medication.
He got hospitalized, and he would take this cocktail of pills every day. And one of those pills was a steroid, which stunted his growth and made him feel different from many of the other students.
Aaron, I think, shows up at Stanford ready to do scholarship and finds himself in effectively a babysitting program for overachieving high schoolers who, in 4 years, are meant to become, captains of industry and one percenters. And I think it just made him bananas.
In 2005, after only 1 year of college, Schwartz was offered a spot at a new startup incubation firm called Y Combinator, led by Paul Graham.
And he's like, hey, I have this idea for a website. And Paul Graham likes him enough and says, yeah, sure. So Aaron drops out of school, moves to this apartment. So this used to be Aaron's apartment when he moved here. I have vague memories of my father telling me how difficult it was to get a lease because Aaron had no credit and he dropped out of college. Aaron lived in what's now the living room, and some of the posters are left over from when Aaron lived here. And then the library. There are more books, but a lot of them are Aaron's.
Aaron's Y Combinator site was called Infogami, a tool to build websites. But Infogami struggles to find users, and Schwartz eventually merges his company with another Y Combinator project in need of help. It was a project headed by Steve Huffman and Alexis Ohanian, called Reddit.
There we were, starting from almost nothing. No users, no money, no code, and growing day by day into a hugely popular website. And it showed no signs of letting up. First we had 1,000 users, then 10,000, then 20,000, and on and on. It was just incredible.
Reddit becomes huge, and it's a real sort of geeky corner of the internet. There's a lot of humor, there's a lot of art, and there's just people who flock to the site and make that site the main site they go to every morning to get their news. Reddit kind of just borders on chaos at some level. So on the one hand, it's a place where people discuss the news of the day, technology, politics, and issues. And yet there is a lot of kind of not safe for work material, offensive material. There's some subreddits where trolls find a welcome home. And so in that sense, Reddit has been kind of home to controversy as well. It kind of sits on that edge of chaos.
Reddit catches the attention of the corporate magazine giant Condé Nast, who makes an offer to buy the company.
Some large amount of money, large enough that my dad was getting bugged with questions about how do I store this money?
Like a lot of money.
Like a lot of money. Probably more than $1 million, but I don't actually know.
And he is how old at the time?
19, 20. So it was in this apartment. They sat around on what predated these couches, hacking on Reddit. And when they sold Reddit, they threw a giant party and then all flew out to California the next day and left the keys with me.
It was funny, he just sold a startup, so we all kind of presumed he was the richest person around, but he said, oh no, I'll take this tiny little shoebox-sized room. That's all I need. It was barely larger than a closet. The idea of him spending his money on fancy objects just seems so implausible.
He explains it's I like living in apartments, so I'm not going to spend a lot of money on a new place to live. I'm not going to buy a mansion. And I like wearing jeans and a t-shirt, so I'm not going to spend any more money on clothes. So like, it's, you know, really no big deal.
What is a big deal to Schwartz is how traffic flows on the internet and what commands our attention.
In the old system of broadcasting, you were fundamentally limited by the amount of space in the airwaves. You know, you could only send out 10 channels over the airwaves of television, right? Or even with cable, you had 500 channels. On the internet, everybody can have a channel. Everyone can get a blog or a MySpace page. Everyone has a way of expressing themselves. And so what you see now is not a question of who gets access to the airwaves. It's a question of who gets control over the ways you find people. You know, you start seeing power centralizing in sites like Google, these sort of gatekeepers that tell you where on the internet you want to go, the people who provide you your sources of news and information. So it's not, you know, only certain people have a license to speak. Now everyone has a license to speak. It's a question of who gets heard.
After he started working in San Francisco at Condé Nast, he comes into the office and they want to give him a computer with all this crap installed on it and say that he can't install any new things on his computer, which to developers is outrageous, right? From the first day, he was complaining about all this stuff. Gray walls, gray desks, gray noise. The first day I showed up here, I simply couldn't take it. By lunchtime, I had literally locked myself in a bathroom stall and started crying. I can't imagine staying sane with someone buzzing in my ear all day, let alone getting any actual work done. Nobody else seems to get work done here either. Everybody's always coming into our room to hang out and chat or invite us to play the new video game system that Wired is testing.
He really had different aspirations that were politically oriented. And Silicon Valley just doesn't really quite have that culture that orients technical activity for the purposes of political goals.
Aaron hated working for a corporation. They all hate working for Condé Nast, but Aaron is like the only one who's not going to take it. And Aaron basically gets himself fired by not showing up to work ever.
It was said to be a messy breakup. Both Alexis Ohanian and Steve Huffman declined to be interviewed for this film.
He rejected the business world. One of the really important things to remember about that choice when Aaron decided to kind of leave startup culture is that he was also leaving behind the things that had made him, you know, famous and well-loved, and, you know, he was at risk of letting down fans.
He got to where he was supposed to be going and had the self-awareness and the orneriness to realize that he had climbed the mountain of shit to pluck the single rose and discovered that he'd lost his sense of smell. And rather than sit there and insist that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, and he did get the rose in any event, he climbed back down again, which is pretty cool.
The way Aaron always saw it is that programming is magic, right? You can accomplish these things that normal humans can't by being able to program. So if you had magical powers, would you use them for good or to make you mountains of cash?
Schwartz was inspired by one of the visionaries he had met as a child, the man who had invented the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee. In the 1990s, Berners-Lee was arguably sitting on one of the most lucrative inventions of the 20th century. But instead of profiting from the invention of the World Wide Web, he gave it away for free. It is the only reason the World Wide Web exists today.
Aaron is certainly deeply influenced by Tim. Tim is certainly a very prominent early internet genius who doesn't in any sense cash out. He's not at all interested in how he's going to figure out how to make $1 billion.
People would have seen, there's money to be made there. So there would have been lots of little webs instead of one big one. And one little web, and lots of little webs doesn't work because you can't follow links from one to the other. You know, you had to have the critical mass for this thing was the entire planet. So it's not going to work unless the whole planet can get on board.
I mean, I feel very strongly that it's not enough to just live in the world as it is, to just kind of take what you're given and, follow the things that adults told you to do and that, your parents told you to do and that society tells you to do. I think you should always be questioning. I take this very scientific attitude that everything you've learned is just provisional, that, you know, it's always open to recantation or refutation or questioning. And I think the same applies to society. Once I realized that there were real serious problems, fundamental problems that I could do something to address, I didn't see a way to forget that. I didn't see a way not to.
We just started spending a lot of time just kind of as friends. We would just talk for hours into the night. I definitely should have understood that he was flirting with me. I think to some degree I was like, this is a terrible idea and impossible, and therefore I will pretend it is not happening. As my marriage was breaking down and I was really stuck without anywhere to go, we became roommates and brought my daughter over. We moved in and furnished a house, and it was really peaceful. Like, my life had not been peaceful for a while, and really neither had his. We were extremely close from the beginning of our romantic relationship. We were in constant contact, but we're both really difficult people to deal with. In a very Ally McBeal discussion, he confessed he had a theme song, and I made him play it for me. It was Extraordinary Machine by Fiona Apple. I think it was just that sense of kind of being a little bit embattled that the song has. And it also had like this hopefulness to it.
By foot it's a slow climb, but I'm good at being uncomfortable, so I can't stop changing all the time.
Because in many ways, Aaron was tremendously optimistic about life. Even when he didn't feel it, he could be tremendously optimistic about life.
Extraordinary machine.
What are you doing?
Flickr has video now.
Schwartz threw his energy into a string of new projects involving access to public information, including an accountability website called watchdog.net and a project called the Open Library.
So the Open Library project is a website that you can visit at openlibrary.org. And the idea is to be a huge wiki, an editable website with one page per book. So for every book ever published, we want to have a web page about it that combines all the information from publishers, from booksellers, from libraries, from readers onto one site, and then gives you links where you can buy it, you can borrow it, or you can browse it. I love libraries. You know, I'm the kind of person who goes to a new city and immediately seeks out the library. So that's the dream of Open Library, is building this website where both you can leap from book to book, from person to author, from subject to idea, go through this vast tree of knowledge that's been embedded and lost in big physical libraries, that's hard to find, that's not very well accessible online, is really important because books are a cultural legacy. You know, books are the place people go to write things down, and to have all that swallowed up by one corporation is kind of scary.
How can you bring public access to the public domain? It may sound obvious that you'd have public access to the public domain, but in fact, it's not true. So the public domain should be free to all, but it's often locked up. There's often, guard cages. It's like having a national park, but with a moat around it and gun turrets pointed out in case somebody might want to actually come and enjoy the public domain. One of the things Aaron was particularly interested in is bringing public access to the public domain. This is one of the things that got him into so much trouble.
I had been trying to get access to federal court records in the United States. What I discovered was a puzzling system called PACER, which stands for Public Access to Court Electronic Records. I started Googling, and that's when I ran across Carl Malamud.
Access to legal materials in the United States is a $10 billion per year business.
PACER is just this incredible abomination of government service. It's 10 cents a page. It's this most brain-dead code you've ever seen. You can't search it. You can't bookmark anything. You got to have a credit card. And these are public records. It's U.S. district courts are very important. It's where a lot of our seminal litigation starts, civil rights cases, patent cases, all sorts of stuff. And journalists and students and citizens and lawyers all need access to PACER, and it fights them every step of the way. People without means can't see the law as readily as people that have that gold American Express card. It's a poll tax on access to justice.
The law is the operating system of our democracy, and you have to pay to see it. That's not much of a democracy.
They make about $120 million a year on the PACER system, and it doesn't cost anything near that, according to their own records. In fact, it's illegal. The E-Government Act of 2002 states that the courts may charge only to the extent necessary in order to reimburse the costs of running PACER.
As the founder of public.resource.org, Malamud wanted to protest the PACER charges. He started a program called the PACER Recycling Project, where people could upload PACER documents they had already paid for to a free database so others could use them.
The PACER people were getting a lot of flack from Congress and others about public access. And so they put together this system. In 17 libraries across the country, there was free PACER access. That's one library every 22,000 square miles, I believe. So it wasn't like really convenient.
I encouraged volunteers to join the so-called thumb drive corps and download docs from the public access libraries, upload them to the PACER recycling site.
People take a thumb drive into one of these libraries and they download a bunch of documents and they send them to me. And nothing, it was just a joke. In fact, when you clicked on thumb drive core, there was a Wizard of Oz, the Munchkins singing, so a little video clip came up.
We represent the lollipop, yeah.
But of course, I get this phone call from Steve Schultz and Aaron saying, gee, we'd like to join the thumb drive corps.
Around that time, I ran into Aaron at a conference.
This is something that really has to be a collaboration between a lot of different people.
So I approached him and I said, hey, I'm thinking about an intervention on the PACER problem.
Schultz had already developed a program that could automatically download PACER documents from the trial libraries. Schwartz wanted to take a look.
So I showed him the code. And I didn't know what would come next, but as it turns out, over the course of the next few hours at that conference, he was off sitting in a corner, improving my code, recruiting a friend of his that lived near one of these libraries to go into the library and to begin to test his improved code, at which point the folks at the courts realized something's not going quite according to plan.
And data started to come in and come in and come in, and soon there were 760 gigabytes of PACER docs, about 20 million pages.
Using information retrieved from the trial libraries, Schwartz was conducting massive, automated parallel downloading of the PACER system. He was able to acquire nearly 2.7 million federal court documents, almost 20 million pages of text.
Now, I'll grant you that 20 million pages had perhaps exceeded the expectations of the people running the Pilot Access Project, but surprising a bureaucrat isn't illegal.
Aaron and Carl decided to go talk to the New York Times about what happened.
They also caught the attention of the FBI, who began to stake out Schwartz's parents' house in Illinois.
But I get a tweet from his mother saying, call me. It's like, oh my God, what the hell's going on here? And so I finally got a hold of Aaron, and Aaron's mother was like, oh my God, FBI, FBI, FBI.
An FBI agent drives down our home's driveway trying to see if Aaron is in his room. And I remember being home that day and wondering why this car was driving down our driveway and just driving back out. I was like, that's weird. 5 years later, I read this FBI file and I'm like, oh my goodness. That was the FBI agent in my driveway.
He was terrified. He was totally terrified. He was way more terrified after the FBI actually called him up on the phone and tried to sucker him into coming down to a coffee shop without a lawyer. He said he went home and laid down on the bed and was shaking.
The downloading also uncovered massive privacy violations in the court documents. Ultimately, the courts were forced to change their policies as a result. And the FBI closed their investigation without bringing charges.
To this day, I find it remarkable that anybody, even at the most remote podunk field office of the FBI, thought that a fitting use for taxpayer dollars was investigating people for criminal theft on the grounds that they had made the law public. How can you call yourself a lawman and think that there can possibly be anything wrong in this whole world with making the law public?
Aaron was willing to put himself at risk for the causes that he believed in.
Bothered by wealth disparity, Schwartz moves beyond technology and into a broader range of political causes.
I went into Congress and I invited him to come and hang out and intern for us for a while so that he could learn, the political process. He was sort of learning about a new community, a new set of skills, and kind of learning to hack politics.
It seems ridiculous that miners should have to hammer away until their whole bodies are dripping with sweat, faced with the knowledge that if they dare to stop, they won't be able to put food on the table that night, while I get to make larger and larger amounts of money each day just by sitting and watching TV. But apparently the world is ridiculous.
So I co-founded a group called the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, and what we try and do is we try and organize people over the internet who care about progressive politics and moving the country in a more progressive direction to kind of come together, join our email list, join our campaigns, and help get progressive candidates elected all across the country.
The group is responsible for igniting the grassroots effort behind the campaign to elect Elizabeth Warren to the Senate.
He might have thought it was a dumb system, but he came in and he said, I need to learn this system because it can be manipulated like any social system.
But his passion for knowledge in libraries didn't take a back seat. Aaron began to take a closer look at institutions that publish academic journal articles.
By virtue of being students at a major U.S. university, I assume that you have access to a wide variety of scholarly journals. Pretty much every major university in the United States pays these sort of licensing fees to organizations like JSTOR and Thomson and ISI to get access to scholarly journals that the rest of the world can't read.
These scholarly journals and articles are essentially the entire wealth of human knowledge online, and many have been paid for with taxpayer money or with government grants. But to read them, you often have to pay again, handing over steep fees to publishers like Reed Elsevier.
These licensing fees are so substantial that people who are studying in India instead of studying in the United States don't have this kind of access. They're locked out from all of these journals. They're locked out from our entire scientific legacy. I mean, a lot of these journal articles, they go back to the Enlightenment. Every time someone has written down a scientific paper, it's been scanned and digitized and put in these collections. That is a legacy that has been brought to us by the history of people doing interesting work, the history of scientists. It's a legacy that should belong to us as a commons, as a people, but instead it's been locked up and put online by a handful of for-profit corporations who then try and get the maximum profit they can out of it.
So a researcher paid by the university or the people publishes a paper, and in the very, very last step of that process, after all the work is done, after all the original research is done, the thinking, the lab work, the analysis, after everything is done at that last stage, then the researcher has to hand over his or her copyright to this multi-billion-dollar company. And it's sick. It's an entire economy built on volunteer labor. And then the publishers sit at the very top and scrape off the cream.
Talk about a scam. One publisher in Britain made a profit of $3 billion last year. I mean, what a racket.
JSTOR is just a very, very small player in that story, but for some reason, JSTOR is the player that Aaron decided to confront.
He'd gone to some conference around open access and open publishing, and I don't know who the person from JSTOR was, but I think at some point Aaron asked the question, like, how much would it cost to open up JSTOR in perpetuity? And they gave some, I think it was $200 million, something that Aaron thought was totally ridiculous.
Working on a fellowship at Harvard, he knew users on MIT's famously open and fast network Nextdoor had authorized access to the riches of JSTOR. Schwartz saw an opportunity.
You have a key to those gates. And with a little bit of shell script magic, you can get those journal articles.
On September 24th, 2010, Schwartz registered a newly purchased Acer laptop on the MIT network under the name Gary Host. The client name was registered as Ghost Laptop.
He doesn't hack JSTOR in the traditional sense of hacking. The JSTOR database was organized, so it was completely trivial to figure out how you could download all the articles in JSTOR because it was basically numbered. It was basically, / number article 444,024, then 25, then 26.
He read a Python script called keepgrabbing.py, which was like keep grabbing one article after another.
The next day, Ghost Laptop begins grabbing articles, but soon the computer's IP address is blocked. For Schwartz, it's barely a bump in the road. He quickly reassigns his computer's IP address and keeps downloading.
Well, JSTOR and MIT take a number of steps to try to interfere with this when they notice that this is happening. And when the more modest steps don't work, then at a certain stage, JSTOR just cuts off MIT from having access to the JSTOR database. So there's this kind of cat and mouse game around getting access to the JSTOR database. Aaron ultimately, obviously, is the cat because he has more technical capability than the JSTOR database people do in defending them.
And eventually, there was an unlocked supply closet in the basement of one of the buildings. And he went, instead of going through Wi-Fi, he went down there and he just plugged his computer directly into the network and just left it there with an external hard drive downloading these articles to the computer.
Unknown to Schwartz, his laptop and hard drive had been found by authorities. They didn't stop the downloads. Instead, they installed a surveillance camera.
They found the computer in this room in the basement of an MIT building. They could have unplugged it. They could have waited for the guy to come back and said, dude, what are you doing? You know, cut it out. Who are you? And they could have done all that kind of stuff, but they didn't. What they wanted to do was film it to gather evidence to make a case. That's the only reason you film something like that.
At first, the only person caught on the glitchy surveillance camera was using the closet as a place to store bottles and cans. But days later, it caught Schwartz. Schwartz is replacing a hard drive. He takes it out of his backpack, leans out of frame for about 5 minutes, and then leaves.
And then they organized a stakeout where as he was biking home from MIT, these cops came out from either side of the road or something like that and started going after him.
He describes that he was pressed down and assaulted by the police. He tells me that it's unclear that they were police that were after him. He thought that someone was trying to attack him. He does tell me they beat him up. I was just devastated. The notion of any kind of criminal prosecution of anyone in our family or anything was so foreign and incomprehensible, I didn't know what to do.
Well, they execute search warrants at Aaron's house, his apartment in Cambridge, and his office at Harvard.
2 days before the arrest, the investigation had gone beyond JSTOR and the local Cambridge police. It had been taken over by the United States Secret Service. The Secret Service began investigating computer and credit card fraud in 1984, but 6 weeks after the attack on 9/11, their role expanded. President Bush used the Patriot Act to establish a network of what they called electronic crimes task forces.
The bill before me takes account of the new realities and dangers posed by modern terrorists.
According to the Secret Service, they are primarily engaged in activity with economic impact, organized criminal groups, or use of schemes involving new technology. The Secret Service turned Schwartz's case over to the Boston U.S. Attorney's Office.
There was a guy in the U.S. Attorney's Office who had the title head of the Computer Crimes Division or Task Force. I don't know what else he had going, but you're certainly not much of a computer crimes prosecutor without a computer crime to prosecute. So he jumped on it, kept it for himself, didn't assign it to someone else within the office or the unit, and that's Steve Hyman.
Prosecutor Stephen Hyman has been largely out of public view since the arrest of Aaron Swartz, but he can be seen here in an episode of the television show American Greed, filmed around the time of Aaron's arrest. He is describing his previous case against the notorious hacker Alberto Gonzalez, a case that garnered Hyman enormous press attention and accolades. Gonzalez masterminded the theft of over 100 million credit card and ATM numbers, the largest such fraud in history. Here, Hyman, describing Gonzalez, gives his view on the hacker mindset.
These guys are driven by a lot of the same things that we're driven by. They have an ego, they like challenge, and of course they like money and everything you can get from money.
One of the suspects implicated in the Gonzalez case was a young hacker named Jonathan James. Believing Gonzalez's crimes would be pinned on him, James committed suicide during the investigation. In an early press release describing the government's position in the case of Aaron Swartz, Hyman's boss, U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts Carmen Ortiz, said this: "Stealing is stealing, whether you use a computer command or a crowbar, and whether you take documents, data, or dollars."
It's not true. It's obviously not true. I'm not saying it's harmless, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't criminalize stealing of information, but you've got to be much more subtle in trying to figure out exactly which kinds of harms are harmful here. So the thing about a crowbar is every time I break into a place with a crowbar, I do damage. There's no doubt about it. But when Aaron writes a script that says download, download, download 100 times in a second, there's no obvious damage to anybody. If he does that for the purpose of gathering an archive to do academic research on it, there is never any damage to anybody.
He wasn't stealing, he wasn't selling what he got or giving it away. He was making a point, as far as I could tell.
The arrest took its toll on Swartz.
He just wouldn't talk about it. And he's like very stressed. If you thought like the FBI was like going to come to your doorstep any day, anytime you went down the hall, even to do your laundry, and they would break into your apartment because you left the door unlocked, like, I'd be pretty stressed. And it was clear. And so Aaron was always sort of like in like a dour mood. He wouldn't give off any sensitive information about his whereabouts during this time because he was so afraid that the FBI would be waiting for him.
It was a time of unprecedented social and political activism. Time magazine would later name as their 2011 Person of the Year, the protester.
There was a kind of hotbed of hacker activity going on. WikiLeaks had released a trove of diplomatic cables. Manning had been under arrest at the time. It was unknown whether he was the source of the leak. Anonymous, which is a kind of protest ensemble that has a lot of hackers in its ranks, were going on various sprees of sorts. If you compare that to what he did, his stuff should have been left behind for MIT and JSTOR to deal with in a kind of private, professional manner. It should have never gotten the attention of the criminal system. It just didn't belong there.
Before he was indicted, Swartz was offered a plea deal that involved 3 months in prison, time in a halfway house, and a year of home detention, all without the use of a computer. It was on the condition that Swartz plead guilty to a felony.
Here we are. We have no discovery, no evidence whatsoever about what the government's case is, and we have to make this immense decision where the lawyer is pushing you to do this, the government is giving you a non-negotiable demand, and you're told that your likelihood of prevailing is small, so whether you're guilty or not, you're better off taking the deal.
Boston has its own computer crimes division. Lots of lawyers, probably more lawyers than they need. So, you know, you can imagine all sorts of cases where it would be really hard to prosecute because you've got some criminals in Russia, or you've got some people inside of a corporation that are going to have $500 lawyers or $700 an hour lawyers sitting down against you. And then you've got this case with this kid, which is pretty easy to prove that he did something, and he's already marked himself as a troublemaker with the FBI, so why not go as tough as you can in here against that guy? It's good for you, the prosecutor, it's good for the Republic because you're fighting all those terrorist types.
I was so scared. I was so scared of having my computer seized. I was so scared of going to jail because of my computer being seized. I had confidential material from sources from my previous work on my laptop. And that is above all my priority, is to keep my sources safe. I was so scared of what was going to happen to Ada. Aaron told me that they'd offered him a deal, and he finally just said that he would take it if I told him to. And I came real close to saying take it. He had developed like serious political aspirations in the intervening time between when, that moment when he ended that entrepreneurial startup life and begun this new life that had come to this political activism. And he just didn't believe that he could continue in his life with a felony. He said to me one day, we were walking by the White House, and he said to me, they don't let felons work there. And he really wanted that to be his life.
He hadn't killed anybody. He hadn't hurt anybody. He hadn't stolen money. He hadn't done anything that seemed felony worthy, right? And there is this idea that there's no reason that he should be labeled a felon and taken away his right to vote in many states for doing what he did. That's just outrageous. It makes sense for him to be, maybe fined a bunch of money or, asked not to come back to MIT again. But to be a felon, to face jail time.
Schwartz turned down the plea deal.
Hyman redoubled his efforts. Hyman continued to press us at all levels.
Even with the physical evidence seized from Aaron's Acer computer, hard drive, and USB drive, the prosecutors needed evidence of his motives. Why was Aaron Schwartz downloading articles from JSTOR, and just what did he plan to do with them?
The government claims that he was planning to publish these. We don't really know whether that was his real intention, because Aaron also had a history of doing projects where he'd analyze giant data sets of articles in order to learn interesting things about them.
The best evidence for that was that when he was at Stanford, he also downloaded the whole Westlaw legal database.
In a project with Stanford law students, Schwartz had downloaded the Westlaw legal database. He uncovered troubling connections between funders of legal research and favorable results.
He did this amazing analysis of for-profit companies giving money to law professors who wrote law review articles which were then beneficial to Exxon during an oil spill, right? So it was a very corrupt system of funding, vanity research.
Schwartz had never released the Westlaw documents.
In theory, he could have been doing the same thing about the JSTOR database. That would have been completely okay. If he were, on the other hand, intending to create a competitive service to JSTOR, we're going to set up our own, access to the Harvard Law Review and charge, money for it, then, okay, now it seems like criminal violation because you're commercially trying to exploit this material, but it's kind of crazy to imagine that's what he was doing. So, but then there's the middle case. Well, what if he was just trying to liberate it for all of the developing world? But depending on what he was doing, it creates a very different character to how the law should be thinking about it. The government was prosecuting him as if this was like a commercial criminal violation, like stealing a whole bunch of credit card records. It was that kind of crime.
I don't know what he was going to do with that database, but I heard from a friend of his that Aaron had told him he was going to analyze the data for evidence of corporate funding of climate change research that led to biased results. And I totally believe that.
I was just told that Steve wanted to talk to me. And I thought, maybe this is a way I could get out of this. Just exit the situation. And I didn't want to live in fear of having my computer seized. I didn't want to live in fear of having to go to jail on a contempt of court charge if they tried to compel me to decrypt my computer. When they came to me and said, you know, Steve wants to talk to you, that seemed reasonable.
They offered Norton what is known as a queen for a day letter, or a proffer. It allowed prosecutors to ask questions about Aaron's case. Norton would be given immunity from prosecution herself for any information she revealed during the meeting.
I didn't like it. I told my lawyers repeatedly that this seemed fishy. I didn't like this. I didn't want immunity. I didn't need immunity. I hadn't done anything. But they were really, really stringent that they did not want me meeting the prosecutor without immunity.
But just to be clear, this is a queen for a day deal, a proffer.
Right, a proffer letter.
In which you basically handed information over to them in exchange for protection from prosecution.
So it wasn't handing information over. It was, at least that's not how I saw it. It was just having a discussion, having an interview with them.
Well, they're asking you questions.
They're asking me questions.
They can ask about whatever they want.
Right.
And whatever they learn,
I really, right, and I repeatedly tried to go in naked. I repeatedly tried to turn down the proffer letter. I was ill. I was being pressured by my lawyers. I was confused. I was not doing well by this point. I was depressed and I was scared and I didn't understand the situation I was in. I had no idea why I was in this situation. I hadn't done anything interesting, much less wrong.
We went out of our minds. Aaron was clearly very distraught about it. We were very distraught about it. Aaron's attorneys were very distraught about it. We tried to get Quinn to change attorneys.
I was very unused to being in a room with large men, well-armed, that are continually telling me I'm lying and that I must have done something. I told them that this thing that they were prosecuting wasn't a crime. I told them that they were on the wrong side of history. I used that phrase. I said, you're on the wrong side of history. And they looked bored. They didn't even look angry. They just looked bored. And it began to occur to me that we weren't having the same conversation. I mean, I told them plenty of things about, you know, why people would download journal articles, and eventually, I don't remember what was around it. I mentioned that he'd done this blog post, the Guerrilla Open Access Manifesto.
This is the Guerrilla Open Access Manifesto, supposedly written in July 2008 in Italy. Information is power. But like all power, there are those who want to keep it for themselves. The world's entire scientific and cultural heritage, published over centuries in books and journals, is increasingly being digitized and locked up by a handful of private corporations. Meanwhile, those who have been locked out are not standing idly by. You've been sneaking through holes and climbing over fences, liberating the information locked up by the publishers and sharing them with your friends. But all this action goes on in the dark, hidden underground. It's called stealing or piracy, as if sharing a wealth of knowledge were the moral equivalent of plundering a ship and murdering its crew. But sharing isn't immoral, it's a moral imperative. Only those blinded by greed would refuse to let a friend make a copy. There's no justice in following unjust laws. It's time to come into the light and, in the grand tradition of civil disobedience, declare our opposition to this private theft of public culture.
The manifesto itself was allegedly written by 4 different people and also edited by Norton. But it was Schwartz who had signed his name to it.
When it's over, I go immediately to Aaron and tell him everything I can remember about it. And he gets very angry. The things that I'd done shouldn't have added up that way. I hadn't done anything wrong, and everything had gone wrong. But I was never... I'm still angry. I'm still angry that you can try your best with these people to do the right thing, and they will turn everything against you, and they will hurt you with anything they can. And in that moment, I regret that I said what I did. But my much larger regret is that we have settled for this. that we are okay with this. That we are okay with a justice system that tries to game people into little traps so they can ruin their lives. So yeah, I wish I hadn't said that, but I am much, much angrier that this is where I am. That this is what we as a people think is okay.
They used every method that I think they could think of to get her to provide information which would be unhelpful to Aaron and helpful to the prosecution of Aaron. Right. But you know, I don't think she had information that was helpful to the government.
Months go by as Schwartz's friends and family await a looming indictment. In the meantime, Schwartz was becoming a go-to expert on a series of internet issues.
To you then, do you think that the internet is something that should be considered a human right and something that the government cannot take away from you?
Yes, definitely. I mean, this notion that national security is an excuse to shut down the internet, that's exactly what we heard in Egypt and Syria and all these other countries. And so, yeah, it's true. Sites like WikiLeaks are going to be putting up some embarrassing material about what the U.S. government does, and people are going to be organizing to protest about it and try and change their government. You know, and that's a good thing. That's what all these First Amendment rights of free expression, of freedom of association are all about. And so the notion that we should try and shut those down, I think, just goes against very basic American principles. The principle, I think, is one that our founding fathers would have understood. If the internet had been around back then, instead of putting post offices in the Constitution, they would have put ISPs.
Well, it's definitely interesting to see how...
Schwartz meets activist Taryn Steinbrickner Kaufman, and the two begin to date.
We need a massive global public outcry.
If there's no massive global public outcry, it won't create any change.
You know, 4 people in this city should cause a massive global public outcry.
You know, we need a petition signer.
Without telling her specifics, he warned her he was involved in something he called simply the bad thing.
And I had sort of crazy theories, like that he was having an affair with Elizabeth Warren or something. I speculated both Hillary Clinton and Elizabeth Warren, actually, but... So sometime in probably late July, Aaron called me, and I happened to pick up, and he said, you know, the bad thing might be in the news tomorrow. Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to read about it in the news? And I said, well, I want you to tell me. And he said, well, I've been arrested for downloading too many academic journal articles, and they want to make an example out of me. And I was like, that's it? That's the big fuss? Really? Like, it just doesn't sound like a very big deal.
On July 14th, 2011, federal prosecutors indict Schwartz on 4 felony counts.
He gets indicted on the same day that, like, 2 people in England who are part of LulzSec get arrested, and, like, a few other real hackers. And Aaron is just, like, someone who kind of looks like a hacker, enough that they can, like, you know, put his head on a stake and, like, put it on the gates.
Aaron went to surrender, and they arrested him. They then strip searched him, took away his shoelaces, took away his belt, and left him in solitary confinement.
The District of Massachusetts United States Attorney's Office released a statement saying Schwartz faces up to 35 years in prison, to be followed by 3 years of supervised release, restitution, forfeiture, and a fine of up to $1 million. He is released on $100,000 bail. The same day, the primary victim in the case, JSTOR, formally drops all charges against Schwartz and declines to pursue the case.
JSTOR, they weren't our friends, they weren't helpful or friendly to us, but they also were just kind of like, we're not part of this.
JSTOR and their parent company, Ithaca, also sidestepped requests to talk with this film. But at the time, they released a statement saying it was the government's decision whether to prosecute, not JSTOR's.
And so it's our belief that with that, the case will be over. That we should be able to get Steve Hyman to drop the case or settle it in some rational way. And the government refused.
Why?
Well, because I think they wanted to make an example out of Aaron. And they said they wanted to, the reason why they wouldn't move on requiring a felony conviction and jail time was that they wanted to use this case as a case of for deterrence. They told us that.
They told you that?
Yes.
This was going to be an example?
Yes.
He was going to be an example?
Yes. Steve Hyman said that.
Deterring who? Like, there's other people out there running around logging onto JSTOR and downloading the articles to make a political statement. I mean, who are they deterring?
It would be easier to understand the Obama administration's posture of supposedly being for deterrence if this was an administration that, for instance, prosecuted arguably the biggest economic crime that this country has seen in the last 100 years, the crimes that were committed that led to the financial crisis on Wall Street. When you start deploying the non-controversial idea of deterrence only selectively, you stop making a dispassionate analysis of lawbreaking, and you started deciding to deploy law enforcement resources specifically on the basis of political ideology. And that's not just undemocratic, it's supposed to be un-American.
Prosecutor Stephen Hyman later reportedly told MIT's outside counsel that the straw that broke the camel's back was a press release sent out by an organization Schwartz founded called Demand Progress. According to the MIT account, Hyman reacted to the short statement of support, calling it a wild internet campaign and a foolish move that moved the case from a human one-on-one level to an institutional level.
That was a poisonous combination. A prosecutor who didn't want to lose face, who had a political career in the offing maybe, and didn't want to have this come back and haunt them. You spent how many tax dollars arresting someone for taking too many books out of the library and they got your ass handed to you in court? No way.
I then moved to try to put pressure on MIT in various ways to get them to go to the government and request the government to stop the prosecution.
What is MIT's reaction to that?
There doesn't seem to be any reaction from MIT at that point.
MIT doesn't defend Aaron, which to people inside of the MIT community seems outrageous because MIT is a place that encourages hacking in the biggest sense of the word.
At MIT, the idea of going and running around on roofs and tunnels that you weren't allowed to be in was not only a rite of passage, it was part of the MIT tour. And lockpicking was a winter course at MIT.
They had the moral authority to stop it in its tracks.
MIT never stood up and took a position of saying to the feds, don't do this. We don't want you to do this. You're overreacting. This is too strong, that I'm aware of. They acted kind of like any corporation would. They helped the government. They didn't help us unless they felt they had to, and they never tried to stop it.
MIT declined repeated requests to comment, but they later released a report saying they attempted to maintain a position of neutrality and believed Hyman and the U.S. Attorney's Office did not care what MIT thought or said about the case.
MIT's behavior seemed really at odds with the MIT ethos, right? You could argue that MIT turned a blind eye and that was okay for them to do. But taking that stance, taking that neutral stance in and of itself was taking a pro-prosecutor stance.
If you look at Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, they started by selling a blue box, which was a thing designed to defraud the phone company. If you look at Bill Gates and Paul Allen, they initially started their business by using computer time at Harvard, which was pretty clearly against the rules. The difference between Aaron and the people I just mentioned is that Aaron wanted to make the world a better place. He didn't just want to make money.
Schwartz continues to be outspoken on a variety of internet issues.
You know, the reason the internet works is because of the competitive marketplace of ideas. And what we need to be focusing on is getting more information about our government, more accessibility, more discussion, more debate. But instead, it seems like what Congress is focused on is shutting things down.
Aaron thought he could change the world just by explaining the world very clearly to people.
Flame can literally control your computer and make it spy on you. Welcome, Aaron. Good to have you back on the show here.
You know, just like spies used to in olden days put microphones and tap what people were saying, now they're using computers to do the same things.
Schwartz's political activity continues, his attention turning to a bill moving through Congress designed to curb online piracy. It was called SOPA. Activists like Peter Eckersley saw it as an enormous overreach, threatening the technical integrity of the internet itself.
And one of the first things I did was to call Aaron. I said, can we do a big online campaign against this?
This isn't a bill about copyright. It's not? No, he said. It's a bill about the freedom to connect. Now I was listening.
And he thought about it for a while and then said yes. And he went and founded Demand Progress.
Demand Progress is an online activism organization. We've got around 1.5 million members now, but started in the fall of 2010. Aaron was one of the most prominent people in a community of people who helped lead organizing around social justice issues at the federal level in this country.
SOPA was the bill that was intended to curtail online piracy of music and movies, but what it did was basically take a sledgehammer to a problem that needed a scalpel.
If passed, the law would allow a company to cut off finances to entire websites without due process, or even to force Google to exclude their links. All they needed was a single claim of copyright infringement. It pitted the titans of traditional media against a new and now far more sophisticated remix culture.
It makes everyone who runs a website into a policeman. And if they don't do their job of making sure nobody on their site uses it for anything that's even potentially illegal, the entire site can get shut down without even so much as a trial.
This was over the top. I mean, this was a catastrophe.
This bill poses a serious threat to speech and civil liberties for all who use the internet.
There were only a handful of us who said, look, we're not for piracy either, but it makes no sense to destroy the architecture of the internet, the domain name system, and so much that makes it free and open in the name of fighting piracy. And Aaron got that right away.
The freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution, the freedoms our country had been built on, would be suddenly deleted. New technology, instead of bringing us greater freedom, would have snuffed out fundamental rights we'd always taken for granted. And I realized that day, talking to Peter, that I couldn't let that happen.
When SOPA was introduced in October 2011, it was considered inevitable. Our strategy when it first came out was to hopefully slow the bill down, maybe weaken it a little bit, but even we didn't think that we would be able to stop this bill.
Having worked in Washington, what you learn is that typically in Washington, the legislative fights are fights between different sets of corporate moneyed interests. They're all duking it out to pass legislation. And the fights that are the closest are when you have one set of corporate interests against another set of corporate interests, and they're financially equally matched in terms of campaign contributions and lobbying. Those are the closest ones. The ones that aren't even fights, typically, are ones where all the money is on one side, all the corporations are on one side, and it's just millions of people on the other side.
Haven't seen anything like PIPA and SOPA in all my time in public service. There were more than 40 United States senators on that bill as co-sponsors. So there were already a long, long way to getting the 60 votes to have it clear all the procedural hoops.
Even I began to doubt myself. It was a rough period.
Schwartz and Demand Progress were able to marshal enormous support, using traditional outreach combined with commonly used voice-over IP to make it very easy for people to call Congress.
I've never met anybody else who was able to operate at his level, both on the technological side and on the campaign strategy side.
Millions of people contacted Congress and signed anti-SOPA petitions. Congress was caught off guard.
There was just something about watching those clueless members of Congress debate the bill, watching them insist they could regulate the internet and a bunch of nerds couldn't possibly stop them.
I am not a nerd.
I'm just not enough of a nerd.
Maybe we ought to ask some nerds what this thing really does. Let's have a hearing, bring in the nerds.
Really? Nerds? You know, I think actually the word you're looking for is experts. To enlighten you so your laws don't backfire, break the internet.
We use the term geek, but we're allowed to use that because we are geeks. The fact that it got as far as it did without them talking to any technical experts reflects the fact that there is a problem in this town.
I'm looking for somebody to come before this body and testify in a hearing and say, this is why they're wrong.
There used to be an office that provided science and technology advice, and members could go to them and say, help me understand XYZ. And Gingrich killed it. He said it was a waste of money. Ever since then, Congress has plunged into the dark ages.
I don't think anybody really thought that SOPA could be beaten, including Aaron. I think it was worth trying, but it didn't seem winnable. And I remember maybe a few months later, I remember him just turning to me and being like, I think we might win this. And I was like, that would be amazing.
Calls to Congress continue. When the domain hosting site GoDaddy becomes a supporter of the bill, tens of thousands of users transferred their domain names in protest. Within a week, a humbled GoDaddy reverses their position on SOPA.
When the Congress people that supported the record and movie industries realized that there was this backlash, they kind of scaled the bill back a little bit.
You could see the curve happening. You could see that that our arguments were starting to resonate.
It was like Aaron had been like striking a match and it was being blown out. Striking another one was being blown out. And finally he'd like managed to catch enough kindling that the flame actually caught, and then it turned into this roaring blaze.
On January 16th, 2012, the White House issued a statement saying they didn't support the bill. And then this happened.
I'm a big believer that we should be dealing with issues of piracy and we should deal with them in a serious way, but this bill is not the right bill.
When Jimmy Wales put his support towards blacking out Wikipedia, the #5 most popular website in the world. This is a website that's on several percent of all of the clicks on anywhere on the internet.
Wikipedia went black, Reddit went black, Craigslist went black, phone lines on Capitol Hill flat out melted. Members of Congress started rushing to issue statements retracting their support for the bill that they were promoting just a couple days ago.
Within 24 hours, the number of opponents of SOPA in Congress went from this to this.
To see congressmen and senators slowly flip sides throughout the day of the blackout was pretty unbelievable. There was like a 100 representative swing.
And that was when, as hard as it was for me to believe, after all this, we had won. The thing that everyone said was impossible, that some of the biggest companies in the world had written off as kind of a pipe dream, had happened. We did it. We won.
This is a historic week in internet politics, maybe American politics.
The thing that we heard from people in Washington, D.C., from staffers on Capitol Hill was they received more emails and more phone calls on SOPA blackout day than they'd ever received about anything. I think that was an extremely exciting moment. This was the moment when the internet had grown up politically.
It was exhilarating because it's hard to believe it actually happened. It's hard to believe a bill with so much financial power behind it didn't simply sail through the Congress. And not only did it not sail through, it didn't pass at all.
It's easy sometimes to feel like you're powerless, like when you come out in the streets and you march and you yell and nobody hears you. But I'm here to tell you today, you are powerful. So yeah, maybe sometimes you feel like you're not being listened to, but I'm here to tell you that you are. You are being listened to. You are making a difference. You can stop this bill if you don't stop fighting. Stop PIPA. Stop SOPA. Some of the biggest internet companies, to put it frankly, would benefit from a world in which their little competitors could get censored. We can't let that happen.
For him, it was more important to be sure that you made a small change than to play a small part in a big change. But SOPA was like playing a major part in a major change. And so for him, it was kind of this proof of concept, like, okay, what I want to do with my life is change the world. I think about it in this really scientific way of like, I'm measuring my impact. And this shows that it's possible, right? That the thing that I want to do with my life is possible. I have proved that I can do it, that I, Aaron Swartz, can change the world.
For a guy who never really thought he had done much, which was Aaron, it was one of the few moments where you could really see that he felt like he had done something good. Feeling like here is his maybe one and only victory lap.
Everyone said there was no way we could stop SOPA. We stopped it. This is 3 outrageously good victories, and the year isn't even over yet. I mean, if there's a time to be positive, it's now.
You know, he wins at SOPA a year after he's arrested. It's not unambiguously happy moments. There's a lot going on.
He's so attuned towards participating in the political process, you can't stop him.
The list of organizations Swartz founded or co-founded is enormous. And years before Edward Snowden would expose widespread internet surveillance, Swartz was already concerned.
It is shocking to think that the accountability is so lax that they don't even have sort of basic statistics about how big the spying program is. And if the answer is, oh, we're spying on so many people we can't possibly even count them, then that's an awful lot of people, right? It would be one thing if they said, look, you know, we know the number of telephones we're spying on, we don't know exactly how many real people that corresponds to, but they just came back and said, we can't give you a number at all. That's pretty, I mean, it's scary is what it is.
Well, that's scary.
You know, they put incredible pressure on him, took away his, you know, all of the money he had made. They, you know, threatened to take away his physical freedom. Why'd they do it? You know, I mean, well, why are they going after whistleblowers? You know, why are they going after people who tell the truth about all sorts of things? I mean, from the banks to the, you know, to war, to just sort of government transparency.
So secrecy serves those who are already in power. And we are living in an era of secrecy that coincides with an era where the government is doing also a lot of things that are probably illegal and unconstitutional. So those two things are not coincidences.
It's very clear that this technology has been developed not for small countries overseas, but right here for use in the United States by the U.S. government. The problem with the spying program is it's this sort of long, slow expansion, you know, going back to the Nixon administration, right? Obviously, it became big after 9/11 under George W. Bush, and Obama has continued to expand it, and the problems have slowly grown worse and worse. But there's never been this moment you can point to say, okay, we need to galvanize opposition today because today is when it matters. Instead, it's mattered for.
The prosecution, in my estimation, of Aaron Swartz was about sending a particular laser-like message to a group of people that the Obama administration sees as politically threatening. And that is essentially the hacker, the information, and the democracy activist community. And the message that the Obama administration wanted to send to that particular community was, in my estimation, we know you have the ability to make trouble for the establishment. And so we are going to try to make an example out of Aaron Swartz to scare as many of you as possible into not making that trouble.
And the government said, oh, the legal opinions we're using to legalize the spying program are also classified. So we can't even tell you which laws we're using to spy on you. You know, every time they can say, oh, this is another instance of cyber war, the cyber criminals are attacking us again, we're all in danger, we're all under threat. They use those as excuses to push through more and more dangerous laws.
Great. And so just to follow that up, like personally, how do you feel the fight is going, I guess?
It's up to you.
I know, but we gotta like, you know.
You know, there's sort of these two polarizing perspectives, right? Everything is great. The internet has created all this freedom and liberty and everything's going to be fantastic. Or everything is terrible. The internet has created all these tools for cracking down and spying and, you know, controlling what we say. And the thing is, both are true, right? The internet has done both. And both are kind of amazing and astonishing. And which one will win out in the long run is up to us. It doesn't make sense to say, oh, one is doing better than the other. You know, they're both true. And it's up to us which ones we emphasize and which ones we take advantage of, because they're both there and they're both always going to be there.
On September 12, 2012, federal prosecutors filed a superseding indictment against Swartz, adding additional counts of wire fraud, unauthorized access to a computer, and computer fraud. Now, instead of 4 felony counts, Swartz was facing 13. The prosecution's leverage had dramatically increased, as did Swartz's potential jail time and fines.
They filed a separate indictment to add more charges, and they had a theory about why this conduct constituted a number of federal crimes, and that a very significant sentence could attach to it under the law.
That theory, and much of the prosecution's case against Swartz, involved a law created originally in 1986. It is called the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
The Computer Fraud and Abuse Act was inspired by the movie War Games with Matthew Broderick, which is a great movie.
I have you now.
In this movie, a kid gets the ability through the magic of computer networks to like launch a nuclear attack. You know, that's not actually possible, and it certainly wasn't possible in the 80s, but apparently this movie scared Congress enough to pass the original Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
This is a law that's just behind the times. For example, that penalizes terms of service kinds of arrangements. You can have something like eHarmony or Match.com, and somebody sort of inflates their own personal characteristics, and all of a sudden, depending on the jurisdiction and the prosecutors, they could be in a whole host of troubles.
We all know what terms of use are. Most people don't read them, but not abiding by their terms could mean you are committing a felony.
The website terms of service often say things like, be nice to each other, or don't do anything that's improper. The idea that the criminal law has anything to say about these kinds of violations, I think strikes most people as crazy.
The examples get even more crazy. Until it was changed in March of 2013, the terms of use on the website of Hearst's 17 magazine said you had to be 18 in order to read it.
I would say that the way the CFA has been interpreted by the Justice Department, we are probably all breaking the law.
Vague and prone to misuse, the CFAA has become a one-size-fits-all hammer for a wide range of computer-related disputes. Though not the only factor in his case, 11 of the 13 charges against Schwartz involved the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. The question why hangs over much of the story of Aaron Swartz. Just what was motivating the government, and what would their case have been? The Department of Justice declined requests for answers, but Professor Oren Kerr is a former prosecutor who has studied the case.
So I think I come about this case from a different direction than other people on a number of reasons. I was a federal prosecutor at the Justice Department for 3 years before I started teaching. The government came forward with an indictment based on what crimes they thought were committed, just as a purely lawyers matter, looking at the precedents, looking at the statute, looking at the history, looking at the cases that are out there so far. I think it was a fair indictment based on that. You can debate whether they should have charged this case. There's just a lot of disagreement. Some people are on the open access side, some people are not. I think the government took Swartz's guerrilla open access manifesto very seriously. And I think they saw him as somebody who was committed as a moral imperative to breaking the law to overcome a law that Swartz saw as unjust. And in a democracy, if you think a law is unjust, there are ways of changing that law. They're going to Congress, as Swartz did so masterfully with SOPA. Or you can violate that law in a way to try to nullify that law. And I think what was driving the prosecution was the sense that Swartz was committed not just to breaking the law, but to really making sure that law was nullified, that everyone would have access to the database in a way that you couldn't put the toothpaste back into the tube. It would be done, and Swartz's side would win. There's a big disagreement in society as to whether that is an unjust law, and ultimately that's a decision for the American people to make, working through Congress. And then the second problem is, I think, we're still trying to figure out what's the line between less serious offenses and more serious offenses. We're now entering this different environment of computers and computer misuse, and we don't yet have a really strong sense of exactly what these lines are. So we're just working that out.
This is a poor use of prosecutorial discretion. The hammer that the Justice Department has to scare people with it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so most people just, you can't roll the dice with your life like that.
Should we tap somebody's phone? Should we film them? Should we turn somebody and get them to testify against these other people? That's how federal agents and prosecutors think. They build cases, they make cases.
Swartz was caught in the gears of a brutal criminal justice system that could not turn back, a machine that has made America the country with the highest rate of incarceration in the world.
We have in this country allowed ourselves to be captured by the politics of fear and anger, and anything we're afraid of, like the future of the internet and access, and anything we're angry about instinctively creates a criminal justice intervention. And we've used jail, prison, and punishment to resolve a whole host of problems that historically were never seen as criminal justice problems. The impulse to threaten, indict, prosecute, which is part of what has created this debate and controversy over online access and information on the internet, is very consistent with what we've seen in other areas. The one difference is that the people who are usually targeted and victimized by these kinds of criminal and carceral responses are typically poor and minority.
Schwartz's isolation from friends and family increased.
He had basically stopped working on anything else, and the case was, in fact, like taking over sort of his whole life.
One of Aaron's lawyers apparently told the prosecutors that he was emotionally vulnerable and that was something that they really needed to keep in mind so that they knew that.
It was weighing on him very heavily. He did not like having his actions and his movements restricted in any way. And the threat of jail, which they pounded him with a lot, was terrifying to him.
Completely exhausted his financial resources, and it cost us a lot of money also, and he raised a substantial amount of money. So it was, it was in the millions of dollars.
The legal defense?
Yes.
Was in millions?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to be a burden to people. I think that was a factor. Like, I have my normal life, and then I have this shitty thing I have to deal with. And I try to keep the two of them as separate as possible. But they were just beginning to blur together, and everything was becoming shitty.
Schwartz faced a tough choice that was only getting tougher. Do you admit guilt and move on with your life, or do you fight a broken system? With his legal case, the answer was simple. He rejects the final plea deal, and a trial date is set.
Aaron was resolute that he didn't want to knuckle under and accept something that he didn't believe was fair, but I also think he was scared. I don't think they would have convicted Aaron. I think we would have walked him out of that courthouse, and I would have given him a big hug, and we would have walked across that little river in Boston and gone and had a couple of beers. I really thought that we were right. I thought that we were going to win the case. I thought that we could win the case.
He didn't talk about it very much, but you could see the enormous pain that he was going through.
No time in his childhood did Aaron have any severe mood swings or depressive episodes or anything that I would ascribe to severe depression. And it's possible, he was depressed. People get depressed.
Very early in our relationship, 3 or 4 weeks in or something, I remember him saying to me that I was a lot stronger than he was. He was brittle in a lot of ways. Things were a lot harder for him than for a lot of people. It was part of his brilliance, too. I think he probably had something like clinical depression in his early 20s. I don't think he did when I was with him. He wasn't a joyful person, but that's different from being depressed. He was just under such enormous pressure for 2 years straight. He just didn't want to do it anymore. He was just I just think it was too much.
I got a phone call late at night. I could tell something was wrong, and then I called and I realized what had happened.
A co-founder of the social news and entertainment website Reddit has been found dead. Police say 26-year-old Aaron Schwartz killed himself yesterday in his Brooklyn apartment.
I just thought, we've lost one of the most creative minds of our generation. It was like the whole world fell apart at that moment. It was one of the hardest nights of my life.
As I kept screaming, I can't hear you. What did you say? I can't hear you. I can't. That's it.
Like, yeah, none of it made any sense, and really still doesn't.
I was so frustrated, angry. You know, I tried to explain it to my kids. My 3-year-old told me that the doctors would fix him. I've known lots of people who've died, but I've never lost anybody like this. Because everybody feels, and I do too, there's so much we could have more to do. Like, I just didn't know he was there. I didn't know this was what he was suffering, and
he was part of me. And I just wanted it to not be real. And then I just looked at his Wikipedia page and I saw the end date. To 2013.
Aaron is dead. Wanderers in this crazy world, we have lost a mentor, a wise elder. Hackers for right, we're one down. We've lost one of our own. Nurturers, carers, listeners, feeders, parents, all, we have lost a child. Let us all weep.
my first thought was, well, what if nobody even notices? Because it wasn't clear to me how salient he was.
I had never seen anything quite like the outpouring I saw.
The net just lit up.
I mean, everyone was trying to explain it in their own way, but I've never seen people grieve on Twitter before. People were visibly grieving online.
He was the internet's own boy, and the old world killed him.
We are standing in the middle of a time when great injustice is not touched. The architects of the financial meltdown have dinner with the president regularly. In the middle of that time, the idea that this was what the government had to prosecute just seems absurd if it weren't tragic.
The question is, can we do something, given what's happened, to make the world a better place? And how can we further that legacy? That's the only question that one can ask.
All over the world, there were starting to be hackathons and gatherings. Aaron Swartz has, in some sense, brought the best out of us in trying to say, how do we fix this?
He was, in my humble opinion, one of the true extraordinary revolutionaries that this country has produced.
I don't know whether Aaron was defeated or victorious, but we are certainly shaped by the hand of the things that he wrestled with.
When we turn armed agents of the law on citizens trying to increase access to knowledge, we've broken the rule of law, we've desecrated the temple of justice. Aaron Swartz was not a criminal. Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, it comes through continuous struggle.
Aaron really could do magic. And I'm dedicated to making sure that his magic doesn't end with his death.
He believed that he could change the world, and he was right. Out of the last week and out of today, phoenixes are already rising.
Since Schwartz's death, Representative Zoe Lofgren and Senator Ron Wyden have introduced legislation that would reform the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, the outdated law that formed the majority of the charges against Schwartz. It's called Aaron's Law.
Aaron believed that, you literally ought to be asking yourself all of the time, what is the most important thing I could be working on in the world right now? And if you're not working on that, why aren't you?
We are the people.
I wish we could change the past, but we cannot. But we can change the future, and we must. We must do so for Aaron. We must do so for ourselves. We must do so to make our world a better place, a more humane place, a place where justice works and access to knowledge becomes a human right.
So there was a kid back in February from Baltimore, 14 years old, who had access to JSTOR. And he'd been spelunking through JSTOR after reading something. And he figured out a way to do early tests for pancreatic cancer. And pancreatic cancer kills the shit out of you because we detect it way too late. By the time we detect it, it's already too late to do anything about it. He sent emails off to the entire oncology department at Johns Hopkins, you know, hundreds of them. And every 14-year-old kid, yeah. And most of them ignored it, right? But one of them like sent him an email back and said, this is not an entirely stupid idea. Why don't you come on over? And this kid worked evenings and weekends with this researcher. And in February, I heard him on the news, just a couple of weeks after Aaron died, when Aaron was in the news a lot. Sorry. And he said the reason he was on the news is because they'd done it. They were shipping an early test for pancreatic cancer that was going to save lives. And he said, this is why what Aaron did was so important. Because you never know, right? This truth of the universe is not only something that policymakers use to figure out, you know, what the speed limit should be. It's where the thing that's going to keep, you know, your kid from dying of pancreatic cancer comes from. And without access, the person who might come up with the thing that's got your number on it may never find that answer.
He slept so well, he didn't fall out of bed once, not even when he dreamed he was back on the space quest.
Very good, Aaron. Very good. Yay, Aaron.
Okay. Now it's song time.
You may get paid for the video if you want. When you upload, you may notice a couple of copyright notices on the video. Ignore them. The copyright claims on the video are fraudulent. If they stop you from getting paid for the video, dispute them. If you do not host this video account, you are not doing your part to get the message out there, and you are part of the problem. Greetings world. We are anonymous. This following video focuses on the Federal Reserve problem of the United States. If you live in another country, please know that this video is still meant for you. The problem will affect everybody around the world, as the Federal Reserve is present in all countries. Watch this video and see what has happened to the United States so you can see what you and the world are up against. We must all unite together to fight our oppressors. Please pay attention.
Every human on this planet is enslaved, whether they know it or not. This is not the crude and primitive slavery of ancient times. It does not rely on whips and shackles to keep the oppressed in their place. These tools have been rendered obsolete by much more sophisticated methods. That most of the enslaved are unaware of their condition and would in fact argue fiercely that they are free is a testament to the effectiveness of these invisible chains. You've heard the expression, money makes the world go round. There's truth in that. Money is the prime motive for human labor in modern civilization. If you want food, shelter, and clothing, you must have money. And unless you're part of that tiny minority that has more money than they could ever spend in their lifetime, then you must work, beg, or steal for that money. That's why you get up in the morning and go to work, even if you hate your job. And that's why the specter of unemployment is more terrifying for most people than the prospect of spending 50 years of their life performing menial tasks within the confines of a fluorescent-lit cubicle. Of course, in Western countries, some are fortunate enough to have pulled away from the brink and do not live in fear that their basic needs will be met, at least for now. And yet they keep spinning the hamster wheel. Why is that? Could it be because money and the bling that it buys have become symbols of status and prestige? Money offers an illusory form of social validation, but even those who are not caught up in distinguishing themselves by how much they accumulate still must acknowledge the social stigma that comes with poverty. The combination of these primal motivators, the need for food, shelter, clothing, and social validation, is a very powerful force. It's enough to drive humans to engage in all forms of activity, even to the point of harming themselves or others in the process. The accumulation of money is therefore an accumulation of social and psychological power, and those who control the creation of money control this power at its source. So who controls the creation of money? Well, in the case of the US dollar, it's not the government. This shouldn't be an earth-shattering revelation. The fact that the Federal Reserve is a private institution owned by a cartel of the world's most powerful banks is quickly becoming common knowledge. Even the mainstream media doesn't deny it at this point. However, the full extent of what this means is only clear when you understand how the banking system really works. And unfortunately, this isn't something we're taught in school. Once you have it explained to you in simple terms, you'll understand why. Every dollar in circulation is loaned into existence by a bank. The process begins with the Federal Reserve when they loan out money to the US government and to other entities. You've probably heard this talked about before, especially in regards to the interest rate on those loans, which the Federal Reserve raises and lowers depending on economic conditions. But what's never talked about in the mainstream is the fact that the Fed isn't actually loaning out money that they have. They are merely typing those dollars into existence on a computer. You may be inclined to believe that this money is based on some physical backing like gold, but you would be mistaken. The Federal Reserve hasn't owned any gold since the 1930s.
The Federal Reserve does not own any gold at all. We have not owned gold since 1934. So we have not engaged in any gold swaps.
When the Federal Reserve loans money to the US government, The U.S. government gives the Federal Reserve government bonds in exchange. These bonds are simply written promises to pay back the money that was loaned to them with interest through taxation. So to be clear here, the government is taking out a loan from a bank that is creating that money out of thin air, and they're expecting you, the taxpayer, to cover that loan. The absurdity of this arrangement is even more obvious when you realize that up until 1913, the U.S. government created its own money and had no need for a bank to play the part of a middleman. That new money loaned out by the Federal Reserve enters circulation through the banks, accumulates in the banks, and in the end the banks end up holding all the cards, not necessarily for the reasons you may imagine. Contrary to popular belief, the majority of money in circulation isn't actually created by the Federal Reserve, but rather by the ordinary banks that businesses and individuals use for their checking, savings, and mortgages. How is this possible? Well, like the Federal Reserve, ordinary banks are allowed to loan out money that they don't have. There are, of course, restrictions. Banks are only allowed to loan out 10 times the amount of money that they actually have. So if Wells Fargo has $1,000, they can loan you $10,000, and they expect you to pay back that $10,000 plus interest. This is called fractional reserve banking. 75% of all money in circulation is created in this manner. Now, as bad as this may seem, this is really only the tip of the iceberg. Most banks structure payment plans so that for many years, you're paying almost nothing but interest, and only start paying down the principal gradually. The result of this strategy is that in most cases you pay far more in interest when you purchase a house than the house itself is worth. So here's the real question. If all money is created through loans, where does the money come from to pay for the interest? Let's say we reset the system to zero, loan $1,000 into existence and charge 7% interest. We now have a total of $1,000 in the system, but we owe $1,000 plus interest, and that's more. The interest ensures that there's always more debt than money in circulation, because the money to pay the interest doesn't exist. Never has, never will. This would be obvious if there was only one loan being issued to one person in this manner, but when performed on a global scale, the reality is hidden, and is transformed into a game of musical chairs where the person ending up without a seat faces bankruptcy and financial ruin. Because every dollar in existence is tied to a debt, this creates an unseen force that draws those dollars back to the banks, kind of like gravity attracts a physical object to Earth. The catch here is that it's the labor of the people that moves that money. Every hour that you work to pay back a loan or to keep the government from throwing you in jail over income taxes is an hour worked for the banks. The total receipts from personal income taxes just barely covers the interest on the national debt. And even the principal for that debt all ends up back in the hands of the banks. And remember, that bank created that money out of nothing. Once you understand that the money that banks loan out isn't actually an asset, but is in fact a piece of legal fiction, it should be clear that you're working for these banks for free. This is a cleverly disguised form of slavery. If you manage to pay your monthly payments, then you are a successful slave, and you are allowed to keep the material comforts that come with that status. But if for some reason you fail to make those monthly payments, then the bank or the IRS comes to take your house, your car, and anything else you have of value. And if somehow, even with this enormous financial advantage, the banks still get themselves into trouble, you, the taxpayer, will be forced to bail them out. No matter what, the banks win. To say the game is rigged is an understatement. You might be inclined to think that if you live outside the United States and you don't use dollars, then this situation has no bearing on your life. But you would be wrong. The dollar is both the world reserve currency and the only currency in which oil is sold on global markets. This is often referred to as the petrodollar status. This means that wherever you live, whether your country is an oil exporter or an oil importer, you are affected. If your country is an oil importer, then you are affected by the fact that in order to keep your country running, you have to acquire dollars. To acquire those dollars, you have to send goods and services to the United States or to someone else who did. Likewise, if your country is an oil exporter, you are affected by the fact that you send your oil to the U.S. in exchange for this debt-based money. You are exchanging something of real and tangible value for digits on a screen. And if for some reason the leadership of your country grows tired of this arrangement and tries to pull off the dollar, you'll quickly find the United States military at your doorstep ready to open up a can of democracy on you. Iraq learned this the hard way when they switched their oil sales to euros in 2000, and Libya when they tried to organize a gold-based currency for Africa. Debt-based money is a masterpiece of social engineering, the ultimate tool of the ruling elite. Yet in reality, the whole thing is nothing more than a construct of belief. Our chains are the chains of the mind, and the path to freedom must also begin in the mind. If we want a better future for our children and grandchildren, then we must work right now to reach a critical mass of awakening.
So in case you missed it, the Federal Reserve's only job was to issue paper currency and back up that money with gold, making each dollar refundable for gold. But what they did was they stole the gold, then printed a bunch of fake money out of thin air backed by nothing and loaned it out at high interest. They collected around $3 for every one fake dollar they produced, and they did this scam with every dollar ever made in the US. You never knew about it because they collected the interest through taxes. It was an invisible scam. This scam put you and your children in a $19 trillion debt, making your children debt slaves forever. The following video will demonstrate how much these banksters stole from the world. We are considered the 99% in the video. They, the banksters, are considered the 1% in the video. Pay attention.
There's a chart I saw recently that I can't get out of my head. A Harvard business professor and economist asked more than 5,000 Americans how they thought wealth was distributed in the United States. This is what they said they thought it was. Dividing the country into 5 rough groups of the top, bottom, and middle 3 20% groups, they asked people how they thought the wealth in this country was divided. Then he asked them what they thought was the ideal distribution. And 92%, that's at least 9 out of 10 of them, said it should be more like this. In other words, more equitable than they think it is. Now that fact is telling, admittedly, the notion that most Americans know that the system is already skewed unfairly. But what's most interesting to me is the reality compared to our perception. The ideal is as far removed from our perception of reality as the actual distribution is from what we think exists in this country. So ignore the ideal for a moment. Here's what we think it is again. And here is the actual distribution. Shockingly skewed. Not only do the bottom 20% and the next 20%, the bottom 40% of Americans barely have any of the wealth. I mean, it's hard to even see them on the chart. But the top 1% has more of the country's wealth than 9 out of 10 Americans believe the entire top 20% should have. Mind-blowing. But let's look at it another way, because I find this chart kind of difficult to wrap my head around. Instead, let's reduce the 311 million Americans to just a representative 100 people. Make it simple. Here they are. Teachers, coaches, firefighters, construction workers, engineers, doctors, lawyers, some investment bankers, a CEO, maybe a celebrity or two. Now let's line them up according to their wealth. Poorest people on the left, wealthiest on the right, just a steady row of folks based on their net worth. We'll color code them like we did before based on which 20% quintile they fall into. Now let's reduce the total wealth of the United States, which was roughly $54 trillion in 2009, to this symbolic pile of cash. And let's distribute it among our 100 Americans. Well, here's socialism, all the wealth of the country distributed equally. We all know that won't work. We need to encourage people to work and work hard to achieve that good old American dream and keep our country moving forward. So, here's that ideal we asked everyone about. Something like this curve. This isn't too bad. We've got some incentive, as the wealthiest folks are now about 10 to 20 times better off than the poorest Americans. But hey, even the poor folks aren't actually poor, since the poverty line has stayed almost entirely off the chart. We have a super healthy middle class with a smooth transition into wealth. And yes, Republicans and Democrats alike chose this curve. 9 out of 10 people, 92%, said this was a nice, ideal distribution of America's wealth. But let's move on. This is what people think America's wealth distribution actually looks like. Not as equitable, clearly, but for me, even this still looks pretty great. Yes, the poorest 20 to 30% are starting to suffer quite a lot compared to the ideal, and the middle class is certainly struggling more than they were, while the rich and wealthy are making roughly 100 times that of the poorest Americans and about 10 times that of the still healthy middle class. Sadly, this isn't even close to the reality. Here is the actual distribution of wealth in America. The poorest Americans don't even register. They're down to pocket change, and the middle class is barely distinguishable from the poor. In fact, even the rich between the top 10 and 20 percentile are worse off. Only the top 10% are better off. And how much better off? So much better off that the top 2 to 5% are actually off the chart at this scale. And the top 1%, this guy, well, his stack of money stretches 10 times higher than we can show. Here's his stack of cash, restacked, all by itself. This is the top 1% we've been hearing so much about. So much green in his pockets that I have to give him a whole new column of his own, because he won't fit on my chart. 1% of America has 40% of all the nation's wealth. The bottom 80%, 8 out of every 10 people, or 80 out of these 100, only has 7% between them. And this has only gotten worse in the last 20 to 30 years. While the richest 1% take home almost a quarter of the national income today, in 1976 they took home only 9%, meaning their share of income has nearly tripled in the last 30 years. The top 1% own half the country's stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. The bottom 50% of Americans own only 0.5% of these investments, which means they aren't investing. They're just scraping by. I'm sure many of these wealthy people have worked very hard for their money, but do you really believe that the CEO is working 380 times harder than his average employee? Not his lowest paid employee, not the janitor, but the average earner in his company. The average worker needs to work more than a month to earn what the CEO makes in 1 hour. We certainly don't have to go all the way to socialism to find something that is fair for hardworking Americans. We don't even have to achieve what most of us consider might be ideal. All we need to do is wake up and realize that the reality in this country is not at all what we think it is.
In 1945, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world reserve currency, which meant that international commodities were priced in dollars. The agreement, which gave the United States a distinct financial advantage, was made under the condition that those dollars would remain redeemable for gold at a consistent rate of $35 per ounce. The United States promised not to print very much money, but this was on the honor system, because the Federal Reserve refused to allow any audits or supervision of its printing presses. In the years leading up to 1970, expenditures in the Vietnam War made it clear to many countries that the U.S. was printing far more money than it had in gold. And in response, they began to ask for their gold back. This, of course, set off a rapid decline in the value of the dollar. The situation climaxed in 1971 when France attempted to withdraw its gold and Nixon refused. On August 15th, he made the following announcement.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
This was obviously not a temporary suspension, as he claimed, but rather a permanent default. And for the rest of the world who had entrusted the United States with their gold, it was outright theft. In 1973, President Nixon asked King Faisal of Saudi Arabia to accept only U.S. dollars as payment for oil and to invest any excess profits in U.S. Treasury bonds, notes, and bills. In return, Nixon offered military protection for Saudi oil fields. The same offer was extended to each of the world's key oil-producing countries, and by 1975, every member of OPEC had agreed to only sell their oil in US dollars. The act of moving the dollar off of gold and tying it to foreign oil instantly forced every oil importing country in the world to start maintaining a constant supply of Federal Reserve paper. And in order to get that paper, they would have to send real physical goods to America. This was the birth of the petrodollar. Paper went out, everything America needed came in, and the United States got very, very rich as a result. It was the largest financial con in recorded history. The arms race of the Cold War was a game of poker. Military expenditures were the chips, and the US had an endless supply of chips. With the petrodollar under its belt, it was able to raise the stakes higher and higher, outspending every other country on the planet, until eventually US military expenditures surpassed that of all other nations in the world combined. The Soviet Union never had a chance. The collapse of the communist bloc in 1991 removed the last counterbalance to American military might. The United States was now an undisputed superpower with no rival. Many hoped that this would mark the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Unfortunately, there were those in high places who had other ideas. Within that same year, the US invaded Iraq in the First Gulf War. And after crushing the Iraqi military and destroying their infrastructure, including water purification plants and hospitals, crippling sanctions were imposed which prevented that infrastructure from being rebuilt. These sanctions, which were initiated by Bush Sr. and sustained throughout the entire Clinton administration, lasted for over a decade and were estimated to have killed over 500,000 children. The Clinton administration was fully aware of these figures.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
Miss Albright, what exactly was it that was worth killing 500,000 kids for? In November of 2000, Iraq began selling its oil exclusively in euros. This was a direct attack on the dollar and on US financial dominance, and it wasn't going to be tolerated. Of the mainstream media began to build up a massive propaganda campaign claiming that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction and was planning to use them. In 2003, the US invaded, and once they had control of the country, oil sales were immediately switched back to dollars. This is particularly notable due to the fact that switching back to the dollar meant a 15 to 20% loss in revenue due to the euro's higher value. It doesn't make any sense at all unless you take the petrodollar into account.
So now you can see we really did go to war just to keep this Federal Reserve petrodollar scandal going. And if you think our country didn't commit 9/11 to go to war, do a little research on Operation Northwoods. It was a plan to fly multiple planes into real towers with real people, to go to war with Cuba. Congress signed off to do this act of terrorism. All branches of military did as well. The government kills for the banks. Our country is ran by the banksters.
To preserve our independence, we must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. We must make our choice between economy and liberty or profusion and servitude. I place economy among the first and most important of republican virtues, and public debt is the greatest of the dangers to be feared. It is incumbent on every generation to pay its own debts as it goes. If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their money, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of their property until their children will wake up homeless on the very continent their fathers conquered.
The Federal Reserve made so much profit from this money scandal they were able to literally control the government. They meet every year with politicians, presidents and many corporate giants where they control everything behind closed doors. These people control everything. This meeting is called Bilderberg Group. The Federal Reserve bankers are what are commonly referred to as the Illuminati. This is not a conspiracy. Past presidents have warned you many times this is not a conspiracy.
We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
What's happening? Where am I? I believe perhaps you understand now, pal, but you are afraid. JFK, Hartman, what does this have to do with my house and my dog? Oh, okay, that's enough. I want to go home now. This is the last president to stand up to the Fed. You must see. On June 4, 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110. This executive order empowered the U.S. Treasury to issue real money without the Fed. It would have worked. Kennedy's plan to dismantle the Federal Reserve machine had begun. 6 months later, John F. Kennedy went to Dallas and never returned. No way they could do that! The new president, Lyndon Johnson, threw out Kennedy's order. And since JFK, no president has dared confront the secret powers behind the Federal Reserve.
Just how rich and powerful is Lord Evelyn Rothschild? Historically, the Rothschild family wealth was hidden in underground vaults. The Rothschilds' secret financial records were never audited and never accounted for. Their family commissioned biographies give the illusion that their family fortune has dwindled, but researchers estimate their wealth at close to $500 trillion, more than half the wealth of the entire world. Besides their many castles, palace mansions, wineries, racehorses, and exotic resorts, the Rothschilds bought Reuters in the 1800s. Reuters then bought the Associated Press, which selects and delivers the same news stories to the entire world, day after day. They have controlling interest in 3 major television networks and easily avoid media attention since they own it. They also fix the world price of gold on a daily basis and profit from its ups and downs. Over the centuries, the Rothschilds have amassed trillions of dollars worth of gold bullion in their subterranean vaults and have cornered the world's gold supply. They own controlling interest in the world's largest oil company, Royal Dutch Shell. They operate phony charities and offshore banking services where the wealth of the black nobility and the Vatican is hidden in secret accounts at Rothschild Swiss banks, trusts, and holding companies. Although Evelyn Rothschild looks like a harmless gray-haired old man, make no mistake about it, Rothschild and his ancestors have handpicked presidents, crashed stock markets, bankrupted nations, orchestrated wars, and sponsored the mass murder and impoverishment of millions.
Review time, partner! And breaking news. To all of you who don't like conspiracy theorists, all of y'all who don't like truthers, who want to call truthers crazy, your fun is over. Those days of you having the illusion of credibility are over. The truth prevails over your ignorance. The truth is universal. You can try to say, oh, truthers are white supremacists. How does that work? Whatever you want to say. You've been demonizing 9/11 truthers all these years. You're demonizing Sandy Hook truthers. Well, if it was a real conspiracy, don't you think the media would talk about it? Don't you think it would be on the front page of the news? Don't you think? Well, if it was a real government conspiracy, why do you think they would let that be on the news? Because you know the news stations are bought off, bought and paid for. You know the news, they read off a script, right? You know the news reporters do that, right? No, you don't know that? No, I trust my news. They are more credible than you. You are just some truther. I watch the news and I get informed. You get informed, don't you? Those reporters, they give you exclusive information.
Now, you don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
Well, if you filled up your gas tank lately, then you don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you gas prices are back on the rise.
But you don't need us to tell you that gas prices are back on the rise.
You don't need us to tell you gas prices are on the rise. I know.
President, earlier this year you told us you had ordered your administration to cease and desist on payments to journalists to promote your agenda. You cited the need for ethical concerns and the need for a bright line between the press and the government. Your administration continues to make the use of video news releases, which are prepackaged news stories sent to television stations, fully aware that some or many of these stations will air them without any disclaimer that they are produced by the government. Comptroller General of the United States this week said that raises ethical questions. Does it raise ethical questions about the use of government money to produce stories about the government that wind up being aired with no disclosure that they were produced by the government?
There is a Justice Department opinion that says these pieces are within the law so long as they're based upon facts, not advocacy. And I expect our agencies to adhere to that ruling, to that Justice Department opinion. This has been a long-standing practice of the federal government to use these types of videos. Agricultural Department, as I understand, has been using these videos for a long period of time. The Defense Department, other departments have been doing so. It's important that they be based upon the guidelines set out by the Justice Department. Now, I think it'd be helpful if local stations then disclose to their viewers if that's, that this was based upon a factual report and they chose to use it. But evidently in some cases that's not the case. So anyway.
To guarantee that's happening by including that language in the prepackaged report.
Yeah, I don't, look, oh, you mean a disclosure on George W. Bush and I?
Well, some way to make sure it couldn't air without the disclosure that you believe is so vital.
Ken, I mean, there's a procedure that we're going to follow, and the local stations ought to, if there's a deep concern about that, ought to tell their viewers what they're watching.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be able to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television. Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on his late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
For these anchors to ask no questions, do no fact-checking, and hold no differing interpretation of the news they're delivering is not only absurd, it's downright dangerous.
Certainly there were commentators and others, pundits at Fox News that were helpful to the White House. And certainly we got talking points to those people.
Call Sean, call Bill, call whoever. Did you do that as a regular thing?
It wasn't necessarily something I was doing, but it was something that we at the White House, yes, were doing, and getting them talking points and making sure they knew where we were coming from.
So you were giving them talking points.
But I would separate the journalists.
That's important. Yeah. You were using these commentators as your spokespeople.
Well, certainly. I think that happens to both ways when people go on other networks as well that are favorable towards the Democrats and so forth.
Nobody's ever fed me any crap like that, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're an independent-minded guy.
I thank you. Yeah. But aren't you a little embarrassed by the fact that your White House used a television network which is purportedly fair and balanced as your mouthpiece?
I think everybody in this town uses people that are going to be helpful to their cause to try to shape the narrative to their advantage. Again, I would separate the journalists, because the journalists that I worked with were people just like the rest of the White House press corps who were trying to report the news.
So you wouldn't use you and somebody to sell stuff for, but you'd use the nighttime guys.
Yeah, I would separate that out, and certainly, and they'll say that that's because they agree with those views in the White House.
Well, they didn't need a script, though, did they?
Well, probably not.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny's step this year.
In consumer news, economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Third time I've said that. I'll probably say it 3 more times. See, in my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over and over again for the truth to sink in, to kind of catapult the propaganda.
Review time, partner. And I am so tired of this deception right here. This is what got you in a chokehold. The left versus the right. Left wing versus right wing. Don't you know the wings are of the same bird? A little corrupt bird. Republican versus Democrat. They got you cheering for teams. They got you in this tribalism mentality. You don't even understand it. They screwing you over. I'm going to show you how it works in this video. Now, you get here John McCain over here talking about, oh, how the government shutdown was bad. Then you get people to agree with him and say, oh, John McCain is actually speaking some sense. He's right. It's the Republicans' fault. The Democrats love this little interview because, you know, it makes the Republicans look bad and gives them a reason to cheer for the blue team. Yeah, you're cheering for the blue team, but you're getting screwed over with this Obamacare. You're going to get McCain saying it was a bad idea to shut down the government because they wanted to repeal Obamacare. And what you going to do? Replace it with Romney Care, the same thing? That's where Obamacare came from, Romney Care. You see what I'm saying? Either way it go, we would have had this same type of health plan. Guess who else had the health plan? Hillary Clinton. You see, these New World Order compliant candidates, they are backed by Wall Street. You don't have a real choice unless you go outside the Republicans and Democrats. This is how they keep screwing you over. Let's get into the video.
Thank you, Martha.
You know, I've heard a lot of veterans so emotional to the point of tears over this issue. Talk to me about how you think this has been handled by the White House.
Oh, I think it's been terribly handled by the White House, but let's have a little straight talk, Martha.
Straight talk.
They wouldn't have had the opportunity to handle it that way if we had not shut down the government on a fool's errand.
That's when the Democrats start cheering. Go ahead, get your cheer on.
That we were not going to accomplish. The whole premise of shutting down the government was the repeal of Obamacare. I fought against Obamacare harder than any of the people who wanted to shut down the government.
I bet you did.
I campaigned all over this country in 2012 saying elect Mitt Romney and we'll repeal and replace Obamacare.
But see, that's so dumb. Obamacare is the same thing as Romney Care. See, it's all about getting you to cheer for the team. Check this out right here.
Convinced that Republicans will win in November and we will regain our majorities in both the Senate and the House.
Go ahead, Republicans, start cheering. Why are you blinking like that? Yeah, stop blinking like that. What's your problem?
And we will win House seats right here in Arizona. We will lead in Arizona.
Let's get to the point. Jeez, this uneventful speech.
And when we do, we will stop the out-of-control spending and tax increases and repeal and replace Obamacare.
And they cheering. But repeal and replace Obamacare means they're going to put in Romney Care, which is the same doggone thing. Think I'm lying. Think I'm lying. We're going to look at this later. But let me see. Here we go.
Governor Romney said this has to be done on a bipartisan basis. This was a bipartisan idea. In fact, it was a Republican idea. And Governor Romney, at the beginning of this debate, wrote and said, what we did in Massachusetts could be a model for the nation. And I agree that the Democratic legislators in Massachusetts might have given some advice to Republicans in Congress about how to cooperate.
Listen to them now.
But the fact of the matter is, we use the same advisors, and they say it's the same plan.
Wow. The same doggone plan. Let's look at this.
There are some terrific Republican ideas. Mitt Romney in Massachusetts has initiated mandatory insurance so that everybody has to buy in, but then the government helps out those who can't afford it. Those kinds of bold initiatives, I think the Democrats have to put forward
bold as heck.
If, in fact, we can credibly claim that we can run the country and not simply criticize on the sidelines.
Now, this is key. This is in 2006. You see, he's praising this individual mandate, too. It's funny he's doing that. So either way it go, we would have had this Obamacare, Romney Care plan. But remember, I said Hillary ran on that plan as well. Obama didn't seem to like the individual mandate. That's how he got elected. Well, one of the reasons that made him look good, because he said he wasn't for individual mandate. Let's check it out right here.
Didn't represent her properly. They misrepresent her. Did they, and what do you say about that?
Well, obviously, I think that they represented her position properly, which is that she supported in the past NAFTA, which has been pretty hard on Ohio. And we've had an ongoing discussion about health care. Both of us want to provide health care to all Americans. There's a slight difference, and her plan is a good one, but...
Slight difference. This is the slight difference he's talking about. Check this out.
She mandates that everybody buy health care. She'd have the government force every individual to buy insurance.
Which is what Obamacare is.
And I don't have such a mandate because I don't think the problem is that people don't want health insurance, it's that they can't.
No, I don't want it. I don't want health insurance.
Afford it. So I focus more on lowering costs. And this is a modest difference, but it's one that she's tried to elevate, arguing that because I don't force people to buy health care that I'm not insuring everybody. Well, if things were that easy, I could mandate everybody buy a house, and and that would solve the problem of homelessness. It doesn't.
Uh-oh, watch out, y'all. He might do that next. So there you go. Obama with his lying self. Y'all need to stop with this. You're over here arguing, acting like you're against Obamacare, you Republicans. And they're talking about repeal and replace Obamacare with the same thing. What the heck is your problem? Get out of this tribalism mentality. And people who would say, oh, we need Hillary Clinton. Well, she down for the same plan. It's the same thing. It's the same scheme. And why in the heck do we have a president who not only tries to sell us on a product, but forces us to buy it and penalizes us if we don't?
Precisely because the product is good. I want the cash registers to work. I want the checkout lines to be smooth. So I want people to be able to get this great product.
Who is this guy? I don't know, but he seemed like a nice old man. Nice old man. No, this right here is David Rockefeller. This guy right here, you need to do some research on David Rockefeller. Feel free to do that whenever you get a chance. But people who know about this man right here, they know he is nothing but trouble.
Rockefellers, come back. We don't want your new world order, you know? Leave Chile right now. Leave Chile. You are not... You're killing a lot of people. You're killing a lot of people. Leave here. Leave Chile right now. Leave Chile. Leave Chile. We don't want your world government. Leave Chile right now. Leave Chile, okay? Leave Chile. Your family is the most disgusting in the world, you know? Leave here. Leave. You also, you're a traitor to Chile. Mr. Agustino, you're a traitor to Chile, okay? You're a traitor to Chile. What you're doing right now, okay? 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 You know everything. You know everything. You're participating with him. You're participating with him in this. Your world government will fail, okay?
You heard what the man said. Leave Chile. Why was that man so mad at him? You want to know why? Because he knows the Rockefeller family is for the New World Order agenda. What is the New World Order agenda? Well, that is the plan of this secretive elite, this cabal, to bring about a one world government. And not only a one world government, but a one world currency. And not only a one world currency, but a one world religion to glue it all together, which would mean they would have total control. These small amount of people controlling the whole world has never happened before. What else is going on? Well, depopulation. These guys push for depopulation in third world countries. You can see here, Henry Kissinger. Depopulation should be the highest priority of U.S. foreign policy towards the third world. So what they're doing is systematically killing off large populations of third world countries, and they're working to bring America to third world country status. They control the banks, they control the money, they will do it, that is their plan. And eventually they want to have the population down to an amount where they can control all the people. But you know what? You don't even have to take my word for it.
I had a friend, Nick Rockefeller, okay, who was one of the Rockefeller family. And he, when I was running for governor in Nevada, he came to me, introduced himself to me through an attorney. And we became friends. We started talking about things. And I learned an awful lot from Mr. Rockefeller. And one of the things that we used to talk about was the ultimate plan of the banking industry, what they wanted to accomplish. And the goals of the banking industry, not just the Federal Reserve System, but the private banks in Germany and England, all over Italy, all over the world, they all work together. They're all central banks, and they're all part of the Communist Manifesto. You know, central banking is one of the major planks of the Communist Manifesto. We talk about America being a capitalistic country, but yet at the same time we have a central bank that plans everything for us, right? And the graduated income tax is another plank of the Communist Manifesto, right? So right there you have two major planks of the Communist Manifesto that have been brought in because of the Federal Reserve System, okay? So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one-world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is given me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so, instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip, and you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do.
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one-world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people. And you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intentions.
And if you look here, he even tells you this is what he is about. Some people believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty and I am proud of it. That's David Rockefeller telling you he wants this new world order. Well, he didn't say new world order. Oh, so you need him to say new world order. Okay. All we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the new world order. See that? That's why you got to pay attention. But before we break it down, I want you to see this.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go
I'm
wild.
sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322?
First of all, he's not the nominee. And, look, I look forward...
Are you prepared to lose?
No, I'm not going to lose.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us?
Not much, because it's a secret.
Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code?
I wish there were something secret I could manifest.
322, a secret number?
There are all kinds of secrets.
We had a worldview.
Republican and Democratic presidents alike, from Harry Truman to George Bush, stood for freedom and stood for certain propositions that would make America strong and healthy and grow the middle class and shrink poverty and stand against communism. And after 1989, President Bush said, and it's a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
The affirmative task we have now is to actually create a new world order.
If you go outside the city of Atlanta, go east about 60 or 70 miles to the town of Elberton, and then go north on Highway 77 about 10 miles, you'll find off to the right what's called the Georgia Guidestones. It looks kind of like Stonehenge, these big, huge granite rocks set up there. This was done by a guy, we have a pseudonym, came in, paid cash, had this company set these things up in 1980. He called himself R.C. Christian, but that's not his real name. It says right on the stones, a pseudonym, false name. On these Georgia Guidestones, it gives the 10 Commandments for the New World Order. 10 Commandments for the New World Order. The first commandment was to maintain humanity under 500 million. I went there and looked at those things and said, now, hold on a minute. Today's population is 6 billion. They want to maintain humanity under 1/2 billion. Looks like a lot of people got to die for their plan to work, which is, by the way, the plan. Jacques Cousteau said we'd have to eliminate 350,000 people a day. 1/3 of a billion people a day would have to be eliminated to save Mother Earth. Bill Clinton said we need to reduce the population of the earth to 1 billion. There are a lot of folks who would like to reduce the population of the earth. The Bible command is quite the opposite.
America's place in the New World Order should be? It's always been seen as the global policeman. But as you said before, you know, it's hard to see with all these military conflicts where the winner and loser lies. What should America be doing
I think
globally?
The global policeman should be the United Nations. And I don't think we should need one. I think we should use courts the way we do in civilian life. It's time to put war and conflict, armed conflict behind us and move on and start acting like civilized, educated human beings.
Oh, you're so civilized, Ted. Let's look at your quote. A total population of 250 to 300 million people, a 95% decline from present levels would be ideal. That's Ted Turner, founder of CNN and New World Order supporter. You see, he donated $1 billion to the United Nations. This man is down for the depopulation agenda. He wants a one-child policy for 100 years, yet he got 5 kids. And you got to pay attention, because these jokers will tell you that they selling out. And they do that just so it'll go over your head. So you'll be like, oh, well, they didn't really mean that. They're just being sarcastic. It's not that serious. But then at the same time, people be like, oh, well, I ain't gonna believe that unless they tell me. He telling you right here. We get Shaq admitting to the whole world that he's a Freemason and he is proud of it.
What is going on there? That's a ring of my profession. You don't know nothing about that. Okay, can we get a close-up on that area? What? You don't know nothing about
What is the profession?
Yeah, which profession
Look
are you
at
talking
that
about?
man. Woo, that man so happy.
Is it a legal profession?
Of course it's legal. It's a ring of my profession. I'm trying to read it. Okay.
It's too many diamonds.
He's like, yep, I'm a Freemason. Ain't nothing you can do.
Mason, are you a Mason? Of course.
And all them jokers around him know what's going on.
That's a secret ceremony.
Well, you might as well put your pinky out when you drink your drink. Put your pinky out.
You know, in the secret ceremonies with the candles and the...
Everyone wears...
Anyway, the Clippers. The Clippers.
But that is impressive, Mr. O'Neill.
I don't have a championship.
Anyway, so the Clippers...
Oh, yeah, I have 4.
2 exactly. Those he doesn't wear.
Those he doesn't wear. The Clippers. Yeah. As I was blinded by success.
Look at that man right there. That's impressive. I'm blinded by success. See, they know what the deal is when you're a Freemason. You know, they get all these movie roles and all these deals. Matter of fact, Shaq was on Grown Ups 2. It was one of the worst movies I have ever seen. Oh my gosh. Terrible. Anyways, he on there. There go your boy Shaq. Shaq's a Freemason. Bring it right back to David Rockefeller. All we need is the right major crisis and the nations will accept the new world order. So they're going to bring out a problem and then they are going to offer a solution. One of their plans is to devalue the dollar so that it barely has any buying power. So then you go to the store, you can barely buy anything. You see the food on the shelf, but you can't afford it. What happens then? People start going crazy. People start to panic. Then people start robbing each other. People start killing each other. So then we need to bring in the police state. Oh, we're asking the government for help. And surely they are here to bring the order out of chaos. But it's not just any order. It is the new world order. And not only that, but they're going to bring about a one world currency to replace the old currency. And then they're going to bring it into a cashless society where you got to get the chip. All your money being on the chip. And also to glue it all together, the one world religion. Where these sellouts come to play, they are new world order compliant. They are here to sell you the agenda. They're going to let you know how cool it is to get a microchip in your arm. Some of y'all might think it's cool, but I know a lot of y'all don't like this type of stuff. So I'm just making sure you are aware of their agenda.